Chapter 14. They'd been told to RV at Hammerstone House at 0600 the following morning, but Danny and Spud were early. They stood in the biting frost of dawn, watching the headlamps of a convoy of 4 vehicles trundle slowly up the long driveway. The cars crunched onto the gravel in front of the house. They came to a halt, but the headlamps still blazed brightly. The faceless silhouettes of 4 chauffeurs stepped out and opened the rear doors, releasing 4 more figures from the back seats. Even though he couldn't make out their faces immediately, Danny identified each one by the shape of their silhouettes and their gait. Victoria, shorter than the others and briskly shuffling. Chamberlain, tall and broad of shoulder. Harrison Maddox, lean and with a relaxed yet purposeful stride. And Buckingham, who waited for the others to step forward into the lamplight before revealing himself and keeping to the back of their little quartet. Everyone's breath steamed. As they drew near and their faces became visible, Danny saw that each one was etched with tiredness and concern. Buckingham had a key to the house. Nobody spoke as he let them in. They traipsed through the darkness into the same room where they'd had their first meeting. Buckingham turned on the lights. Everyone except Danny and Spud squinted as their eyes recovered from the sudden shock. None of the spooks removed their greatcoats or even pulled their hands from their pockets, but Danny sensed that, with perhaps the exception of Chamberlain, they were eyeing the 2 SAS men with a certain wariness that he hadn't noticed before, which figured, he supposed, they knew what Danny and Spud had been up to since their last meeting, and, of course, they had heard the recording of his little chat with Al-Secreti. Victoria cleared her throat. "I think I speak for us all," she said, "when I congratulate you both on your work." The others gave no indication that they agreed with this sentiment, but stared stonily at them. "We're quite convinced that Abu Raid has left the country for fear that he might be next on our list. A dangerous threat to the security of this country has been removed. We fully expect a cessation of the atrocities, or at the very least a pause." "So job done?" Spud demanded. Each of the 4 spooks gave them a startlingly similar look, a thin, humourless smile. "Not yet," Victoria said. She cleared her throat again. She nodded in Maddox's direction, and the CIA man returned the gesture. "We need to make sure that the threat is eradicated, permanently." She looked from Spud to Danny, then back again. Danny wasn't stupid. He knew what was coming. "Hugo, you've been liaising with our Yemen analysts. Would you like to tell us what you know about the Saada government?" Buckingham stepped forward. Even his handsome features were marred by tiredness. He refused to catch Danny's eye, and spoke instead to the company at large. He was unable to hide from his voice the smugness of a man who was aware that he knew what he was talking about. "It's bandit country," he said. "I think we'll need a little more to go on than that," Victoria said primly. Buckingham inclined his head. "The intelligence you've gleaned from Al-Secreti certainly makes sense," he said. "Yemen is by far the poorest country on the Arabian Peninsula, and a fertile training ground for Islamist militants. Al-Qaeda historically, but in recent months Al-Shabaab groups have crossed over from Somalia, and their training camps have been appearing in remote areas to the north of the country, especially in the Saada Governorate. It's a rigorously Islamic region, mostly of the Zaidi Shiite persuasion. Al-Qaeda and Al-Shabaab are Sunni, of course, but they're attracted to this area because of its lawlessness. It's quite out of control of the Yemeni central government, almost like a breakaway state in many ways." Buckingham cleared his throat, then gathered his thoughts for a moment before continuing. "The Yemeni government makes all the right noises about stamping down on these camps, and have in the past liaised with the United States military as well as the Saudis to launch missile attacks on them. But they're in a jolly difficult situation. These Islamist groups are well funded. They don't just appeal to the religious sensibilities of their recruits, they pay them, which is something the Yemeni government simply can't compete with. The government knows that if it removes this source of income from the very poorest parts of the population, it risks having an uprising on its hands." "Typical Middle Eastern politics," Chamberlain butted in. "In fact," Buckingham said, "Yemen has more in common with Afghanistan than with its Arabic neighbours. Equally tribal, and the local elders often have more influence over their armed civilians than the government itself. The bottom line is that these training camps can turn up almost anywhere, often without the knowledge of the central government. We have people on the ground in Yemen, of course. Victoria took up the briefing, as do our friends in Langley. She looked over at Maddox, who didn't respond. They're putting the feelers out as we speak, trying to establish exactly where this training camp might be. Problem solved, Spud said with a shrug. He looked at Harris and Maddox. Your Yanks will have some drones in the area. Doesn't sound like anything a couple of Hellfires won't sort out. That thin-lipped look again from the spooks. A moment of silence. Danny could tell that they had a different strategy in mind. Bloody important, Chamberlain said, that Abu Raid gets what's coming to him. Hard to be sure you've got the right fellow when you make an indiscriminate strike from the air. Could have nuked Abbottabad at the drop of a hat, but who'd have been able to confirm we'd got bin Laden? He chortled slightly, as though the idea of nuking an entire Pakistani city was an amusing one. What I think Piers is trying to say, Harrison Maddox continued in his slow American drawl, is that we need men on the ground to identify Abu Raid and eliminate him. It's then up to the Yemeni administration whether they want to take out the whole training camp or not. Danny looked at each of the Hammerstone quartet in turn. They were staring implacably at him and Spud. He walked over to the window and looked out. The headlamps of the 4 cars were no longer burning, but the sky was a fraction lighter now, a steel grey. You'll need 16 men, he said, minimum, and that's assuming your intelligence guys can find out the exact location of the camp. He turned. But I'm guessing that you haven't dragged us here if you were thinking of a major operation like that. Another silence. It's out of the question, said Buckingham finally. The footprint of this operation needs to be small. Instructions from on high. Danny walked up to him. Oh, yeah? Just who on high? Buckingham sniffed. He maintained steady eye contact with Danny. Important people, he said. Suddenly Chamberlain was there, standing between them. He gave Buckingham a warning look, then turned to Danny. You'll report to Heathrow at 0800, he said, easily falling back into the role of a Rupert issuing orders. Both of you. There'll be regiment representatives there to brief you further. Just like that, Spud murmured. Chamberlain gave a bland smile. Happy landings, gentlemen. We've every faith in you. He looked over at the others. England's finest, eh? Couldn't be in safer hands. If they were encouraged, the Hammerstone quartet didn't show it as they exited the chilly room. Outside the house, Danny and Spud watched them wordlessly climb into the back of their chauffeur-driven vehicles, then file slowly down the driveway before turning out of sight. Small footprint, Spud said. Important people. You believe all that shit? Danny shook his head. No, he said. Maybe this is just what East Squadron's like. Maybe, but it wasn't the first time he didn't know the whole story. Wouldn't be the last either. Occupational hazard. They had their orders, and unless they wanted to find themselves up in front of a military tribunal, they had to follow them. Let's go, Danny said, and together they climbed back into the Discovery and drove away. 0800 hours. There were parts of Heathrow to which the public had access. There were parts for which only members of the aviation services were authorized, and there were parts that few people ever got to see. This porter-cabin, a restricted area in the shadow of Terminal 2, was one of them. A white transit van was parked up alongside it, next to which was Danny and Spud's Discovery. A member of D Squadron, Danny recognized the face but he couldn't put a name to it, stood at the entrance, his assault rifle slung across his body. He gave Danny and Spud a nod of greeting, but remained rooted to the spot. It wouldn't do for any unauthorized personnel to enter this porter-cabin, not least because its contents made a mockery of the security procedures thousands of holidaymakers were undergoing at that very moment. Danny and Spud were there. So too was their ops officer, Ray Hammond. He watched unsmilingly as the 2 regiment men dealt with the hardware laid out on a table in front of them. There were 2 rifles, HK-416s. Danny and Spud stripped one of them down each, until each weapon was no more than a tight bundle of grey metal, wrapped in grey rags to stop the moving parts rubbing against each other. The guys each had a sturdy north-face holdall, about 3 foot in length. They each stowed their bundle and returned their attention to the rest of the gear. Their regiment-issue SIG P266s were laid out. These, too, they wrapped up and stowed. Ammunition for both weapons, 5.56s for the rifles, 9mm for the handguns, neatly packed in small cardboard boxes. Lengths of bungee cord to strap the rifles to their bodies. Fragmentation grenades, 2 each. Flashbangs, same number. A single Claymore mine. Spud took it in his holdall. Sand-coloured hessian, backed with strands of wire, so that it could be shaped into whatever form they needed for desert camouflage, but now folded into a neat square. A trenching tool, a pack of silvery thermal sheeting, the only thing that could hide an OP from thermal imaging devices. "What's with that?" Danny asked. "We've had trouble with the Yemeni government in the past," Hammond said. "They have their own spy planes. Wouldn't put it past them to shop your location to the bad guys if they see you. Chances are you'll have to put in an OP. Use that if you want to stay totally hidden." Danny continued to work his way through the gear. There was worn paper mapping of the area they were heading for, radio packs, a GPS handset, a Leica NV spotting scope, and 2 sets of night vision goggles. Empty ops waistcoats ready to be filled once they were on the ground. A sat phone each, of course, and a compass. A fistful of MRE packs, a thin wad of American dollars, $2,000 each. Ridiculously, this was the only thing Hammond made them sign for, like the kind of people they were likely to encounter would want to issue receipts. Once the holdalls were full, Danny and Spud zipped them up. Hammond handed them each a white sack. The sacks were printed with diplomatic stamps. The guys placed their holdalls in the sacks, then tightened the cords at the top and secured each one with a padlock. From now on, these diplomatic bags couldn't leave their sides. Hammond handed each of them their passports. These, too, included full diplomatic stamps that would get them across the UK and Omani borders with no questions asked. "The BA flight to Muscat leaves at 0900, Hammond said. "You clear on your movements when you get there?" The guys nodded. "We've cleared a flight path with the Saudis along the Saudi-Yemen border. You'll RV with one of the Sultan's Chinooks when you get there." "Who's going to fly it?" Danny demanded. Because, orders or no orders, if they thought he was going to let some unpracticed Omani pilot fly them the length of the Yemen for a covert insertion, they could fuck off. "We've got an SF flight crew coming in from Iraq," Hammond said. "You'll RV with them on the Oman-Yemen border at midnight. They'll airlift you into Saada." Hammond moved over to another of the tables, where several piles of documents were neatly laid out. "The main town in the Saada Governorate is Hadda. Population about 50,000, but that's just a guess. There are thousands of IDPs in the area because of the conflict over the past few years. The town itself is situated on a mountain plateau, about 1,800 metres high. Where they drop you depends on how deserted or otherwise the road that leads up to it is. The town itself is occupied by Houthi militia. They've pretty much declared independence from the rest of Yemen. Officially, there's a truce between them and the government. In practice, they're as bad as the fucking Taliban, funded by the Iranians and Hezbollah, trigger-happy. Give them a wide berth. Once you reach the town, you'll have to make contact with a local schoolteacher named of Hamza. He's on the Yanks' payroll, and so far as we can tell, he's just about the only guy in the vicinity who speaks English. Does this Hamza know where the training camp is? Claims to. The CIA say his credentials are good. He's been feeding them accurate information for the past 3 years, and gave them a lead on a Somali terror suspect who was hiding out in the area. SEAL unit went in to nail him, confirmed that his intel was good. But he's getting greedy now. Wants a cash payment before he spills any more beans about Abu Raid. 500 US. Quite a lot of moolah out there, and if he's asking for it, chances are he's confident of his intel. Either that, Spud said, or he's trying to rake it in while he's in the Yanks' good books. That's a possibility. I certainly wouldn't trust him too far. He might be a CIA tout, but he's still Yemeni, still very devout. So far as we can tell, his motivation for supplying us with this intelligence is complex. Sounds to me like he just wants a payday, Spud said. There's a bit more to it than that. He's a Shiite Muslim, unlike AQAP. AQAP? Danny asked. Al-Qaeda in the Arab Peninsula. Al-Qaeda and Al-Shabaab are Sunni Muslims. The Sunnis and their Shiites have major theological and political differences. You're heading to a principally Shiite area. A lot of the population in the north don't like the idea of AQAP and Al-Shabaab operating in what they see as Shiite territory, so they seem happy to screw them over. Hammond directed their attention to a sheet of aerial mapping. With his finger, he traced a built-up area set on top of a mountain plateau, clearly Hadda. He followed a line eastward, where the terrain fell down sharply onto a flat desert region. "This is the area where the camp is most likely to be situated," Hammond said. "Very wild, very dangerous. Bedouin bandits and not much else. Terrible roads. Hardly anyone goes there. Hardly anyone dares." "Looking forward to it already," Spud muttered. Hammond handed them each a pale blue armband with the letters UN emblazoned in white. "Your cover story, if it comes to it, is that you're a couple of UN medics and you've heard there's a Western couple in the area who need medical aid. But for fuck's sake, don't leave those things lying around. If the UN find out you've got them, there'll be hell on earth." He shook his head. "It's madness," he said. "Two guys. The CO's already appealed to the Director's Special Forces. Hit a brick wall. It's—" Danny could tell he was about to say the word suicide, but held back at the last minute. "The CIA seem pretty keen on this Hamza fella," Hammond continued, "so you need to make sure he stays intact. We don't know where he lives, but he'll meet you outside the Central Mosque in Hadda when the call to prayer starts at dawn tomorrow, which will be just after 0500. It'll be up to you to get the information from him." A dark, uncomfortable look crossed Hammond's face. "When you locate Abu Raid," he continued, "take him out immediately. As soon as he's dead, you need to phone in confirmation before you leave the camp or anything. I'm sorry, lads, but London's adamant about this. They can't risk you being taken out before they know for sure that the bastard's dead." "Good to hear our welfare is the first thing on their minds," Spud said. Hammond pointed at their diplomatic bags. "You've got GPS beacons fitted to your radios," he said. "We'll track you every step of the way. We'll know where you are at every moment in real time. If you send us a distress signal, we can be in country from the Gulf of Aden in a few hours and fuck the fallout. But assuming everything goes to plan, you'll need to find a secure location to lie up, and we'll get you picked up as quickly as we can." He looked at his watch. "You'll need to board any minute." As Hammond spoke, Danny's personal mobile vibrated in his pocket. He took it out, number withheld. He was on the point of dismissing the call when he caught a leery look from the ops officer, a look that said now's not the time for taking calls. Danny found himself accepting it just to make his point. "Yeah," he said. A pause. "Decided to pick up, did you?" Danny felt himself grow tense. He stormed out of the porter cabin, past the regiment guard, and out onto the tarmac. A passenger aircraft roared overhead as it took off. Danny just caught a flash of Aer Lingus green on its tail. "What is it, Kyle?" he shouted over the noise. He heard his brother sniffing, then a coarse cough that sounded like he was bringing something up. "Kyle?" "Saw that bird of yours on Wednesday?" Now it was Danny's turn to fall silent. He'd been doing everything he could to keep Clara from his mind. Now he almost felt as if she was standing next to him. "Stay the fuck away from her," he said. "I mean it, Kyle. You lay a fucking finger on her, I'll—" "Take it easy, take it easy. Nothing happened, we just bumped into each other." Danny saw the guard staring at him and flashed him an aggressive look. Kyle coughed again. His voice changed. "I'm in trouble, bro," he said. He sounded like he meant it. "These poles, they won't take no for an answer. I'm in deep." "How deep?" 5 large. "Fuck's sake, Kyle," Danny breathed. "They've done me over once already. Couple of broken teeth. Think my nose might be busting all." He coughed for a third time. "I need some help, bro." Another plane roared overhead. What did you say?" "I said I'll need some help. They're not fucking around." Danny wanted to throw the phone to the floor. It was typical of Kyle to put him in a position like this, to beg for money that Danny knew would be spent as soon as it landed in his brother's wallet. He paced the tarmac for a moment, ignoring the sight of Spud appearing at the door of the porter cabin, watching him carefully. For a moment he felt himself wavering. He thought about their father, who lived alone and disabled in a small Hereford flat, and who would always beg Danny to help his brother. If he was here now, he'd beg the same as usual. But then he remembered how Kyle, drunk and high on a cocktail of drugs, had attacked their father before ending up in prison for a stretch. As it always did, that memory sent every ounce of sympathy he might have had out the window. "Forget it, Carl. You got yourself into this mess, you get yourself out again." Silence. "You're a piece of shit, Danny. You know that? Always were, always will be." Danny made to hang up, but before he did, he said one more thing. "Stay away from Clara, Kyle. If you don't, trust me, the Poles will be the least of your worries." Kyle was snorting contemptuously as Danny hung up. He spun round and looked aggressively at Spud. "What?" he demanded across the 7 or 8 metres distance between them. "Nothing, Mucker," Spud said calmly. "We just had word. They want us to board. Let's get moving, eh?" Part 3. Desert Warriors. Chapter 15. When the regiment moves, it moves quickly. A member of the BA staff, a young guy with a pimply face and clearly no idea who his charges were or what they were carrying, collected Danny and Spud, along with their diplomatic bags, from the porter cabin. He asked no questions as he ushered them through security as members of the diplomatic service. Their security teams barely looked at their bags, let alone screened them. Danny and Spud spent 5 minutes in a comfortable lounge set aside for their use, before a pretty air stewardess with a brown bob, a bit too much makeup and a good tan, let them onto a waiting 747. They were the first to board, and as they entered the aircraft they turned left to the business-class cabin. Danny and Spud were each given a double booth, 1 seat for them, 1 for their bags. As the regular passengers filed onto the plane, a few cast an envious glance at these 2 guys, who seemed to have been afforded special treatment. But once the aircraft was airborne, they were too busy with their menus, glasses of champagne, and reruns of Top Gear to pay them any mind. Danny instructed an air hostess not to disturb him until they were landing, then pulled a blindfold over his face and reclined his seat so it was fully flat. He had long since taught himself to grab some shut-eye whenever and wherever he could, knowing that he couldn't always be sure when he'd next have the chance. He slept deeply for 3 hours. When he woke, he looked out of the window. He saw a blood-red sun setting across a mackerel sky, and on the ground, through the half-light, he saw dots of orange, flames licking from the oil fields of the Middle East. Iraq, he surmised, or Kuwait. He thought how you only ever really got a sense of the vastness of the Arabian Peninsula from the sky. He felt an uncomfortable twist in his stomach at the thought that he'd slept over Syria. He recalled its war-torn towns, the blood and destruction. He tried to put it from his mind. What had Clara said about remembering the things he was supposed to forget? He felt a pang at the thought of her, and at the thought that they were heading into very hostile territory. If something happened to him, something terminal, Clara would never know how he really felt about her. She'd probably hate him for the rest of her life. When he reclined again on his seat, his sleep was not so deep. Wheels down, 20:30 local time. The pretty air hostess ushered Danny and Spud off the aircraft before anyone else had the opportunity even to stand up. They received a few more curious glances this time as they hauled their heavy diplomatic bags along the aisles. A blast of heat hit them as they alighted onto the waiting stairs, at the bottom of which was a middle-aged man in a lightweight suit who reminded Danny of Buckingham. He stood next to a black Range Rover, passenger doors open. "Tim Johnston," he said, holding out his hand. "British Embassy. You're cleared for security. There's a welcoming committee from the Omani military at the other side of the airfield. Allow me to escort you." Danny and Spud nodded and climbed into the back of the vehicle, still clutching their bags. They drove in the opposite direction from the large, brightly lit modern terminal building. The embassy guy clearly knew better than to ask what they were doing, so the 2-minute journey passed in silence. A couple of 100 meters up ahead, Danny saw a helicopter standing alone on the tarmac, a Puma with the red and green markings of the Omani military. A 3-man flight crew loitered alongside it. They wore standard desert camo with shamaks covering their heads or wrapped round their necks. As the Range Rover approached, one of them, clearly the pilot, disappeared inside, and by the time they pulled up 20 meters from the chopper, its rotors were already starting to spin. The embassy guy leaned over from the front passenger seat. "Best of British, gentlemen," he said, and once more Danny was reminded of Buckingham. But he put that from his mind as he and Spud debussed and ran across the tarmac. A few words of greeting with their Omani escorts, and the 2 regiment men climbed up into the Puma. They'd barely been on the ground 10 minutes before they were airborne again. The golden, sprawling lights of Muscat disappeared as they found themselves plunging through the dark night of the southern Arabian Peninsula. It took 2.5 hours to cross the length of Oman to its western border, including a 25-minute refueling stop at a military base somewhere en route, during which time Danny and Spud sat quietly out of view in the shadowy interior of the Puma. They passed the journey in silence, drowned out by the regular thunder of the chopper's rotors as it slid, unobserved, through the skies with its secret cargo. Occasionally, through the windows, Danny saw the lights of a settlement far in the distance, or headlamps on a deserted highway, but their flight path was clearly taking them across vast, uninhabited stretches of land. He found he was keeping a lid on a sudden feeling of excitement. It felt good to be abroad again, good to be on unfamiliar territory. You could get lazy in London. Out here, living by your wits was the only option. And it was intriguing, if nothing else, to know that they were about to set foot in the goat farm. Danny and Spud had heard people talk about the goat farm. They all had, back in Hereford. It was a military camp near the southwestern shore town of Salalah, where the Sultan's special forces were trained, usually under the grizzled eye of ex-regiment personnel. The regiment had form in this part of the world. In the early 70s, communist guerrillas from South Yemen had been involved in the Omani Dhofar rebellion. The SAS had dispatched 9 personnel to help train the Omani special forces. They had come under attack in what became known as the Battle of Mirbat, where 9 guys had held their own against a force of more than 400. 2 of them died, one from having his jaw blown off. But that savage battle itself was a piece of regiment history, and from that day to this, the SAS were welcome in Oman. The Puma started to lose height. Danny looked through the window. He estimated that they were less than 1,000 feet high. He could see the lights from a network of evenly spaced symmetrical buildings, and also the orange glow of what looked like a large open fire. A minute later, his vision was obscured by brownout as the chopper came into land, kicking up clouds of desert dust. 30 seconds after that, they were on the ground. The Omani flight crew opened up the doors for them. Danny and Spud shook their hands, then jumped out. The rotors were slowing down, but they were still surrounded by whirling clouds of dust that obscured their vision and stung their faces. As he peered through the cloud, however, Danny saw a bright light, and standing in front of it, the silhouette of a sturdy, broad-shouldered figure standing in wait. Clutching their holdalls, which were still wrapped in the white diplomatic bags, they ran from the chopper towards the figure. The dust settled, and the noise eased off as the rotors powered down. "Evening, kids," said a voice. A deep voice, slightly hoarse, with a definite London accent. Danny shielded his eyes from the light surrounding the silhouette, emanating from the headlamps of some sort of armoured vehicle, and found he could just make out the man's features. The face was deeply lined and weather-beaten. The eyebrows were dark, the hair ruffled. He wore camouflage gear, and it crossed Danny's mind that here was the sort of bloke who'd look out of place wearing anything else. He stepped towards them, hand outstretched. "Welcome to the goat farm," he said. His name was Roberts, and in the minute it took him to lead Danny and Spud towards a single-story corrugated iron building with a noisy petrol generator outside, he'd given them the lowdown on his career. 20 years in the regiment, 20 years in the employ of the Sultan, helping to train up the Omani special forces. The goat farm was the closest thing he had to a home. "Don't get me wrong, kids," he said, as he led them into the building. "Made some good friends out here. Don't suppose I'll ever go back to Blighty." He switched the light on, "But it's good to see someone from home now and then." Danny's eyes smarted from the light. When they relaxed again, he saw that this was little more than a warehouse. Shelves along the walls full of boxes of God knows what. Even more boxes piled up at one end. Sand on the floor where it had blown in through the door. He looked back at Roberts and saw that his face had a pale white scar along the jawline. Roberts caught him looking at it. "Jambiah scar," he said. "What's that?" Danny asked. "Jambiah? It's a knife. Yemeni men hang them by their belt. It's a status thing. The markings on the hilt indicate how important they are, and they're not afraid to use it." "You spend much time in Yemen?" "Wish I hadn't, kid." "Where you headed?" "Hadda." "Maya guessed. Worst place in the whole stinking country. Full of toughs beating around on their pissy little motorbikes, and they don't just carry jambias. They've all got a piece of some kind. More AKs in Hadda than frickin' toothbrushes." Roberts fetched an unmarked bottle of an amber liquid and 3 dirty glasses from one of the shelves. "You want some?" The guys shook their heads. "You're as bad as the fucking Arabs, except they're off their tits on cat half the time." He poured himself a good couple of inches of whatever fire water it was, then knocked it back. "Give me scotch over that shit any day," he said. He turned and walked over to one of the boxes on the floor. "See?" he called back to them. "The trouble with your cat is that it gives you the horn of a rhino, but stops you getting it up." From the box he pulled a bundle of clothes, then carried them back to where Danny and Spud were standing. "About 6 o'clock, the men all get together and start chewing the weed. They call it the Hour of Solomon because everyone's so high they think they're the wisest fucker in town. Of course they're just speaking bollocks. And dancing. Don't forget the dancing. All good men together." He dropped the clothes in a pile at the guy's feet, then danced a comical little jig that petered out into a wheezing chuckle. He took another swig of his drink. "The fellas have got a thing about perfume, too. That's how I got this." He touched the scar on his face. "Accused some rose-watered Yemeni twat of being a Nancy boy when he was twerking with his buddy. Fucker came at me with his jambiah. Messy business. Messier for him, of course, but that's another story." He poured himself a second scotch and left Danny and Spud to rummage through the clothes. There were 2 dish dashes there and matching shamaks, but before they put them on, Danny and Spud turned their attention back to their diplomatic bags. They undid the padlocks and pulled out the holdalls. They removed their stripped-down rifles and started piecing them together. The air was filled with the dull clunk of metal on metal. When they were complete, they extracted their ops waistcoats and fitted them over their T-shirts before filling them with grenades and ammunition and affixing their radios. As they worked, Danny was aware of the grizzled form of Roberts watching them with something approaching envy. He sensed the old-timer wished he was still on the job. They fitted bungee cord to their rifles and slung them so they were hanging along the side of their bodies, then fitted their SIGs into their waistcoats. Only then did they pull their dish dashes over their clothes and wrap their shamaks around the lower part of their faces and the top of their heads, so only their eyes and nose were fully visible. A sharp-eyed observer might notice their boots, but that was a risk they'd have to take. It was much too hard to move around quickly in desert sandals. Roberts threw them in embroidered shoulder baggage. "Can't schlep around Yemen with a fucking Bergen," he said. "Decamp what you need into those." Once they were dressed, Roberts eyed them up and down, then gave an approving nod. He downed the remnants of his glass. "Follow me," he said. He led them back out of the hut, into the warm desert night. He looked up to the sky. About midnight," he said, clearly reading the time in the stars. A truck had driven up to the Puma and was refueling it, but the guys turned left. Up ahead was a large bonfire. Danny could hear it crackling and could make out the silhouettes of about 10 men sitting round it. He could tell that they, too, were wearing shamaks, and assumed that these were members of the Omani Special Forces for whom the goat farm was home. But Roberts led them away at an angle from the fire, and as he walked he pointed towards the sky. "Bang on time," he said. "We'll have to give you the grand tour next time you come." He might have been an old-timer, but his eyes were still good. Danny peered upwards. The stars were incredibly bright, millions of pinpricks swirling in the blackness, and against them it was impossible to tell how far away, a black form hulking in the sky. They saw the incoming Chinook before they heard it, but the distant buzz of the twin rotors hit their ears just a couple of seconds after Robert spoke. The pilots were clearly flying blind, relying on night vision goggles because the chopper itself emitted no light. The great black silhouette against the stars grew bigger, closer. The roar increased. A couple of minutes later, the Chinook was coming into land on a sparse LZ 50 metres from where Danny, Spud and Roberts were standing. Another 2 trucks immediately screeched up to start refuelling. "Fun to slum with you, kids," Roberts shouted. He clapped them on the shoulder. "Now get the fuck out of here!" Danny and Spud ran towards the open tailgate of the Chinook. The swirling clouds of dust stung their eyes, and those parts of their faces that weren't covered up by their shemaks. But Danny could still make out the long shape of the aircraft, and a faint glow above the twin rotors as airborne sand sparked against them. As they ran up into the chopper, the familiar stench of aviation gas hit Danny's nostrils, a dirty, greasy smell, but a strangely comforting one. Up ahead, a grey Toyota Tundra was parked in the middle of the aircraft, fastened to the sides by lengths of sturdy rope. Left-hand drive, Arabic plates. 2 men stood by it, both wearing headcans and boom mics, a loadie and an engineer. There were no words exchanged. The loadie simply jabbed his finger towards a bench that ran along the right-hand side of the chopper. Danny and Spud headed towards it and took a seat. 2 headsets were hanging from the side of the chopper. They plugged themselves in and immediately heard the pilot's voice, British, with that easy confidence all pilots seem to have. "We'll be airborne in 10 minutes, lads. Flight time approximately 3 hours, subject to what we find when we approach our destination. I'll keep you in the loop." To Danny's right was a small window. Through it he could see the bonfire, though the glow was diffused by the brownout around the Chinook. Spud was looking straight ahead, steely, focused. Just like Danny, because they both knew that the op started here. Movement at the far end of the chopper. The tailgate was closing. The loadie and the engineer took seats opposite Danny and Spud. A moment later they felt the Chinook rise into the air, not high. In the darkness, Danny's only point of reference was the fire. He estimated that they were about 30 metres up when the Chinook suddenly turned and they started plunging through the Middle Eastern night. The pilot's voice in their headsets. "We're heading north up the Oman-Yemen border. When you feel us turn again, that means we're entering Saudi. We've got permission to be in Saudi airspace along the northern Yemeni border, but the border's still fluid. We'll be flying blind the whole way." A hiss in the headphones, then silence. Just the dull, repetitive thud of the Chinook's rotors as it carried Danny and Spud towards their destination. 02:30, Arabia Standard Time. They had been airborne for 2.5 hours. Danny's muscles were stiff, his backbone aching from contact with the hard side of the Chinook. The headset burst into life again. "Entering Yemeni airspace in 5. We're hoping to use the cover of a high-walled wadi to get us close on target." Sure enough, 5 minutes later, the Chinook banked to the left, then suddenly lost height. Danny looked out of the window. There was a moon now, and by its silver light he could see, perhaps 20 metres from the chopper, a craggy wall zooming past, and the faint shadow the Chinook cast against it. He found himself unconsciously checking for the bulk of his weapon under his dish-dash. This was dangerous territory. Chinooks had been put down by RPGs in safer areas than this. He found himself thinking about a SEAL team who had taken a hit while inserting into the mountain regions of eastern Afghanistan. They'd suffered the biggest loss of life in the force's history, and that was before a single man had set foot on the ground. 20 minutes passed. The pilot again. "We're 15 minutes out. We're about to leave the wadi." Danny pictured the maps he'd examined back at Heathrow. Hadar was on a mountain, so they would need to make a steep climb. "We'll approach from the north, which is the least populated region," the pilot continued. We're going to try to put you down on the road, but we'll need to find a deserted spot, so get ready to hop and pop when we give you the word." The Lodian engineer stood up on the opposite side of the chopper. The Lodi indicated that the guys should remove their cans, while the engineer went about unstrapping the Toyota from the bonds that held it fast in the aircraft. While he did this, the tailgate lowered. A rush of new air filled the aircraft. Danny and Spud approached the vehicle. Danny could feel the aircraft gaining height, and through the opening tailgate he saw not the earth anymore, but an inky sky full of stars. He opened the driver's door of the vehicle and climbed inside, while Spud took the passenger seat. There were still 2 ropes securing the vehicle. The engineer would release them when it was time to alight. Danny's hand felt for the gear stick. It was locked in first gear, handbrake on. The key was already in the ignition. He pressed down the clutch and turned the key. The engine started immediately. He didn't turn on the headlamps, but he did lower his window. The chopper had stopped gaining height now. The Lodi appeared by the door. 30 seconds! He shouted through the open window. And as he spoke, the chopper twisted 90 degrees clockwise. Through the open tailgate, Danny could see a narrow, winding mountain road. He estimated that they were 30 feet above it, but then they started a sharp, almost vertical descent. The road came up to meet them. There was a jolt as the chopper touched down. The engineer released the final 2 cords. Danny pressed the accelerator and lifted the clutch up to its biting point, one hand on the wheel, the other on the handbrake. The Toyota felt like it was straining to escape from the chopper, its engine groaning loudly. Suddenly the Lodi was by their side again. "Go!" he shouted, and he thumped the top of the Toyota 3 times. Danny let the clutch up. The vehicle shot forward like a stone from a sling. It practically bounced onto the tailgate ramp and sped down from the chopper. A second later, he felt the crunch of rubber tires on a rough surface, and as he checked his rearview mirror, he saw that the Chinook was already rising, its tailgate still down. The flight crew had done their job. Danny and Spud were on their own now. Chapter 16. Danny looked ahead. He only had 10 meters of visibility before the road veered sharply upwards and to the right. To their left, a sheer drop. To their immediate right, a craggy rock cliff face. He eased the Toyota forward, hugging the cliff face as he went. The noise of the Chinook died away. He caught a glimpse of it from his left-hand side, curling away in the air as it headed back to the wadi. The flight crew would remain in the vicinity for 20 minutes in case they had a distress call from the guys as a result of a hot insertion, but then it would be gone. "There," Spud said. Danny looked ahead to his right. There was a fissure in the cliff face, a cave in the shape of an inverted V, just wide enough for their vehicle. Danny edged past it, then locked the steering wheel down to the right and reversed off the road and into the cave. The Toyota's rear-view camera illuminated the back of the cave on a dashboard screen. Danny backed up as close to it as he could. It meant the front of the Toyota was set back about 3 meters from the mouth of the cave. He killed the engine. Wordlessly, Danny and Spud exited the vehicle. They extracted their rifles and both bent down on one knee in the firing position, 2 meters apart, their weapons pointing out of the cave. No sound of the Chinook now. No sound of anything. A dark, ominous stillness. Danny felt the warmth of the Toyota's engine against his back, and he realized he was sweating as heavily as if it was midday. There was even sweat between his finger and the trigger of his HK, but he kept it lightly resting there as they waited to see if their arrival had disturbed anybody in the vicinity, and if it had, to deal with them. They stayed in that position for a full 10 minutes. Danny used the time to get his thoughts straight. This was very hostile territory, a lawless region where nobody would feel bound by any kind of rules of engagement. If Danny and Spud were caught in the town of Hadda, they would do everything in their power to stick to their cover story, that they were UN medics who had been told that there was a Western couple in the town who needed medical aid. But it was hard to explain away a covert assault rifle, and their captors would get the truth out of them eventually. When that happened, it would be bullet-in-head time. Yemeni bullets, regiment heads. Hadar would not be massively populated. Newcomers would stand out, newcomers with white skin even more. Danny pulled his shamak further up his face as he ran over their objectives once more. Sneak quietly into town under cover of night. Locate Hamza and get from him the information he claimed to have about the training camp where Abu Raid was located. Then get the hell out of there, just as quietly. If everything went according to plan, they'd be on the road out of Hadar not much past dawn, unnoticed and hopefully unfollowed. Danny's eyes picked out the scene ahead of him. The dark frame of the cave mouth, the road no more than 5 meters wide, the star-filled sky and, extending into the distance, the flat lowlands beyond the mountain. The plough was low in the sky, and he used it to calculate their orientation. They were facing south. In that direction were the pirate-filled waters of the Gulf of Aden, and beyond that, the war-torn land of Somalia. It was weird to think that less than 24 hours ago they were in the damp air of Hammerstone House. Nothing damp about the terrain round here. This was tough, craggy, desert territory. And it was populated by tough, craggy desert dwellers, a large proportion of whom would be armed because weapons were more common than toothbrushes in this part of the world. "Shall we go?" Spud said. Almost immediately he spoke. There was a buzzing sound off to the right. 20 seconds later, a figure on a small motorbike whizzed past. Danny held his breath, waiting for more bikes, more potential threats. But the threats didn't come, and after another 5 minutes the guys got back into their vehicle. They eased out of the cave and turned right. Danny switched his headlamps on. They lit up a potholed stony road. They moved on, keeping a careful, steady 20 mph. Spud still clutching his rifle, cocked and locked, with the barrel pointing down into the vehicle's footwell. The road didn't deviate. There were no junctions or forks. It simply wound and snaked up the mountain. They saw no other traffic and no pedestrians. Down on the flats, however, many miles distant, were the occasional glows of fires dotted around, and other lights that moved. "Bedouin trucks?" Spud suggested. "Maybe," Danny replied. He checked his watch, 0300 hours. He didn't reckon there were many people moving around down there on honest business. The vehicles they could see might be Bedouin, but they might just as easily be government forces or militants. He wondered if one of the fires indicated the location of Abu Raid's training camp. They drove for a further 20 minutes and passed nobody. Then, as Danny turned another steep corner, he saw an old mud-walled hut on the side of the road. It was barely bigger than the porter cabin back at Heathrow, where just a few hours ago their ops officer had been briefing them. But as the Toyota's headlamps landed on it, they saw that it was deserted and dilapidated, with one end totally crumbled away into nothing, the remnants of the rubble covered with rough green and brown scrub. It was a perfect place to hide the vehicle, since driving into the hostile town of Hadar in an unfamiliar 4x4 was a surefire way to alert the locals to their presence. Danny pulled the vehicle off the road and slowly manoeuvred it over the rubble and into the old hut. He killed the lights, then he and Spud debussed. They exited the hut and stood on the road, checking that the vehicle was sufficiently hidden. When they were satisfied that nobody could see it from the road, Spud pulled his GPS unit from his bag. They waited 30 seconds while it triangulated. "We're about 3 clicks from the edge of the town," he said. He pointed along the road to indicate the direction they needed to walk, though he needn't have. It was either up or down. They trekked in silence. A high cliff still loomed on the right-hand side of the road. They hugged this for cover. The temperature had dropped now that they'd gained height, but their brisk pace kept them warm. At 0345 hours, they turned another curve in the road, still hugging the cliff face, and suddenly saw the imposing outline of Hadar, silhouetted against the stars up ahead, the bulk of it perhaps a kilometre away from their position. Danny removed his NV kite sight and used it to scan the scene ahead. Despite the green haze of the NV view, there was something medieval about the shape of the buildings that comprised the outskirts of Hadar. They stood on the rocky outcrop like a collection of minor fortresses from another century, and it struck Danny that they probably had remained unchanged for hundreds of years. They were perched on a rocky plateau, with weathered rocky banks leading up to it. An ancient stone staircase carved into the mountainside curled up towards them, while the road itself wound round to its right. It would be far safer to cover the final kilometre to the town by road, Danny decided. Here they would be camouflaged against the high cliff walls, whereas if they took the stone stairs, they would be exposed in open ground. The buildings themselves, those that he could see, all had flat roofs and numerous holes for windows evenly distributed. They were tall, unusually tall, 4 or 5 stories high, which added to their somewhat wobbly, precarious appearance. Along the edges of each roof was evenly spaced, fussy detailing, and at the foot of the buildings were plenty of trees, a reminder that despite the endless sands of the deserts over which they had just flown, this was a more fertile region. The town was not big, certainly less than a kilometre from edge to edge. Danny could take it all in with a single sweep of his night sight. And from here he could see no movement, nor even any light. Hadda was sleeping. A sound pierced the air. It was a howling dog coming from the direction of Hadda. A second dog barked in response, then both fell quiet. Movement. It was just on the edge of the kite sight's field of vision. About halfway up the old stone staircase was a man. He was sitting down, but had what looked like a rifle at right angles across his lap, some kind of lookout. Distance 100 to 120 metres. Danny passed Spud the sight. 11 o'clock on the stairs, he said. Spud took it in, then handed back the sight with a grim expression. Shall we take him? Spud breathed. Danny thought it through for a moment. He judged the conditions. A little over 100 metres between them, no wind. The shot was doable, but the noise of even a suppressed weapon would echo off the mountainsides and might alert more armed men to their presence. Perhaps they should go for the silent kill. One of them could approach with a concealed blade, while the other took a covert position and covered with his firearm. But there was a chance that the guard would be missed. They had no idea what time he was due to finish his stag. Perhaps he had a family waiting for him back home, who would raise the alarm if he didn't return. No, killing was the wrong call. They would just have to sneak past him. Danny looked at the guard through the sight again. The man didn't have his eyes on the road, but was picking at his fingernails, not watching carefully. If they continued to hug the cliff, he reckoned they could pass him without being seen. Keep going, he told Spud. If he sees us, we'll deal with him. They crept forward. Danny stopped every 10 metres to check on the guard through his kite sight. The guy just sat there with his weapon and didn't move. 3 minutes later, they had advanced 50 metres and passed his field of vision, and the Yemeni guard didn't know how lucky he was to still be alive. Danny checked the time. 04:32. Dawn, the hour of their RV, would arrive just after 0500. We need to move, he said. Spud nodded, and they continued their approach. 04:47 hours. They had covered the final kilometre to the edge of Hadda in 10 minutes. Hadda had a distinctive odour about it, a mixture of wood smoke, dirt, and rotting food that Danny could smell even through the thick, musty material of their shamaks. It was not a 21st century town. Danny knew that hardly any of the houses up ahead would have proper plumbing. As for electricity, forget it. They stood now beneath the low branches of a sprawling tree. To their left were 4 small, squat dwellings with white, domed roofs. Towering above them, no more than 20 metres from their position, was one of the large, square buildings Danny had examined from a distance. Its walls were made of hard-baked mud bricks, and the windows were little more than black openings. Light now glowed from 2 of them, faint, yellow and flickering, almost certainly from a candle or an oil lamp. To the left of the building, a road led up at a slight gradient. It was the only road that they could see that led into the town. Movement up ahead. Danny caught his breath. He scanned the road through his night sight. An animal stared back at him. Too gangly for a dog, lean and hungry-looking. It suddenly turned and scampered away. Hyena, Danny breathed. As he spoke, the stillness in the air was broken. From within the small town came a strong voice, the low chanting of a muezzin, calling the faithful to prayer. It seemed to curl and echo around the buildings with its familiar words. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. That sound meant that dawn was almost upon them. Their RV needed to take place in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Then they could get away from the town as quickly as possible, pick up their vehicle, and get off the mountainside. The regiment men stepped out from under the camouflage of the tree, their shamaks and robes covering their features, and started walking purposefully up the street. At first they followed the sound of the voice as it wailed above the top of the buildings. One moment, however, it sounded like it was coming from the north, the next from the south. After 5 minutes of pacing the narrow roads of Hadda, another way of locating the mosque presented itself. Men were appearing in the streets, only a handful at first, but after a few more minutes Danny had counted more than 30. Some wore full-length, loose-fitting robes with a jacket on their upper half. Others wore a kind of wrap-around kilt with a shirt. Some of them had their heads wrapped in turbans, others with shamaks not unlike Danny and Spud, though the regiment men put their heads down and scrupulously kept their distance, rather than rely just on their ability to blend in, and occasionally took cover in dark doorways to avoid passing groups of more than 2 or 3 men. Most of the locals wore the scabbards around their waists that Roberts had warned them about back at the goat farm. They were all hurrying in the same direction. Danny and Spud kept to the shadows and followed. The central square of Hadda was not large, perhaps 35 metres by 35. As they entered it from the southwest corner and lurked in the shadow of a deep overhanging balcony, they saw the mosque on the far side. Night was becoming dawn now, and in the steel-grey light Danny saw that the mosque's tower, a good 20 metres higher than the surrounding buildings, resembled nothing so much as a small lighthouse. The sound of the muezzin, his reedy drone still calling the faithful, rang out from the tower. At ground level, a large wooden door was open, and an inviting glow emanated from inside. Men were hurrying into the mosque, paying little attention to each other at this early hour, and not even seeing Danny and Spud, who had melted into the shadows and were staying very still and unassuming. The rest of the square was unwelcoming. There was nothing that resembled a shop or even a dwelling. Just randomly spaced and rather rickety-looking wooden doors, a little higher than a man, leading into the buildings on 4 sides, all of them closed. The ground was strewn with dust and chunks of stone the size of Danny's fist. Danny recalled Hammond's words at the briefing back at Heathrow about Hamza, their contact. "He'll meet you outside the central mosque in Hadda when the call to prayer starts at dawn tomorrow." He looked around for their contact, but saw nobody who looked like they were waiting for an RV. Perhaps they were too late. If so, they were fucked. They didn't know what this Hamza character looked like, or where he lived, and even if Hamza was his real name, the chances of the locals responding well to the inquiries of 2 British men, or even understanding them, were vanishingly small. They would have no option but to abort the mission, leave town, hide up, and call for a pickup. The wailing voice of the muezzin suddenly stopped. 2 stragglers hurried inside the mosque, and the doors creaked shut. The glow from inside the mosque escaped through the gaps round the door, and almost immediately a muffled chanting came from behind it. Danny and Spud continued to survey the square. It was deserted. Their contact was a no-show. Danny felt a spike of suspicion. Had they been lured here? Was it a trap? He tucked one hand into his dish-dash and pulled his cig. Spud next to him did the same. Danny peered up to the windows of the buildings looking over the square. He saw nothing, but it was, he realized, very easy for anyone to hide in those gloomy holes. Walking across the square would make him too exposed. If they were going to search the vicinity, they'd need to stick to the edge of the square, to the shadows. One of them needed to go alone, while the other kept watch, weapon ready, alert for any threats. "Cover me," Danny breathed. A gentle click as Spud quietly cocked his weapon. Danny trod very quietly, moving lightly on the balls of his feet as he traversed the side of the square opposite the mosque. At the far corner he looked back. Spud was only just visible in the shadows, but he was there, and that was all Danny needed to know. Still gripping his weapon, he turned 90 degrees and started heading up along the eastern side of the square towards the mosque. Danny had covered 10 meters when he saw a man. He was directly diagonal from Danny's position, hiding in the northwestern corner of the square, about 5 meters from the entrance to the mosque, a dark figure in the shadows pacing nervously. He'd been invisible from their original positions. Danny was almost definite that the guy hadn't seen him. He remained absolutely motionless for a second, then made a quick gesture to Spud, pointing first to his eyes and then in the direction of the figure. Then he continued to skirt around the edge of the square. When he reached the front wall of the mosque, he didn't turn left towards the contact. Instead, he took a right, his plan being to edge round the back of the mosque and approach him from the other side. As soon as he was clear of the square, he sprinted, intent on getting to his target before he wandered off. 20 meters north, before taking a left and boxing round the back of the mosque. There was a dog here, a lean, dark-haired mongrel with a white patch round its left eye, ribs visible under its meagre body. It chased him for a few meters before losing interest and scampering back towards where it had been. Danny took another left and hurried down the western side of the mosque. When he reached the front corner, he stopped and listened. The contact was still pacing, nervous footsteps up and down, just a few meters away by the sound of it. Fucking amateur should keep still if he's on edge, Danny thought to himself. But the man's footsteps crunched on the rough ground, back and forth, back and forth, back, and in an instant Danny swung round, his weapon raised. He saw a young man with a short wispy beard and thick glistening lips, white dish-dash red shamak tied with a cord around the forehead, colourful sheath hanging in front of his groin. Danny's sudden, unexpected appearance clearly terrified him. He looked like he was going to shout out, but before he could, Danny had wrapped one arm around his head, covered his mouth with his free hand, and pressed his cig against his skull. Hammond had said their contact's English was good, so if this was Hamza, he'd understand what Danny was about to say. "Make a sound, and I'll kill you." The man was trembling. He nodded his head vigorously. Danny noticed with satisfaction that he clearly understood English. The chances of him being their contact were good. "When I remove my hand, you're going to tell me your name. You'll whisper it, and if you do or say anything else—" He made a double clicking sound in the corner of his mouth. He paused for a couple of seconds, then slowly moved his hand. "Hamza," the man whispered. Danny quickly covered his mouth again. "Okay, Hamza. My friend's waiting for us at the corner of the square." He pointed with his gun in Spud's direction. "You're going to walk there. I'm going to walk behind you. Don't try and run away unless you can run faster than 1,200 feet a second, because that's how fast a bullet from this gun will travel, and I'll have my weapon on you all the time. Do anything that makes me nervous. It'll be the last thing you know about. Got it?" Hamza nodded again. Danny removed his hand and pushed Hamza towards the square. He was flat-footed and noisy as he walked, but the sound was drowned by a sudden swell in the muffled chanting from inside the mosque. They moved along the edge of the square towards where Spud was waiting for them. He eyed Hamza up and down with a single unimpressed glance. "This him?" Danny nodded. Hamza was twitchy, nervous. He rubbed his clenched hands as though he was washing them with invisible soap and water. "My house is not far from here," he said in a dry voice. "We must go there." Danny and Spud exchanged a questioning look. They wanted to get out of Hadda as quickly as possible, but maybe it was best that the exchange of information and money took place off the streets. Spud nodded his approval. "Okay, sunshine," he said. "Let's go." Hamza's house was on the western edge of Hadda, and accessed via a maze-like network of rough side streets. He had a donkey tethered to a post just outside, whose head was swarming with flies. "Yours?" Danny asked. Hamza nodded. Inside it was a poor place, made of the same mud bricks as the larger buildings, but only a single room, about 10 metres by 8. A thin mattress and blanket at one end served as a bed, and next to it a small stove, fitted to a beaten-up old propane canister. No chairs or tables, no sign of running water or a toilet. There was a small saucepan of food on the stove, and the air smelled of goat meat and fenugreek. And on the mattress, the bulky form of a sat phone. Hamza's CIA handlers were clearly keener to ensure he had a means of staying in touch with them rather than anything in the way of luxuries. Danny pointed at it. "You should keep that hidden," he said. Hamza nodded and stuffed the sat phone under the blanket. "May I offer you food?" he said. "Tea?" He was stooping slightly and still soaping his hands. Danny shook his head. He knew he was probably offending their contact, but to accept food from him would be foolhardy. They had their MRE packs, which they knew hadn't been tampered with. "You know why we're here?" "Of course, sir." "So where is it?" "Where is what, sir?" "The training camp, shit for brains." A venal look crossed Hamza's face. "You have something for me first?" Danny shook his head. "You don't get shit until you tell us where the training camp is." Hamza's nose twitched. "I don't know, sir." Danny blinked. "What do you mean you don't know?" There was a dangerous edge to his voice. "But I know a man who does," Hamza said hastily, his face brightening as though this was excellent news. The 2 regiment men were silent for a moment. The donkey brayed noisily outside. "Go on," Danny breathed. "His name is Ahmed. I heard him talking during the cat chew." Danny's heart sank. "The Hour of Solomon," he muttered. Hamza grinned. "Yes!" "When everyone spouts bollocks," Spud added. Hamza's face fell into a frown. "No," he said. "No, sir. Many important things are discussed during the cat chew. Serious things. The man I am talking about, Ahmed, he hears things from all over. He is one of the older men in the village. Everyone respects him. Even the Houthi leave him alone." "I want to know exactly what he said," Danny stated. "Exactly." Hamza took a moment to gather his thoughts. "You have to understand," he said. "Ahmed, like many in Hadda, longs for the days of the Zaidi kings to be returned, for the Yemen to be ruled by a Shiite majority. He has no time for the Sunnis, and makes it his business to know when they trespass upon what he believes to be the land of the Zaidi Muslims." "Thanks for the history lesson, pal. I still don't know what he said." Hamza soaped his hands even more vigorously. "That the famous British cleric was arriving in the lowlands, that he was to be given sanctuary at the training camp of the Sunni jihadi, and he even said where the camp was." Danny and Spud looked at each other, then back at the joker in front of them. "So, where is it?" Hamza lowered his head and looked suddenly rather embarrassed. "I do not remember," he muttered. A moment of silence. Then Spud swore under his breath. "You were fucking stoned, weren't you?" he said in disbelief. Hamza gave them an apologetic look. "It was the cat chew," he said, as if that explained everything. "For fuck's sake!" Danny exploded. Spud had murder in his eyes. Their chances of ducking quickly and unseen out of Hadda were crumbling. At a stroke, their op had become 10 times more dangerous. Danny felt himself grabbing the tout by his throat, throttling him. Seconds later, Spud was there, removing Hamza forcibly from Danny's grip, but not treating him much less roughly. He threw the tout roughly to the ground. Danny stood bleakly over him. "How do we find this guy?" Hamza looked terrified and started jabbering. "I do not know where he is during the day, but at 6 o'clock, at the Hour of Solomon, he will be where he always is, at the cat chew near the marketplace. I will take you there." His eyes brightened as he tried to put a positive spin on things. "You can join in. You will like it very much, the cat. It makes you feel—" Hamza didn't get a chance to explain how it would make anybody feel, because Danny kicked him so hard in the guts that he started to cough and wheeze violently. "If I see you anywhere near that shit while we're still around, you'll be chewing your own fucking teeth." He turned to Spud. They exchanged an anxious look. Time to make a call. Should they split now and call off the op, or risk staying in Hadda for another 12 hours, where strangers surely would be noticed? Danny and Spud locked gazes for 10 seconds. "We stay here till 6, Danny said finally, "all 3 of us. Then we go find this Ahmed character." He gave Hamza a contemptuous glance. "And if Howard Marks here tries to leave, we nail him." "It'll be my pleasure." Hamza cringed on the dusty ground. 2 hours on, 2 hours off, Danny said. "I'll take first stag." He looked over at the thin mattress on the ground. "You take the 4-poster, get some kip." And without another word, Danny sat cross-legged on the ground and aimed his rifle purposefully at the door. The day passed slowly. When it was Danny's turn to rest, he slept soundly and awoke to find Hamza conked out on the ground. He lay there snoring for most of the morning. Outside it was much noisier than it had been at dawn. Even here on the outskirts, Danny could hear men shouting to each other, the occasional tinny buzz of a motorbike, and footsteps passing Hamza's tiny residence. Every few hours the brittle sound of the call to prayer drifted over the town. At midday they opened a couple of MREs and shovelled cold, stodgy sausage and beans into their mouths straight from the foil parcels. At 1600 hours they did the same. An hour later Hamza roused himself. He looked like shit. His hair seemed to have grown twice as greasy as he slept, and his teeth had a dark green tinge to them. He had a slight tremor in his hands, like an alcoholic in need of a drink. Maybe he was after a hit of cat. Danny found himself thinking about Kyle. It made him feel faintly sick to think that the success of this mission might rely on a junkie, like his brother. Hamza gave Danny an insincere smile. His eyes were darting around the room, though, and on the exit. Despite what Danny had said about nailing him if he tried to leave, the truth was that they couldn't kill him. It wasn't just that he was a CIA tout, and the Ruperts would make their lives hell if they did. The whole op now depended on this twat leading them to the man who had the information they needed. No Hamza, no mission. The tout walked over to the far side of the room, where he opened the drawer of a small desk. He took out a packet of tobacco and cigarette papers, and with a gesture offered them to Danny. Danny shook his head, and Hamza started rolling himself a cigarette. "Where's the marketplace?" Danny said. Hamza was concentrating hard on his cigarette. "Not far from here," he said. "It's in the western quarter of the town. It will take maybe 5 minutes to get there. I know a back way. Less people." He grinned again, revealing his cat-stained teeth, but the grin soon fell away when he saw the fierce look Danny gave him. He took a lighter from the desk and lit up. He inhaled deeply and allowed smoke to steam from his nostrils. "Here's what's going to happen," Danny said. He'd been planning their next move while he kept stag. "You lead us into the marketplace. Me and Spud will lead your donkey." "What for?" Hamza asked. "There'll be lots of other people with donkeys, right?" Hamza nodded. "So it'll help us blend in. Once we're there, you stand outside the place where the cat chew happens. You don't go in." Hamza's face fell, but he didn't dare say anything. "When this Ahmed character leaves, you go up to him and shake his hand so we know who he is. Then you come straight back here." "Here?" Hamza looked deeply uncertain. "Does he speak English?" Hamza shook his head, then brushed a strand of greasy hair from his face. "Then you have to translate." "But what will you do with him? You will not hurt him. He is respected, an elder. If he thinks I have done something to—" "He'll be fine." Hamza didn't need to know that was probably not true. "We'll give him some money for his information. He'll be very happy." "What about my money?" Hamza said. "You get your money when we get the information we need, and not before." Hamza's eyes narrowed, but he mastered that calculating look and started soaping his hands once more. "Of course, sir," he said. Danny stepped up to him. "Don't make a fucking mistake, pal," he breathed. "No, sir," Hamza replied quietly. Close up, he stank of sweat.
No mistakes.
The guys made their preparations, wrapping their shamaks around their faces, stowing everything they didn't need in their embroidered bags. At 17:45 hours, they gave Hamza the word. Their contact gave them a craven little bow, then stepped out of the front door of his house. Danny and Spud allowed him a 30-second start. At the last moment, Danny stepped over to the desk and looked in the drawer. There were several pouches of tobacco and cigarette papers here, all with Arabic writing, and a stash of lighters. Danny and Spud helped themselves.
"You think we're okay bringing Ahmed back here?"
Spud said.
"Maybe we should find somewhere deserted, take Hamza and Ahmed with us, interrogate them somewhere out the way."
But Danny had already considered that. "I reckon Ahmed's going to take a bit of persuading to talk. Hamza's on edge. He might run to get help. I'd rather have him here, where I can control him. And anyway, we don't know the geography well enough. We should get off the streets as quickly as possible before someone notices us and starts asking questions." That was good enough for Spud. They left the tiny house, untethered the donkey, and followed Hamza, Spud leading the beast behind him. By day, Hadda was a different town. Immediately they stepped out into the street. Danny clocked 4 armed men. They each brandished a Kalashnikov, and one of the gunmen couldn't have been more than 13. It was hard to be sure, but Danny didn't have them down as Houthi militants. They didn't have the swagger of someone who thought they were in charge. He reckoned that these were regular Yemeni civilians who just happened to be armed. A small part of him wondered where these weapons came from. That question was soon answered. The marketplace that Hamza had talked about was not a single location. Rather, it was a sprawling mass of stalls lining the streets in a random hodgepodge fashion. The first stall they passed was little more than a black blanket laid out on the ground. Behind it, a boy no older than 12 sat cross-legged. And sitting on top of the blanket was a selection of firearm ammunition to rival the armory at Hereford. There was everything here, neatly packed in pristine brown cardboard boxes the size of Danny's fist. 9mm rounds, 5.56s, even 50 cals. As Danny had predicted, there was another donkey behind the stall. What he hadn't predicted was that it would be carrying a basket over its back, which held a stash of old Russian fragmentation grenades. The kid behind the stall didn't look at all excited by his wares, but was tracing patterns in the dust with his forefinger. 20 metres further down the same street, the hardware got a little more serious. 2 men stood behind a rickety wooden table on which lay 2 rocket launchers and 5 RPGs. One of them shouted out in Arabic to Danny and tried to catch his eye. Danny just lowered his head and walked on by. The market stalls didn't just have weaponry on display. There were stinking piles of dried shark meat heaped up in wicker baskets. Again, some of them carried by donkeys, and colourful spices. Saffron strands, ground turmeric and fenugreek seeds were stacked in neat little piles. An elderly man with a deeply lined face and intensely blue eyes presided over a table full of small glass vials of assorted perfumes, whose pungent stink caught in Danny's throat as he passed. There was street food, big dishes of lamb and rice, and women cooking large, thin flatbreads over glowing braziers. And people, hundreds of people, milling around these little side streets, bartering at the stalls. All the men wore knives at their waists, and at least a third of them had rifles or handguns on display. Danny did his best not to lock eyes with anyone, not only because he needed to keep his attention on Hamza, who was walking about 15 metres ahead of them, but also because he could feel the tension in this place. Establishing eye contact with one of the locals would just make them look at Danny and Spud a little closer, and that was the last thing they wanted. They'd only been walking for 4 or 5 minutes when Hamza led them into a square about the same size as that in which the mosque was situated. The surrounding walls were high, 3 stories at least, and dotted with the same regular window holes that he'd seen elsewhere, many of them with shadowy faces peering out. There were perhaps 50 people milling around the square itself, almost exclusively men, and all dressed similarly to Danny and Spud, in robes and shamaks. Most of them had jambayas swinging from their waists. In one corner was a pickup truck, its doors all open, and 5 young Yemeni men, all armed, loitering in the back. They didn't look particularly aggressive, more like the Hadda version of London kids hanging out at a bus stop. Hamza barely seemed to notice them as he crossed the square to where a painted green wooden door stood open. In front of it were a few rickety tables, around which sat a collection of Yemeni men, some of them young, but mostly very old, with their distinctively lined faces and wary eyes. They had bowls of tea in front of them, and one of the older men was smoking shisha from a water pipe. Hamza looked back, his face anxious, and picked Danny and Spud out from the crowds. The guys avoided eye contact and instantly peeled away from each other. Danny took up position on the eastern side of the square. Spud led the donkey to the opposite edge, where he made a show of checking the animal's teeth and ears. Danny pulled the tobacco from the deep pockets of his robe and started slowly to roll cigarettes. As good a way as any to blend in, he noticed that well over half the men in the square seemed to be smoking, although he couldn't risk actually smoking his creations, because that would mean removing his shemach. Together they formed a three-man triangle, each of them 15 metres apart, with Hamza at the leading corner. Their Yemeni contact looked longingly through the door. This was clearly where the cat chew was taking place. But with another glance at Danny, he took a seat at one of the tables and called for tea. Danny stood quietly, his back up against a rough stone wall, his fingers busy with the tobacco. He noted all the exits to the square, the street at his 10 o'clock by which they'd entered, and two others leading off at a diagonal on either side of the cafe at 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. It was impossible to know how long it would take before this Ahmed character emerged. Until he did, Danny and Spud, who was now scratching the donkey's ears while he kept one eye on Hamza, needed to melt into the background. The shemak still wrapped round Danny's face to hide his white skin made his breath hot and moist. His eyes flickered between Hamza and the armed kids in the pickup, but as before, he avoided full eye contact with anybody. He didn't trust this Hamza character. Didn't trust him not simply to say whatever he thought they wanted to hear, just to get his money. He saw no evidence of a cat chew, no evidence that this was anything other than a street cafe with old men drinking tea. He needed to investigate further. Time check, 18:03. Danny stepped towards the tables. Hamza had some tea in front of him now. He lifted the bowl and put it to his lips, watching Danny over the brim as he approached. Danny was a couple of meters in front of the line of tables when he heard the music, scratchy Arabic beats coming from inside the building, with a voice wailing, tunelessly to Danny's ears, over it. He approached the door and looked inside. There was a single room, large and dark. About 15 men sat in a circle, remonstrating with each other as vigorously as they were chewing. To the left of the circle, 3 other men were dancing. The colourful scabbards round their waist jiggled as they did so. Danny remembered Robert's description of life in Yemen. This looked like a cat chew, all right. He retreated, and under the watchful eye of both Hamza and Spud, returned to his position by the wall. 5 minutes passed. Suddenly, Danny became aware of a commotion around the exit to the square at his 9 o'clock. A small group of men entered. Danny counted 5 of them. The locals in the square parted to give them passage, and even the kids on the pickup seemed to sit a little straighter. There was a lull in the general conversation as the newcomers strutted further into the square. They wore mismatched clothes. 3 of them wore camouflage gear, either a jacket or trousers, or both. The other 2 were more traditionally dressed, but wore heavy bandoliers of rounds, like necklaces. Each of them had the ubiquitous AK-47 strapped to their bodies, and they had an arrogant swagger. To Danny, they looked like jokers. But jokers with assault rifles could do a lot of damage, as the locals clearly knew well. Hamza shifted nervously in his seat. Only the older tea-drinkers appeared unmoved by the arrival of these overbearing youngsters, and stared at them impassively while sipping at their bowls of tea. One of the newcomers was clearly the leader. He wore full camouflage, and instead of a shemak, had a kind of low fez, white with purple Arabic lettering. Danny could tell he was looking for trouble. He was jutting out his chin and trying to catch the eye of anyone he could. If his gaze descended on any of the locals, they would step backwards from him, bowing slightly. The young man took up a position in the centre of the square, looking around for someone to pick on. His eyes fell on Danny. There were about 8 meters between them. 5 or 6 locals blocked the way, but they were clearly tuned in to the situation and melted away as it became clear that the swaggering militant had chosen his target. They locked eyes. The militant had a wispy beard like Hamza's and a hooked nose. He was chewing something, probably cat, not a good sign. A crackling in Danny's ear. Spud.
"I've got line of sight, Mooker. I can take him if you say the word."
Danny looked beyond the young man. Sure enough, Spud had stepped a few paces from the donkey and had manoeuvred himself further along his stretch of wall. He had one hand in his dish-dash ready to pull a weapon. He could put this fucker down, no question, but a single round wouldn't just kill the tough, it would kill their chances of hooking up with Ahmed as they fought their way out of the area. The square was practically silent now, apart from the noise of Arabic music coming from where the cat chew was taking place. The young man took a step towards Danny. He called something out in Arabic. Danny couldn't understand him, so he didn't reply. Instead, he raised both palms in a gesture of conciliation, knowing full well that Spud had his back. This seemed to amuse the young man, who didn't understand that Danny was calculating which of his buddies to kill first, as and when the situation turned noisy. His lip curled into an unpleasant grin, and he moved his hands so that they were gently resting on the rifle that hung round his neck.
"Just say the word, Mooker,"
Spud breathed. 5 seconds passed. An unfamiliar voice echoed round the square. It came from the direction of the pickup. One of the kids had stood up and shouted something. Danny didn't understand the words, but he could easily discern the aggression behind them. The militant stopped in his tracks. He turned round swiftly and barked an instruction before striding back towards his cronies. Danny felt himself relaxing. The guy seemed to have forgotten all about him. The buzz of conversation resumed slightly, though there was still a nervous edge to it. More commotion by the pickup. 3 of the newcomers had climbed up onto the vehicle. They were dragging one of the kids, Danny assumed this was the one who had shouted out, down onto the ground. Scuffling, shouting. The militants had surrounded the kid, and now they were bundling him away from the square, down the street to Danny's 9 o'clock. Danny looked over at Spud. Now that the threat had passed, he was edging back towards his original position. And not a moment too soon, because Hamza just stood up. 3 men had emerged from the room where the cat chew had been taking place. Traditional Yemeni dress. Greying beards, they were older than Hamza, but not as old as the craggy-faced men drinking tea. In their 50s, perhaps, though it was hard to tell from a distance. What was easy to tell was that they were swaying slightly. Hamza instantly stood up and approached the middle of the 3 men. He grabbed his hand and started pumping it vigorously. Even as he did this, he looked over at Danny, unsubtly indicating that he'd marked his man. This, clearly, was Ahmed. He had a strange, sharp face. His beard was shorter than the others and trimmed in a square, angular fashion. Bright blue eyes that contrasted with his dark skin. But his face looked as weathered as the rocky mountainside on which this town was built. Ahmed looked rather startled as Hamza shook his hand. Danny could tell that he barely knew who Hamza was, and he pushed him away with a sharp word. He and his 2 mates turned to the right and headed towards the street that led off from the far corner of the square. Immediately Danny started cutting across the crowd. 5 seconds later, he was alongside Hamza. "Take your donkey and get back to your house," he said. "No detours. If you're not there when we get back, you can forget about your money." The agitated Hamza nodded, then scurried away. Spud was already on Ahmed's case, trailing him by 5 meters. Danny drew up alongside him with several large strides. This narrow street was much less busy than the square had been. Ahmed and his companions walked 3 abreast. 5 meters up ahead, 2 women in full burqa dress stepped aside to let them pass. Another 15 meters beyond that was a small spice stall laid out on the ground. Ahmed and his 2 mates stopped by the stall. They chatted for 20 seconds. Then the two friends started talking to the stallholder, while Ahmed continued, alone, up the street. Danny and Spud picked up their pace. Danny's every sense was on high alert. They had no props now to help them blend in, no donkeys or cigarettes. They had to get to Ahmed and persuade him to come quietly to Hamza's place before somebody noticed them. They passed the spice stall 5 seconds later. Danny thought he caught a whiff of perfume coming from Ahmed's mates. He kept his eye on the target 10 meters away now. Nobody between them. 5 meters. He and Spud moved purposefully. They turned to each other, looked ahead. A couple of kids etching a picture on the ground with stones 20 meters away. Behind, nothing, though Danny could hear the roar of a motorbike engine from the square they'd just left. He turned to Spud. They nodded at each other, then they pulled their cigs. In less than a second, Ahmed had Danny's handgun pressing into the side of his belly. Danny got a noseful of stinking perfume that made him want to puke. He took a firm hold of Ahmed's elbow as a look of outrage crossed their target's face. "Ta'ala ma'ana," Danny breathed. "You're coming with us." A sudden flow of Arabic escaped Ahmed's lips. He was clearly furious about this imposition, but whatever he was saying he was cut short when Spud held up his cig. "Ta'ala ma'ana," Danny repeated, jabbing the gun sharply. Ahmed looked like he was going to spit. He held his head up high, and for a tense moment Danny thought he might be about to shout out for help. But although he kept a condescending look on his face, he fell silent. Danny nodded at Spud. His mate stowed his weapon and locked arms with Ahmed. Danny kept his cig out, but hidden under the sleeve of his robes. They walked. Ahmed continued to talk, but he had enough sense not to try anything stupid. They took a left turn, which Danny calculated would take them west, back towards Hamza's place. Ahmed didn't shut up, but that was okay. As long as he was speaking, he wasn't running. And even when they passed other people in these largely deserted side streets, he didn't cry out. It was clear that the threat of Danny's cig was doing the trick. Either that, or the fucker's head was still muddled from the cat chew. Time check, 18:30. They turned a corner to see Hamza's house 20 meters ahead. The donkey was tethered outside. Hamza was next to it, fitting a nosebag of food to its head. They watched him for a full minute before he noticed the SAS men and their captive. When he did, he looked shocked, as though they had appeared from nowhere. He gave an anxious nod, then disappeared inside. Spud forced Ahmed toward the house. Danny followed. Chapter 17. Danny reckoned this was going to be a 4-finger job, maybe 5. If Ahmed had been sober, he'd perhaps have got away with a crack on the head and a few sharp words, but he wasn't, so he wouldn't. Both Yemeni men were face down on the floor of Hamza's room. Spud had his heel on the back of Hamza's neck, Danny on the back of Ahmed's. Each man had his cig drawn and aimed at the back of his target's head. It was clear that Ahmed spoke no English. It was also clear that the cut had dulled his sense of fear. He was jabbering away in Arabic, his tone offended, argumentative. He stank of a pungent perfume that made Danny want to puke. Danny didn't bother with threats, not yet. It was much more important first off that Ahmed knew he was serious. He bent down and with one rough tug pulled his prisoner over onto his back. He laid his cig on the floor and covered Ahmed's still wittering mouth with one hand. With the other, he grabbed the little finger on his prisoner's left hand. He noticed that the fingernails looked manicured, a strange contrast to Ahmed's craggy, weather-beaten face. Ahmed was an ugly old fucker, but clearly vain. Danny also sensed that there was no strength in the man's arm. He might be a respected elder, but he was physically weak. Danny didn't hesitate any longer. With a sudden yank and a crack, he rammed the little finger 180 degrees backwards. Ahmed's eyes widened in sudden shock. A second later, the pain kicked in, and he tried to scream. But with Danny's hand over his mouth and his neatly cropped beard, all that came was a muffled wail. "No!" Hamza cried out. "You must not hurt him!" Danny ignored that. "Tell him I'll break another finger for every lie he tells me. After that, I'll start on his teeth. Or what's left of 'em," Spud butted in. Hamza anxiously clutched a handful of his own hair. Ahmed nodded in a terrified fashion. "I need the exact location of the training camp where the British cleric is hiding." Hamza asked the question, his tongue tripping over his words. Danny slowly moved his hand away from Ahmed's mouth. There was a hoarse, throaty sound. Then Ahmed spat in his face. Danny slammed his hand over Ahmed's mouth again, then yanked back his manicured ring finger before slamming his fist down on both broken bones, just to be sure he got his message across. Hamza turned away so he didn't have to witness this sudden violence. "Why don't we just do his kneecap?" Spud suggested. Danny shook his head. "Don't want the fucker to bleed out on us." In truth, Danny knew that a serious gun wound like that in a backwater like this could be a death sentence. Not acceptable when they needed to get their information out of the old boy. He surveyed Ahmed's hand. The two broken fingers were pointing out at different angles. He grabbed the middle finger and bent it back so that it was almost at breaking point. Then he addressed Hamza once more. "Ask him again," he said. This time, when Danny removed his hand, Ahmed was more compliant. He spoke quickly, his voice high-pitched through the pain. Hamza waited for him to finish talking before he translated. He says he doesn't really know, only that it's in the lowlands somewhere." Crack! Danny yanked the third finger back, only just managing to get his hands over Ahmed's lips a fraction of a second before the scream came. This time Ahmed's muffled squealing lasted a full 30 seconds before dying away. "Where is it?" Danny demanded implacably. Hamza looked like he was going to cry as he popped the question. Danny removed his hand. This time Ahmed's gasping Arabic monologue was more extensive. "You follow the road down the mountain," Hamza translated. "Where the road forks, you go left. There is a track that heads north by a grove of acacia trees. Follow that track into the valley. That is where you will find them." Danny and Spud looked at each other, a look that said, "Do we believe him?" Danny did. You learned an instinct for these things after you'd done it a few times, and it was very hard to lie to a man who had been trained to lie to anyone, no matter what they threw at him. He stepped away from Ahmed, but Spud kept his foot on Hamza's neck. He cocked his weapon. "Let's finish them off," he said. "Not him," Danny said. Spud gave him a look that said, "What the fuck?" But they had their orders. Hammond had said it explicitly. Hamza was the CIA's man, and he needed to stay intact. The same didn't hold true for Ahmed. The chances of him keeping quiet about the two British men asking for directions were 0, which left them with only one option. Ahmed had his eyes closed as he writhed on the ground, clutching his broken fingers, so he didn't see Danny standing above him, pulling his suppressed weapon and aiming it at the old man's head. A single headshot. The round thudded into Ahmed's head. The body jolted and fell still. Blood oozed from the wound. Spud took his foot off Hamza's neck. The tout scrambled to his knees. "You said he'd be okay," he started to say, but then bent over and started retching by his bed. Spud strode up to Danny. "We should nail him too," he breathed. His eyes flashed angrily. "He doesn't fucking like what you've just done." Danny hesitated. Maybe Spud was right, but they'd had a direct instruction. The tout stays intact. "We've got our orders," Danny said. "We keep him alive." "It's the wrong call. I don't trust him." "Trust me, he's going to have his hands full," Danny said. He fished the wad of American dollars from his ops vest. He peeled off $500, a fortune in a backwater like this, he reckoned, and dropped the notes on the floor in front of Hamza. Important to pay him, because an aggrieved tout would be much more likely to screw them over. Then he bent down to where their Yemeni contact was still prostrate on the ground. "Get rid of the body tonight," he said, "and make a good job of it. If anyone finds him here, they'll think you killed him. And a word of advice, pal. Don't do anything that makes us want to come back." Hamza looked at him with utter terror and hatred. Danny felt another twinge of uncertainty, but he'd made his decision. He nodded at Spud, and then, to the sound of Hamza's continued retching and occasional sobbing, they stowed their weapons, wrapped their shamaks back around their heads, stepped over the fresh corpse, and slipped out of the tiny residence and back into the dark streets of Hadda. Time check, 1932. Danny could sense Spud's anger at the call he'd made. but they were professional enough not to let it get in the way of what they had to do now, get out of Hadar unobserved and quickly. The sun was setting, but the streets were still busy. Danny felt incredibly self-conscious of his heavy boots under his robes, but they both kept moving. As Danny and Spud headed south towards the road they had followed into the village, it became obvious that this was the hour when the toughs of Hadar walked out. It seemed that on every corner there was a group of swaggering militants, barely distinguishable from the kids who had made their presence felt in the square less than 2 hours ago. They hurried on in the shadow of the vast, fortress-like mud-brick buildings. The call to evening prayer echoed over the rooftops. The shumaks over their faces barely smothered the twin stenches of sewage and dried fish that hung in the air. Danny controlled his pace carefully, not so fast that he looked suspicious, nor so slow that he risked being picked out by one of these armed, trigger-happy kids. They reached the main road that headed back down the mountain in about 20 minutes. They saw a single vehicle go past, a beaten-up old pickup, much like the one that they'd seen in the square earlier. Curious eyes looked out of the windows at them as they trekked along the cliff-face side of the road. Danny estimated that they could make their vehicle in about half an hour if they weren't held up. He checked over to his right. From here, he could see the outline of the stone staircase where they had crept past the guard the previous night. At that exact spot, he could just make out the outlines of 2 animals. He couldn't tell if they were dogs or hyenas, sniffing the air. No humans tonight, at least none that they could see. Spud looked anxiously over his shoulder, then cast Danny a dark look. There was an unspoken tension between them. "We should have nailed him." Danny didn't reply. He just heard from somewhere up behind them the sudden buzzing of motorbikes. The 2 men shared a glance. Then they upped their pace. Danny couldn't shake the feeling he might have just screwed up. Badly. 20 meters further along the road, they found another crevice in the cliff, smaller than the one into which they'd driven the Toyota, but big enough for the 2 of them. At Spud's insistence, they ducked inside. 45 seconds later, the buzzing of the motorbikes became suddenly louder. A convoy shot past the opening of the crevice. Danny counted 5 of them. It was impossible as they whizzed past to discern their features accurately, but they all wore rifles across their backs. "Reckon they're looking for someone?" Spud asked sarcastically. The buzzing of their bikes died away. Spud's face was like thunder. "How far to the vehicle?" he said. 10 minutes, if we leg it." They made it in 7. As they approached the Toyota's impromptu hideout, they slowed their pace and drew their weapons. Their camouflage was good, though. A couple of minutes later, Danny was behind the wheel again, easing the Toyota out of the tumble-down hut and onto the road. He realized they'd barely seen any vehicles in Hadar, certainly none like this. They were going to stick out on the road if anyone was following them. He turned right, and, carefully manoeuvring the vehicle inches away from the sheer drop at the edge of the road, started winding their way down the mountain. By his side, Spud was checking over his cig. There was a deep frown on his forehead. He looked like he expected to have to use it. With one hand on the wheel, Danny pulled his own handgun and stowed it in an open compartment just by his knee. The road twisted and turned as they passed the location where the Chinook had set them down the previous night. Once more, Danny was aware of lights moving around on the desert floor, far below them, but the bulk of his attention was on the road, every sense alert as his eyes flickered between what was ahead and the rear-view mirror. 10 silent minutes passed. Suddenly, the road straightened out, and Danny slammed his foot on the brake. Glaring at them from the darkness ahead were 5 individual headlamps, a row of 3, then a row of 2, evenly spaced across the 5-meter-wide road. Motorbikes. Distance to the first row, 15 meters. An ordinary roadblock? If so, perhaps they could avoid a firefight by paying their way through. The light of the Toyota's headlamps battled with those of the bikes. In the resulting glare, Danny could only see the outlines of the riders, but he could make out the shape of their robes and the angular silhouettes of the weapons slung across their chests. He realized that one of the bikes had 2 riders. They climbed off, and the driver pushed his passenger forwards into the no-man's land between the bikes and the Toyota before getting back on his bike. Spud swore under his breath when they saw his face. Hamza. He peered towards the Toyota, clearly dazzled by its headlamps. He was obviously trying to identify the drivers, but couldn't because of the glare. He turned round and made a gesture with his arms that said, "I don't know if it's them." The Toyota's engine purred. Danny revved it once. Thoughts flicked through Danny's mind. Had Hamza taken exception to their brutal treatment of Ahmed, or had he been planning to rat on them all along?
"Still think we should have left that fucker alive back there?"
Spud murmured. Danny didn't answer. The situation was what it was. There was no right or wrong decision, only what they had done and what they hadn't. But they both knew what to do now. Two of the front row of riders stepped off their bikes, leaving their vehicles propped up at an angle, the headlamps still burning. They stepped past Hamza towards the Toyota. Hamza himself scurried back behind the second line of motorbikes, but all Danny's attention was on the approaching men. Even their silhouettes had that self-assured gait Danny recognized from up in the village. His hand felt for the cig in the compartment by his knee. He gripped the handle and, with the press of a button, wound down his side window. He heard Spud doing the same. The night air, warmer now that they were lower down the mountain, hit his face. The figures continued to approach. They were 7 meters away now, side by side, directly in front of the Toyota. Danny could make out their features. They were young, no older than 20, and their black beards looked barely grown. Their faces were pictures of suspicion and contempt, but they had a confidence about them that comes with a loaded weapon. 3 meters from the front of the vehicle, the figures peeled off to either side, one towards Danny's window, one towards Spud's. Like policemen on an American highway, they each placed a hand on the top of the vehicle, then leant in to look through the open window. They didn't even have time to speak. There was a fraction of a second between the firing of the two handguns, Spud's first, then Danny's. They shot each of the Yemeni bikers full in the face. Because of the proximity of the target, Danny felt a blowback from the shot, and a flat slap of wetness against his fist as blood spattered from his target's face. The impact of the rounds forced the two targets to fall back a couple of meters, clearing the Toyota sufficiently that Danny and Spud could swing the doors open and throw themselves out of their seats before the remaining 3 targets even had time to get their weapons ready to fire. Immediately, there was shouting from the direction of the enemy targets. One of the bikes fell to its side as the driver jumped off it. Danny's foot crunched down on the shin of the man he'd killed as he took cover behind the open door, dragging his HK out of the car with him. The pistol was fine, in confined space, and even over the 15-meter distance between them and the bikes, but the rifle would be more accurate over distance if the enemy tried to flee, and a harder-hitting round was always preferable if you wanted to be sure of putting your man down. Chaos in the enemy ranks. Shouting. 2 shots rang out. One of them flew over the top of the Toyota. The other slammed into the side door protecting Danny. He felt the car shuddering violently, but noted that the bullet hadn't fully pierced the door. That didn't mean the next one wouldn't, though. 2 more loose rounds. No doubt that these were amateurs, but they were still well armed, even if they were firing randomly. They needed to be put down, quickly. It was Spud who took the third one out. Unlike the enemy's loose fire, his was a single, well-aimed shot from his rifle as he peered round his open door and fired on the remaining target in the front row. There was a clatter as both the man and his bike fell to the ground. They heard more alarmed shouting and a revving of bikes. Clearly the remaining 2 guys were preparing to flee. Danny pushed himself up so he was looking through the window of the open door. The butt of his rifle pressed hard into his shoulder. Safety switched to semi-automatic. Both bikes were facing in on each other as their riders attempted to turn. Distance, 20 meters, and he thought he could just make out Hamza 5 meters beyond that. Each of the 2 targets on motorbikes was lit up now, by each other and also by the Toyota. They weren't even firing back. "Go left!" Danny shouted the instruction to Spud. The only words either of them had spoken since the firefight had begun. Then he gave himself a couple of seconds to aim at the guy on the right. The 2 SAS men fired once, in perfect unison. Their rounds found their targets unerringly. Both men slumped to the ground, their bikes falling on top of them. Which left Hamza. His silhouette had turned and was running away from them down the road. Danny felt a sudden flash of anger. He jumped out from behind his door, his rifle in the firing position. He covered the 15 meters between the Toyota and the bikes in seconds, avoiding the corpses as he sprinted after the tout. Hamza was 20 metres down the road and sprinting like his life depended on it, which it did. Danny calmly got down on one knee, gave himself a second to line up the sights, then took the shot. It echoed off the mountainside, and Hamza crumpled to the ground. A pause. Then the sound of screaming. The tout was down and wounded, but still alive. Danny stood up and found Spud next to him. "You were right, I was wrong," he said. Then he sprinted the 20 metres to Hamza, whose screaming had grown less intense. He'd hit the tout in the lower back, and he was bleeding out fast. Hamza took a sharp intake of breath as he looked up at Danny, the whites of his eyes glowing in the darkness. He managed to shake his head as Danny raised his weapon, but the regiment man wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. He fired a fourth single shot at Hamza's head. The body juddered and was still. No time to hesitate. Danny bent down and grabbed Hamza's body by its legs. He was aware of Spud killing the engines on the motorbikes as he dragged the corpse towards the steep incline at the edge of the road. He rolled him down the mountainside, out of sight. Jogging back up to Spud's position, he saw that his mate had already done the same thing to 2 more of the Yemeni dead. Together they cleared up the rest, before sending their bikes plunging off the road after them. They were grim-faced as they got back into their vehicle. There was no guarantee that there weren't more of these fuckers coming, or that Hamza hadn't told anyone of their destination, and they sure as hell didn't want company when they were trying to creep up on Abu Raid. They needed to get off this road quickly. Without another word, they continued the journey down the mountain. Time check, 22:05 hours. The winding road had evened out. They were at the foot of the mountain. The headlamps of the Toyota revealed fast-moving, parched scrubland on either side. Danny had Ahmed's words in his head. "Where the road forks, you go left." But so far there had been no sign of the road forking. It just kept on going straight. 20 minutes passed. Half an hour. Danny pulled over and killed the lights. Then he took a look round with his night sight. The terrain was perfectly flat for as far as he could see. The occasional boulder, patches of low scrub, the gnarled tree 200 metres to the north. In the distance, glowing like fireflies in the green haze of the night vision, he could see the headlamps of other vehicles moving around. But with no point of reference, it was impossible to tell how far away they were. He climbed back into the car. He could tell Spud was still pissed off with him, but at least he was calm. "Anyone following?" he asked. "Not that I can see." They continued along the road for another 10 minutes. 20. The fork in the road suddenly appeared out of the darkness. The right-hand fork was by far the better kept. Off to the left, the terrain appeared potholed and undulating. At the apex between the two forks there lay the skeleton of some animal, its bones dry and pitted. There were no signposts, of course, or any indication that this was the way they needed to go. The two SAS men merely looked at each other and nodded their mutual consent that this was the right path. Danny stepped out of the car again. He looked down at the ground and saw fresh tyre prints. "Someone's passed this way recently," he said. "A 4x4. "Abu Raid?" Spud asked. Danny shrugged. He performed another sweep with his kite sight. Nothing, but they should still take precautions. "I'm going to go blind." Spud grunted his agreement. Danny immediately killed all the lights on the Toyota. From his kit bag, he removed his set of NV goggles and fitted them over his head. Spud did the same. The darkness dissolved, and the world turned a shade of green. The goggles illuminated everything. The stars were riotous overhead. The stony ground of the desert terrain almost more detailed than it would have been in daylight with the naked eye. Danny took the left fork and eased the Toyota onto this new road. The tyres trundled and crunched noisily over the imperfect surface. Danny couldn't do more than 20 mph, not on this road surface and wearing NV. In any case, it was desirable to keep the engine noise as quiet as possible, since they didn't know what was waiting up ahead. Danny concentrated on keeping the revs low and steady, while Spud kept looking all around, scouring the terrain for possible threats, and checking that nobody was following them. Nobody was, at least not so far as they could tell. Time check, 23:25 hours. They had been going along this stony road for more than an hour. The diesel tank was half full. Danny concentrated on remembering Ahmed's instructions. "There is a track that heads north by a grove of acacia trees. Follow that track into the valley. That is where you will find them." So far there had been fuck all, just flat, featureless terrain. "Up there," Spud said suddenly. Danny stopped the vehicle and looked. Sure enough, about 100 metres up ahead, there was a break in the featureless expanse, a collection of low trees. They moved forward again, and as they grew closer, Danny saw the trees in more detail, gnarled and squat. They drew up alongside this acacia grove and stopped again. Just beyond the grove, a smaller track bore off to the left. Danny climbed out of the car and removed his compass from his ops vest. He stepped 10 metres from the vehicle so the metal wouldn't compromise the compass reading, then took a bearing. Sure enough, this smaller road headed north, just like Ahmed had said. They moved even more slowly now, a steady, quiet 10 mph. The terrain changed. It was no longer as flat as it had been since they left the mountain. It undulated, and Danny realized that they were heading downhill again, with terrain sloping up on either side. They continued like this for another half hour, before it became quite clear that they were heading down into a valley. "Stop," Spud said. Danny braked. He had seen it too, an orange glow low in the night sky, seen through a V-shape in the terrain to their left, a distant fire. He pulled off to the side of the road and killed the engine. The two men emerged from the vehicle. They didn't need to speak. They both understood that now was the time to approach on foot. It took them 5 minutes to prepare themselves, to repack their bags and check over their weapons. There was no cover for the vehicle. It would have to stay where it was, ready for them to pick up when the time came to extract. If all went well, they would put some miles between themselves and the camp, find somewhere to lie up, and call for a pickup. For now, they kept their NV goggles on their heads, slung their bags over their shoulders, and started to hike, following the road but keeping 20 metres to its left-hand side so they could easily go to ground if another vehicle came their way. The terrain was empty, the air silent. The only sound was the light crunch of their footsteps on the dry ground. They continued in single file, Spud first, Danny second, spaced 10 metres apart, to avoid presenting a bunched-up target to any unseen threat. The valley shape became increasingly pronounced, though after 15 minutes walking the road started to incline upwards. They followed it to the brow for 200 metres. Before he reached it, Spud got down on all fours and crawled the final 10 metres. Danny did the same, because to present oneself on the brow of a hill was a surefire way to reveal yourself. When he was alongside Spud, they peered over the brow to the terrain beyond. "Bingo," Spud breathed. Yeah, Danny thought. Bingo. They were looking at the training camp. There was very little doubt about that. Danny had been expecting something ragged and temporary, amateurish. What he saw came as something of a surprise. It was nestled about 100 metres to the left of the track, and perhaps half a click from their current position. It comprised perhaps 100 tents, spaced out in a neat square, 10 columns of 10, with a walkway of 5 or 6 metres between the columns, regimented, orderly. In the centre of the camp was a large fire, and Danny could just make out the silhouettes of people milling around it, though from this distance it was hard to say how many, and of course impossible to see their faces. He counted 8 technicals dotted around the camp. One of them was circling it, its headlamps beaming brightly. Danny could make out the outlines of top-mounted weapons on the vehicles, and instinctively knew from their shape that these were 50 cal machine guns. There wasn't much in the way of a ground assault that hardware like that couldn't defend the camp from. On the far side, a stretch of very flat ground, ideal, he realized, for marksmanship and demolitions practice, but there were no such things going on at this time of night. Everything was quiet, and aside from those few people around the fire, everything was still. On the south side of the camp, which was the edge closest to them, a herd of goats seemed to be tethered to a post. "Fucker could be in any one of those tents," Spud whispered. "Don't know why they won't just send in a drone and bomb the whole lot." But Danny understood why, because wiping out the training camp like that would give the firm no assurance that Abu Raid was dead, and they really wanted him dead. "We need to lie up," Danny said. "Get a visual on Abu Raid when it's light. See which tent is his." "That could take days." "Got anything better to do?" Spud gave him a sour look, then scanned the surrounding area. "Over there," he said, pointing to the terrain on the western edge of the camp. Here, the ground sloped up sharply from the plateau of the camp. It was dotted with the occasional tree and small collections of boulders. The incline lasted about 100 metres before flattening out slightly at the top. They could dig themselves in up there and have a good view of the camp. Whether they'd be near enough to get a positive visual ID on Abu Raid was a different question, but it was about as close as they could safely get and remain covert. "Let's do it," Danny said. The truck circling the perimeter of the camp was facing away from them as they crawled over the brow of the hill. They descended another 10 metres, so that when they stood up, they wouldn't be visible against the skyline. When the truck turned in their direction, the guys went to ground, lying perfectly still on the stony incline. The headlamp beams didn't hit them directly. There was just a slight lessening of the darkness, but they knew that as long as they stayed motionless, they'd remain unobserved. When the circling truck turned again, they skirted along the incline that surrounded the camp until they reached their position. From this angle, they could see that there was a second pathway bisecting the camp at right angles to the first. It meant they had a decent view of all the open spaces of the camp from here. They selected a space to the side of 3 boulders well out of range of the pickup's headlamps. It gave them something to crouch behind while they prepared to dig in. Spud removed his trenching tool from his pack and started hacking at the hard, stony desert floor. In 15 minutes, he had sweat dripping from his face and had dug out a hole a couple of metres long, 30 centimetres deep, and a metre wide, large enough for them both to lie in side by side along with their bags. Danny unwrapped the foil thermal sheeting, Hammond's words of warning about Yemeni spy drones ringing in his ears, and then unfolded the wire-backed Hessian. The 2 men settled down in the hole, with the thermal sheeting sandwiched between their backs and the Hessian camouflage. They got some scoff inside them, then Danny extracted the kite sight from his bag and trained it on the camp. He had a direct line of sight to the fire. It was burning low now, and there seemed to be fewer silhouettes around it. He lowered the sight and checked the time. 00:45. They wouldn't get a positive ID on anyone till daylight. Until then, they needed to rest up. "I'll take the first stag," he suggested to Spud. Spud grunted his agreement. Seconds later, he was fast asleep. Danny lay motionless in the pit, his ears on high alert, his brain turning over. If everything had gone according to plan, Abu Raid would be resting up just a couple of 100 metres from their position. Danny couldn't wait to get a bullet in him and extract. It would be tough locating a place to lie up in this featureless terrain while they waited to be collected, but he figured they'd find a wadi nearby where they could hide, make a call for a pickup, and sit it out for however long it took for them to be airlifted out of here. He realised he'd been thinking about Clara. Funny, he thought, how you think about home the most when you're furthest from it. With Abu Raid, the last man on his hit list, dead, and the threat to London eliminated, maybe he could get back with her again when he returned. Would she take him back? He knew, in his gut, that she would. He comforted himself with that thought as he waited for morning to come. 05:03 hours. Danny felt a sharp nudge in his ribs. He knew from the musty warmth under the camo that the sun was rising. His eyes flickered open. Spud was eyeing the training camp through the spotting scope. He was lying very still. "What is it?" Danny breathed. Very gently, Spud passed the scope over to Danny.
11 o'clock, he breathed, about 7 metres north of where the fire was.
Danny put one eye to the optic and pointed it in the direction Spud had indicated. He saw 3 blurry figures. He carefully focused the scope, and they eased into sharp focus. 2 of them were facing him, cross-legged on the ground, while the third stood in front of them, his back to the OP. He had his right arm raised, his finger pointing to the sky. And although Danny didn't recognize the faces on the 2 cross-legged men, he felt a strange, prickling sensation down his back as he held his breath and focused in on the third. He was tall, with a plain robe and a white headdress. He looked as though he was preaching. He stayed standing for a minute, 2 minutes, 3. Then the cross-legged men stood up. They shook hands with the third man, before wandering away towards a nearby tent, at which point the third man turned. For a heart-stopping moment, Danny thought the man was looking directly towards them, but then it became clear that in fact he was gazing up at the beauty of the desert sky at dawn. He smiled. Danny recognized him, of course, the black beard that reached down to his chest, the neat, perfectly proportioned, handsome features. "Abu Raid," he breathed. "Damn right," Spud replied. "Abu fucking Raid." Chapter 18. The hit on Abu Raid couldn't happen during the day. They needed to enter the camp covertly, carry out the hit covertly, and leave covertly. That required the cover of night. That didn't mean Danny or Spud liked the idea of waiting. If Hamza had told anyone else of their destination, they could expect company. Either that, or someone might arrive from Hadda to tip Abu Raid off. Danny silently cursed himself for not listening to Spud. Not knowing who might arrive to blow their cover made every minute feel like an hour. A sick, anxious feeling gnawed at Danny's gut. "Wish we could just snipe the fucker from here," Spud said. But that wasn't an option. They didn't have the right hardware to take such a shot. It would only give away their position, and anyway, their orders were very precise. Make the kill at close quarters, so you can be sure the bastard's dead. But there was no question about it. They had to make their hit the following night. The longer they delayed, the higher their chance of being compromised. The target remained outside until an hour after sunrise. Various people from around the camp approached him. The militants seemed to be taking their turns in receiving an audience from the cleric. They were like clones, bandoliers of ammo, black and white shamaks covering their heads. "Might as well have a sign around their necks saying 'terrorist cunts,'" Spud said. Danny welcomed his sarcastic asides. Spud was his old self, which meant that Danny's fuck-up of the previous night was forgiven, if not forgotten. By 0700 hours, the desert sun was already very hot. As Danny watched carefully through the spotting scope, he saw Abu Raid disappearing into one of the tents, presumably to protect himself from the fierce glare of the rising sun. Danny made a mental note of which tent it was, the 6th of 10 rows, 6 columns along from the right. He reported that location to Spud, then kept the scope trained precisely on it, in case Abu Raid emerged and repositioned himself. He didn't, but as the morning wore on, there was a great deal of other activity around the camp. Each tent seemed to house 3 or 4 men. They queued up at the fire, which was smoking heavily, to be given some food, before congregating on the flat ground at the northern end of the camp. Even from their OP, which was a good 400 metres away from this training area, Danny could hear the barking of instructors, followed by the retorts of weapon fire. There were wooden structures here, scrambling ropes, and precarious-looking climbing frames. Take away the dry desert heat and the fact that these were jihadi insurgents in the making, and it could have been a British Army training exercise on Salisbury Plain. 4 of the technicals circled the camp with their 50 cals mounted on the back, but it was clear nobody really expected any intruders. Why would they? Who would be crazy enough to hunt them out in this bleak, unforgiving pocket of desert? It seemed significant to Danny that the machine guns were aimed upwards. These militants clearly expected any threat to come from the sky, not the surrounding area. Not for the first time, he remembered Hammond's warnings about Yemeni drones. Midday. The heat had massively increased. Danny found himself lying in a clammy puddle of his own sweat. He and Spud drank sparingly from their bottles, but they were losing water far more quickly than they were drinking it. Danny ignored his parched throat and the sore itchiness as his skin chafed against his sweat-soaked clothes, and kept his full attention on Abu Raid's tent. Even when Spud took over on the scope, Danny watched with his naked eye to the accompanying retorts of gunfire that echoed over the dry desert terrain. The pounding midday sun made him feel slightly dizzy, but he still kept eyes on. Abu Raid didn't emerge. Several other men entered the tent at intervals throughout the day, but they always walked out alone. Abu Raid himself stayed put. "You think the fucker's still in there?" Spud said. "Sure, unless he's dug a rabbit hole," Danny said with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "What if he's not alone in the tent when we go in?" It was an issue. The tents were about 6 metres by 8 in size, comfortable enough for 4 or 5 guys. Then we take out everyone who is. Simple as that. Nothing changed until the late afternoon, when the heat of the sun started gradually to diminish, even though the warlike sounds of the camp did not. At 16:58 hours, there was a flapping at the entrance to Abu Raid's tent, and the familiar figure of the cleric stepped outside. Immediately, 2 men ran up to him and accompanied him to the fire in the centre of the camp, which had stayed smouldering despite the heat, the air above it a smoky, wobbly haze. They sat cross-legged together by the fire, and didn't move as the sun sank slowly behind Danny and Spud's OP, filling the Yemeni sky with astonishing streaks of pink and orange. Danny and Spud barely noticed the beauty of the sky. All their attention was on their target. As night fell, the retorts of gunfire eased off. The jihadi students returned from the open plain of the desert to the camp. Most of them retired to their tents. A handful, maybe 15, it was difficult to count in the poor light, even through the spotting scope, sat round the fire with Abu Raid. The cleric was on his feet now, one hand raised. He seemed to be preaching again. He pointed to the sky, then used his hands to indicate an explosion, obviously a warning against evil Westerners and their weapons of destruction. "They'd better not listen to him talking for too long," Spud said. "They might end up with the urge to cut their own throats. Fucker has that effect on people." He paused. "Come to think of it, maybe they should just chat away, make our job easier." The flames were visible again now, and Danny found himself wishing he could share their warmth. The temperature had dropped dramatically in their little OP. His sweat-moistened clothes were clammy. "Roll on midnight," Spud said, his parched voice cracking slightly. In the event, the camp fell silent long before that. At 21:58, the figures around the fire suddenly stood up. Danny was watching through the scope, the green haze of Abu Raid's bearded face bang in the centre of his field of view. Everyone dispersed, heading off to tents around the camp. Abu Raid returned alone to the one in which he had spent most of the day. The only movement now came from the pickup truck with the mounted 50 cal, which had resumed its circling of the camp. A slow trundle, regular and bluntly predictable. "Could be a decoy," Spud said. "They've got better security outside my fucking local." He sniffed. "Mind you," he said, "that is Catford." A similar thought had crossed Danny's mind, and for the last half-hour he'd been scanning the surrounding terrain, searching for other, more sophisticated threats. He saw none, and told Spud so. "They chose this place because they don't expect anyone to come here, and if someone does, they expect them to be mob-handed. That's why they got the 50 cals. Spud grunted. "Then let's get down there," he said. "Show them how wrong they are." Danny shook his head. "We'll give our brave little soldiers time to settle down after lights out," he said. "Had a feeling you'd say that." "We know where Abu Raid is, and I haven't seen anyone else getting into his tent. I doubt he's going anywhere tonight." Midnight came and went. There was no movement in the camp except for the circling technical 0100 hours, 0130 hours. Not until 0145 did they agree to make their advance. They couldn't use a firearm for the hit. Even suppressed, the retort of one of their handguns would echo round the camp just like the gunfire they'd heard earlier in the day. As they crawled out of their cramped, stinking OP, they both checked the knives they had tucked into their ops vests. Sharper than razors. As Danny went through the rest of his gear, he was aware of Spud taking a shit 10 metres to his left before burying the result. He checked the time. 01:53. "Ready?" he said, as Spud returned to the OP. "Ready?" Both men lowered their NV over their eyes. The world changed. The stars in the night sky burned hot. Danny's field of view increased to a full 180 degrees, thanks to the fly-like side optics in his goggles. You could see better through these things than with the naked eye. The circling truck passed in front of them, from left to right at a distance of 100 metres. They waited, crouching low, until it had turned left to trundle along the far end of the camp. Then they advanced. They moved in convoy, Danny in the front, Spud 7 or 8 metres directly behind him. Danny had his weapon slung across his chest, his hands resting lightly on it. He didn't want to discharge any rounds, but the potential for contact was high, and if he needed to, he would. 50 metres to the first column of tents, 0 movement, except the pickup, which was now moving up the far edge of the camp. Danny increased pace. They needed to be among the tents for cover by the time the truck completed its circuit. His breath sounded loud in his own ears, his footsteps regular and noisier than they actually were. 20 metres to the nearest tent. 15. Movement. Shit! Danny held up one hand. Both men came to a halt and slowly, quietly hit the ground. They were in open ground 10 metres from the perimeter of the camp. The pickup circling the perimeter was moving along the top end. 2 minutes, Danny estimated, before their path was lit up by its headlamps. 15 metres up ahead, a man had emerged from the nearest tent. Plain robe, wispy beard, young. He looked directly out in Danny and Spud's direction, his eyes glinting in the NV like a cat's in torchlight. He squinted. Had he seen them? No. He turned and walked 10 metres in the opposite direction, towards the centre of the camp. Then he lit a cigarette and stood there smoking it with his back to them, gazing up at the stars. 60 seconds till the truck lit them up. Enough for this guy to finish his fag and go back to bed? Unlikely. But this figure was directly in their way, 25 metres from their position. There was only a 50-50 chance that they could creep up on him unseen and unheard. The second he clocked them, he'd raise the alarm. But to take him out now with a gunshot would spell the end of the op. Decision time. The guy was still smoking. They couldn't wait. They had to creep past him, and if there was a chance of him seeing them, they'd have to deal with it. Danny raised a silent arm and pointed at a bearing of 30 degrees clockwise, away from the path that would lead them past the guy with the cigarette to Abu Raid's tent. Slowly, he and Spud pushed themselves to their feet. The figure still had his back to them as they trod silently out of his potential line of view. They reached the tents, skirted round one, and started heading down the aisle parallel to Abu Raid's. His was in the 6th row along, which meant they had to pass another 4 tents. The tents were about 6 metres wide, the space between them roughly the same. Danny crept past one of them. 2. A noise. Danny froze, holding his breath. It came again, a low groan. He exhaled slowly, just someone moaning in their sleep. The pickup was approaching their part of the perimeter. Danny could hear the low buzz of its engine, and his NV grew brighter in the light spill. He crouched down on the far side of one of the tents, and sensed Spud doing the same thing by the tent behind him. Distance between them, 12 metres. Footsteps. The lone figure had turned, and was walking back towards the perimeter, towards the truck. He passed barely 5 metres from where Danny was crouching, but his focus was clearly on the truck itself. Like most people, he failed to see what he didn't expect, and walked straight past the heavily armed intruder. Voices. Arabic. They spoke for maybe 30 seconds before the truck continued its circuit. Then, nothing. Danny remained very still, listening hard for any movement. There was none. 30 seconds. He slowly pushed himself to his feet again. The figure seemed to come from nowhere, turning round the corner of the tent behind which Danny was crouching, suddenly facing him full on. Danny felt a surge of adrenaline as he let go of his rifle and felt for his knife, but he could tell he was going to be too late. The young jihadi's face was a picture of sudden alarm, and he was opening his mouth to shout a sudden warning. It never left his lips. Spud had appeared behind the target. One firm, broad hand covered his mouth and nose, the other whipped a blade in front of his neck, and with 2 clean, deft flicks, sliced into the flesh on either side of his Adam's apple. There was barely a sound from Spud's victim as a sudden fountain of blood erupted from his jugular. Danny stepped quickly forward and grabbed his legs and wrists so that they couldn't make a noise as he flailed during his body's death throes. He lifted the feet a few inches off the ground and held the squirming man tight as blood flowed, less violently now, from the twin wounds on his neck. He took 30 silent seconds to die. When his body was still, they laid him quietly on the ground, parallel to the nearest tent. Then they crouched silently again, fully aware that they might have disturbed someone beneath the adjacent canvas, but nobody emerged. Once more, everything seemed still. Danny pointed again in the direction of Abu Raid's tent. Estimated distance, 20 meters. Seconds later, they were advancing once more. They met no more obstacles as they approached their target. The truck was moving along the far edge of the camp, but it was almost 100 meters away, and posed no threat now that they were in the thick of things. The threats came from closer at hand. The slumbering jihadis, perhaps 4 or 5 of them per tent, were doubtless armed. Disturb them, and things would go noisy. Danny and Spud were better equipped and better trained, but the numbers were not in their favour, and they knew a contact could become a bloodbath. The regiment men, however, were expert at moving in silence. Slow, firm steps, feeling for loose ground with the tips of their toes before placing a full footstep. A minute later, they were outside Abu Raid's tent. Speaking wasn't an option, not this close to the target, but that was okay. Danny was holding his breath anyway. They moved as one, in sync with each other. The tent itself was about 1/2 meter higher than Danny, 6 meters in length and 3 in width. Its entrance was merely a loose piece of canvas, unpegged, unfastened, hanging motionless in the still desert night. Gaining entry would be straightforward. Exactly what would happen when they were in that enclosed space was anybody's guess. One thing was for sure: here in the heart of enemy territory, they would have to be swift and silent. They expected their target to be alone in here, but if there were others, there was going to be a sudden bloodbath. They'd need silently to take out anyone who was still awake first, before killing the rest in their sleep. Danny and Spud stood on either side of the entrance. Danny held up 3 fingers. 2, 1, go. Spud entered first, Danny a fraction of a second behind him. The interior of the tent was sparse. The only ground cover was a sheet of rough hessian. There was a thin mattress along the far end, with a single figure lying asleep upon it, his chest rising and falling in slow, regular movement. Danny picked out the man's features and instantly identified them beyond question as belonging to Abu Raid. They had their man. At his foot end, to the side of the mattress, was a book, a Koran maybe, and lying on the book a data stick. Aside from that, the tent was empty. Heart pounding, Danny quietly loosened his knife. Spud did the same. The best way to keep quiet was to murder the bastard in his sleep. They were seconds away from ending this. Spud stepped forward, blade in hand. Danny turned towards the target's feet, ready to hold them tight while Spud slit his throat. A speciality of his, and even if the target woke with the pain, he wouldn't be able to cry out if he had a severed trachea. They were big men in a cramped space, but they moved with slow, silent precision, knowing that to take out the target while he slept was their quietest and safest option. They closed the gap between them and the sleeping Abu Raid to 4 meters. 3. Which was when their target's eyes opened. For a split second, nobody moved. 3 statues frozen with indecision. Abu Raid's head turned to look at them. His piercing eyes, bright in the NV, stared first at Spud, then Danny. His face was acutely familiar, not only from their briefings, but from news reports on the TV back home, and pieces in the newspapers. Now, though, even through the green haze, Danny could see a riot of unfamiliar emotions in them. Astonishment, fear, fury, panic. And panic could be noisy. The SAS men hurried forward, Spud to the head end, Danny to the feet. It felt to Danny like everything was happening in slow motion. As he collapsed to his knees, he saw Spud bending over the target's head. His left hand fell towards Abu Raid's mouth. His right swiped the knife across the top of the chest to his throat. Spud's left hand was mere inches from Abu Raid's face when a sound escaped their target's lips. It was not a cry of alarm, not a shout for help. The cleric was not even begging for his life. He simply breathed a single word. Hammerstone. Danny froze again for a split second. Then, almost by instinct, he stretched out his arm to stay Spud's knife hand. Too late. The sharp blade slid easily through the cleric's wiry beard and into his throat. The beard itself hid the flow of blood, but it was clear from the sudden stiffening of the body that Abu Raid was mortally wounded. His body started to shake, and there was a muffled sound from his mouth, against which Spud was now pressing his broad hand while he pushed the edge of the knife blade further into the cleric's butchered throat to silence him completely. They held the writhing body fast and still. In a matter of seconds, it was a corpse, silent, motionless, unlike Danny's mind, which was suddenly spinning. Hammerstone. He and Spud looked at each other, raising their NV goggles in unison.
"Did he just say what I thought he said?"
Spud breathed. Danny didn't even answer, just gave a short nod. Too many things were falling into place. He tried to keep a clear head. What were their orders? To phone in confirmation of Abu Raid's execution before they'd even left the camp. Why? Was it really in case they were killed while extracting? Or for some other reason? Think. Their radio packs were fitted to their ops vest. Should they make the call? There was no doubt that they wanted to get the hell out of there as quickly as possible. Already Spud's hand was heading to his radio. Hammerstone. "Don't phone it in," Danny said.
"Why the fuck not?"
"Just don't." He paused a moment, staring down at his own radio. Both his and Spud's unit contained a GPS tracker. Hammond had told them so, which meant their handlers could locate their position to the nearest meter. If Danny and Spud had learned something they shouldn't, their handlers knew exactly where to kill them. "That other bloke you just nailed," Danny said. "Get his body."
"What? You crazy?"
Crazy. Maybe. Maybe not. Hammerstone. "You want to get out of here alive, we need that body, and quickly while it's still warm." Even in the darkness of the tent, Spud couldn't hide the look on his face, a look that said quite plainly that he thought Danny was losing it. But the truth was that for the first time in days, everything was clear. Without another moment of hesitation, Danny moved towards the entrance of the tent, re-engaged his NV, and looked over his shoulder. "Cover me." He stepped outside. Their silent, lethal work didn't appear to have disturbed anyone. The technical had completed another circuit of the perimeter, but a quick scan told Danny that the coast was clear. As Spud stepped out of the tent, handgun primed, Danny hurried past the lines of tents to where they had left their first casualty. The corpse was still there, a sticky pool of blood surrounding its head. Danny picked it up and heaved it over his shoulder before loosening his own handgun. Then he hurried back to Abu Raid's tent and carried the second body inside. Spud joined him. "Take out your radio," he told his mate as he laid the body down on the floor. Spud did as he was told with obvious reluctance. Danny took his own radio and laid it on the corpse's chest. He jabbed his finger to indicate that Spud should lay his on Abu Raid's body. "I'm going to phone it in now," Danny said. "I'll give it a minute after that before it goes noisy. Get ready to run."
"I hope you fucking know what you're doing, mucker."
Danny grabbed the data stick from the side of Abu Raid's bed and stuck it in his pocket. "Me too," he said. He crouched down at his radio and punched in his access codes. He didn't speak into the handset, but instead speedily inputted a text message. "Target down. Preparing to extract." Then, leaving the radio on the corpse's chest, he turned to Spud. "Head for the OP," he said. Spud nodded. He looked like he was beginning to understand what Danny was doing. He engaged his NV and stepped out of the tent. Danny followed. "Run!" he hissed. Danny and Spud sprinted side by side towards the edge of the camp. They pounded past the tents. Danny heard shouts, scuffling, figures flickering on the edge of their vision. They were compromised, only it didn't matter now because in a matter of minutes he knew that everyone in this training camp would be dead, including them if they didn't get the hell out of there. 30 meters to the edge of the camp. Somewhere behind them, skywards, there was a noise, a buzzing sound like some distant, angry bee. It was punctured by the sound of a firearm being discharged, badly aimed. A round flew several meters over their heads, but clearly intended for them. "Keep running!" Danny yelled. The muscles in his legs were burning, his lungs too. The edge of the camp was only 20 metres away, but there was a massive commotion behind them as hundreds of militants awoke, disturbed by their presence. A second round, closer this time. It flew just inches above Danny's right shoulder as they cleared the edge of the camp. Danny risked looking back. The camp was ablaze with torches. Distance to the OP, 150 metres, open ground. They had no option but to run. The two SAS men thundered up the sandy, rocky incline. They covered the first 50 metres in 15 seconds. They weren't being followed yet, but he clearly saw 3 of the technicals screeching round the perimeter of the camp. Any minute now, they'd come under heavy 50 cal fire. They sprinted again. From behind, Danny heard the distinctive bark of an AK-47, a single shot at first, then a burst of rounds, an explosion of sand 5 metres ahead of them as the rounds hit the ground. "We need to take cover," Spud roared as they carried on sprinting. "To the op!" "Bollocks! That won't protect us from 50 cals." But Danny shook his head. "We need to get under the thermal sheeting now." "What the fuck for?" Distance to the OP, 25 metres. Danny didn't have time to explain. The two men just carried on sprinting. They were only 10 metres from the OP when it happened. There was another burst of AK fire from the direction of the camp. Most of the rounds went loose, slamming onto the desert floor, a metre to Spud's left. Most, but not all. Spud lurched and fell forwards, so heavily that Danny knew he hadn't tripped. He'd been hit. Time slowed down. Danny threw himself to the ground by his mate, just as a third burst of fire flew low over their heads. "You okay?" Spud wasn't. He was gasping for air, trying to say something, but unable to get the words out. Danny looked over his shoulder. The 3 technicals were turning to face them. Any second now they were going to open up, and a sustained burst of 50 cal fire would turn them both to mincemeat. Danny had no time to think. He was acting on raw instinct. He pushed himself to his feet, leaned over, and pulled Spud up from the ground. His mate was a heavy lump, and Danny heard himself shouting with the strain as he hauled the wounded Spud over his shoulder and staggered the final 10 metres to the OP. The grisly sound of Spud trying to get air inside him made Danny feel cold and sick. He kicked off the Hessian covering and thermal sheeting from the OP, then lowered his mate quickly down into the hole. Spud's gasping sounded panicked as Danny rolled in beside him and covered them with the flimsy, silvery material of the thermal sheeting and the Hessian camo, leaving just the tiniest gap between the front edge of the sheet and the ground so he could observe what was going on down below. Danny stared desperately down at the camp. The 3 technicals were facing them now, spaced only a few metres apart. The distance between them was 150 metres, but that was nothing for a 50 machine gun. They'd clearly seen where Danny and Spud had hidden themselves and were preparing to rain down their fire on that exact location. I can't breathe, Spud gasped. "Take it easy, buddy," Danny said, his voice hoarse and grim. "We're going to get you out of here." But as he spoke, there was the thunder of machine gun fire. Danny could see the flashing of the barrel as it swept a broad arc from left to right. A fraction of a second later, the sand exploded 15 metres in front of them, the arc of the gun repeating itself on the ground as the rounds landed. A half-second pause. The gunner continued to fire, sweeping from right to left this time and aiming closer. This time the rounds landed just 7 or 8 metres from their position. Sand showered their OP. Danny pressed himself closer into the ground as the drilling noise of the weaponry shuddered right through him. But that deafening sound was not nearly so awful as Spud's desperate, pained gasping next to him. "Stick in there, mate!" Danny shouted, but his voice was cut short by a sudden explosion. The ordnance had come from the sky. Danny had just caught the trail as clear as tracer fire through his NV. It had landed precisely in the centre of the camp, mere metres from the location of Abu Raid's tent. There was a blinding blast of white light, and the ground itself shuddered violently as a shockwave emanated from the epicentre of the hit. A wave of intense heat followed, then the sound of falling shrapnel surrounded them. Through the noise, Danny could faintly hear screaming, the blind, agonized screaming of men who were on the brink of death and wished they could hurry it along. He peered out from under the thermal sheeting and saw, glowing in the green haze of his NV, a scene of utter devastation. The entire camp was ablaze. Every tent was burning, and so too were several of the militants, who were running around in unspeakable agony. The technicals had been overturned, and there were hunks of burning metal as close as 30 metres away from the OP. Suddenly, as though someone had turned the volume down, the screaming stopped, and the flailing, burning figures fell still. Danny could tell at a single glance that there would be nobody left alive down there. And a single thought rang in his head. We left our radios broadcasting a GPS signal on 2 warm bodies. Someone thinks we're still down there. That strike was meant for us. Shrapnel had stopped falling now, but the impact had kicked up a great sand cloud, which was still swirling around them. And it was through the hazy filter of this cloud that Danny saw the drone. It was hovering maybe 50 metres above the camp, an indistinct green blotch in his field of view. It seemed to be concentrating at first on the area in the very centre of the camp, but after about 10 seconds it started to spiral outwards, sinister, quiet, covering the whole area systematically. "Don't move," Danny breathed. "There's a UAV up there looking for us." He didn't know if Spud was listening or could understand, but he did know he had to keep talking to his mate to give him the best chance of staying conscious. He closed the gap so that they were completely covered by the thermal sheeting. "We have to keep under the sheeting. They'll have thermal imaging. That's why we left our radios on the dead bodies." I can't breathe. Can't breathe. Silence. Just the distant flickering of flames in the demolished training camp. Danny gingerly peered out from under the thermal sheeting. The sand cloud had cleared, and so far as he could tell, the drone was no longer in the vicinity. His mind was spinning. Abu Raid name-checked Hammerstone. Spud's breath was coming quicker, shallower. He needed immediate attention, but Danny didn't dare move, not just yet. He kept talking, doing his best to keep the anger from surging. "We should have known," he said. "That's why they sent us out here on our own. This isn't a 2-man job, but it's easier to kill 2 guys than a whole fucking squadron. And they wanted us out of the way if or when we found out the one thing they didn't want us to know." A pause. Spud was trying to say something. "Hammerstone," he breathed weakly. "Working with Abu Raid." Another silence. "Don't fucking leave me here." A secondary explosion suddenly filled the air, some kind of ordnance down in the camp that made the 2 men start as it ignited. More thoughts spun through Danny's head as he hunkered down again. If Hammerstone was running Abu Raid, if it was an official thing, would it matter if Danny and Spud knew about it? They were buttoned up with the Official Secrets Act anyway. But if it was only one of them, maybe 2, and they were keeping their little game secret from the others... He left the thought hanging as a sinister, rattling sound came from Spud's chest. He peered out again. The drone had gone, and he knew none of the militants could have survived that hit. Danny's focus now was his friend. He pushed away the thermal sheeting and the Hessian cover, then gently rolled Spud onto his side so he could see his back. His clothes were wet with blood. Danny took his knife and sliced the clothes open to get access to the entry wound. But as one half of his brain concentrated on Spud, the other was working away in the background. If one of the Hammerstone group was cosy with Abu Raid, they might have been behind the London bombings. Concentrate. Danny knew it had been an AK-47 that had hit Spud. That meant that the entry wound the size of his fingernail had come from a .762 short. The bleeding wasn't as bad as it could have been, but there was a more serious issue. The position of the entry wound in the lower back, and Spud's struggled gasping, suggested that the round had become lodged in his left lung, and it sounded like the lung was collapsing. "Agony," Spud managed to say. Then, more quietly, "Morphine." "No can do, mate." Morphine was a respiratory depressant. It would slow Spud's breathing down, which was the last thing he needed. Danny rummaged in his bag for his med pack. He needed to keep his focus on Spud, but he couldn't help the faces of the 4 Hammerstone spooks appearing in his mind. The clearest of all of them, with his absurdly handsome features and cold, calculating stare, was the man Danny hated more than anyone else in the world, Buckingham. If one of them was worried we might learn they were involved in the bombing, no wonder they want us dead. First things first, stop the air escaping from the lung. He removed a waterproof adhesive patch and stuck it carefully over the entry wound. Spud's body jolted when the patch made contact, but he didn't shout out. Danny knew he was barely conscious. And if he didn't stop the lung collapsing, his mate only had minutes to live. But it was going to hurt. There were 2 cannulas in his med pack, hollow, wide-bore needles, 4 or 5 inches long, with a soft plastic casing and a valve at one end. Danny took one of the cannulas, then rolled Spud onto his back and ripped open his clothes to gain access to his rib cage. Spud's thorax was rising and falling in short, sharp bursts as he tried to breathe, but with only one working lung, he was struggling badly. Danny's fingers traced the left-hand side of his rib cage. The lower rib felt broken, but it was the gap between the ribs that Danny was interested in. He held the point of the cannula against the ridge between the 2 lower ribs. "Sorry, buddy," he breathed. "This will be bad." With a single firm movement, he pushed. The needle slid easily through the skin and into the centre of Spud's left lung. Spud's back arched slightly, and his limbs shook with the sudden pain. No shouts, though. Spud just didn't have the breath for it. Danny felt sweat dripping into his eyes. He wiped it away, then turned his attention back to the cannula. Slowly, carefully, he eased the needle out of Spud's abdomen, leaving only a couple of inches of the plastic coating sticking out of the body. Spud's face was pale and screwed up with agony, but his breathing eased slightly, which told Danny he had stopped the bad lung from collapsing completely. But there was still a .762 in there, and the lung cavity could fill with blood any moment. This was a serious wound. It needed proper medical care, but there was no one around to give it, except Danny. Danny realized his hands were covered with Spud's blood. He looked over towards the smoking wreckage of the training camp, then back down at his injured mate. He tried to assess his options. Spud was in a shit state. He needed a medic. But Danny couldn't call for one because their radios would have been destroyed in the drone strike. The drone strike. Even if they could call in their position, it would simply invite another attack, because someone had just used the GPS signal beaming from their radios as a marker for a Hellfire missile. Someone had just tried to kill Danny and Spud after they'd confirmed Abu Raid was dead. Then a drone had hovered over the impact site to make sure nobody was escaping, but Danny and Spud had managed to hide from the drone, which meant that whoever had just tried to kill them most likely thought that they'd succeeded. Danny looked at his blood-soaked hands again. For someone supposedly dead in the hostile wilds of the Yemeni desert, he at least was very much alive. Unlike Spud, Danny felt his blood temperature rising. Thanks to Hammerstone, they were stuck in the middle of nowhere, and his mate was on the brink. Chapter 19. MI5 Headquarters, 2200 hours GMT. There were 5 of them in the room. Tessa Gorman, Home Secretary, looked at each of the other 4 in turn. With the exception of Hugo Buckingham, who was as well presented as always, they looked tired. Victoria Atkinson had dark bags under her eyes, and, unless Gorman was mistaken, dried milk on the lapel of her tweed jacket. Piers Chamberlain's usually immaculate comb-over was ruffled. Harrison Maddox wasn't even wearing a suit, but had arrived in a plum-coloured jumper with leather elbow pads, almost as though he was making a point about the lateness of the hour. "Well?" Gorman asked briskly. "Let's hear it." Atkinson cleared her throat. "Abu Raid is dead, Home Secretary," she said. Silence. Gorman closed her eyes and inhaled slowly. "You're sure?" "Quite sure." "Where?" she asked. "At Yemen, Home Secretary. 2 operatives from 22 SAS were in country." "You've had confirmation from them?" Atkinson nodded. "Yes, but they, unfortunately, didn't make it out alive. Abu Raid was hiding in an Al-Shabaab training camp."
The Yemen administration clearly got wind of it at the same time as us. They launched a drone strike while our people were on the ground.
The Home Secretary looked at Harrison Maddox. Your people should never have sold them those things.
Impossible to predict an event like this, Home Secretary, Maddox said.
We can keep those details from the press, of course, depending on how you want to present it, Atkinson said. Keep it from the press and let Yemen take the credit. Out of the question. She was sick of opening up the newspapers and reading a barrage of criticism regarding her failure to extradite this hate-spouting cleric. If she could intimate that the British government was involved, it could be worth another term in office, and all thanks to her. You never know, she might even get a crack at the Exchequer. I think the public deserves to know when a soldier dies defending our liberty, she said.
Can't mention 22, of course, Chamberlain said. We can name-check their parent regiments. That's the way we do things.
Gorman was barely listening. She felt as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. This is excellent news, she said. Excellent news. There's no doubt that he was behind the bombings?
None at all, Home Secretary, Buckingham said.
So I can tell the PM that we have our man?
Absolutely.
Good. Good. She looked around the room. There'll be honours for this, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see to it myself. She stood up and headed briskly for the door. But before exiting, she stopped and turned. She picked out Hugo Buckingham. These two soldiers, she said. Friends of yours, weren't they? Buckingham bowed his head slightly.
In a manner of speaking, Home Secretary, he said.
I'm very sorry for your loss.
Thank you, Home Secretary, said Buckingham. They were good men. I know they'd appreciate the sentiment.
Gorman nodded. Then she turned and left the room. It had been a hell of a couple of weeks, but things were looking up, and she couldn't wait to get on the phone to the PM and tell him the good news. 0000 hours GMT. Clara was woken by the wind. It howled bitterly as the rain thudded against her bedroom window. She sat up quickly in the darkness, sweating. It was a relief to be awake. Her dreams had been troubled. She had seen herself by the bedside of dying children, both here and in a faraway country. She had seen Danny too, his face dirty and his clothes torn. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was in some kind of trouble. She felt for the glass of water by her bed, but before her fingers touched the glass, there was a noise, a single bang. It sounded like a door slamming shut. She froze, clutching the bedclothes. Her eyes turned towards her bedroom door. Had the sound come from her own flat? The thought made the fine hairs on her arm stand up. It's just the wind, she told herself, nothing more. She reached for her water again and took a sip. The second bang came as she was settling down on her pillow. She clenched her eyes shut and didn't move, dread creeping through her limbs. But then the wind howled again. That's all it was, she reminded herself, the wind. She forced herself out of bed. She was naked, so she groped in the darkness for the dressing gown on the back of her bedroom door. The cord was missing. She'd used it to hold up her hair while she was having a bath, so she held the front of the dressing gown together with one hand while she crept out of the bedroom to check the rest of her flat. It was the kitchen door that had been banging, she soon realized. She'd left the kitchen window open after burning the toast she'd grabbed for supper. As she shut the window, she saw her hand was shaking slightly, with relief. She poured some milk into a cup and warmed it in the microwave. Then she moved into the front room, cup in one hand, hem of her dressing gown in the other. She hadn't closed the curtains before going to bed. Rain was lashing against the window. She stepped up to it, her eyes fixed on the blurred glare of the yellow street lamp on the other side of the road. Her breath misted the window as she looked out, barely able to see across the road for the rain sluicing down the window pane. She blinked. At first, she thought her eyes were deceiving her. Visibility was poor, but after all, who would be standing out in this weather? But as she stepped to the left, away from the misted area, she saw it clearly. A figure standing in the rain under the street lamp. He, or she, had on a heavy coat with a hood. Rain dripped from the front of the hood, and the figure's features were hidden, but he was looking towards Clara's house, motionless, untroubled by the elements. For 10 seconds, neither Clara nor the watcher moved. Then Clara stepped backwards. She was barely able to control her limbs. The dread had seeped back into them, and she found herself short of breath. She put her milk down on a coffee table, then hurried back into her bedroom. Under the bedclothes, she considered calling the police, but quickly rejected that idea. They'd tell her she was overreacting, that the person she had seen had every right to be where he was. "Don't be so stupid," she told herself. "You're overreacting. Look again, and he'll have moved on. He wasn't watching you. Of course he wasn't. Why would he be watching you?" 0400 hours AST. A tight knot of panic hung in Danny's stomach. Spud was flitting in and out of consciousness. Right now his eyes were rolling. His breathing sounded a little better, but it was impossible to tell what was going on inside his lung cavity. Danny kept him in the recovery position while he desperately tried to work out his next move. Moving Spud was almost impossible. A tab across desert terrain on hard rations and scant water was tough enough for an able-bodied soldier. For Spud, it was out of the question. But they had to move. Whoever had sent that drone in thought they were dead. If they found out otherwise, they'd want to finish the job off, and it wouldn't take long to locate them, especially with Spud in this state, and the chances of them surviving another hit were 0. He'd considered going to see if one of the technicals from the training camp was still operational, but a single glance at the burning, twisted hunks of metal dotted around the camp told him that was a no-go, and any fuel down there would have burned up in the strike, no question. Maybe he should leave Spud. His chances of survival were slim in any case, but Danny quickly rejected that idea. You stuck by your mates, no matter what. His mind turned to the abandoned Toyota. It was almost out of juice, but at least he could use it to get them away from the blast site before working out his next move. He didn't like the idea. Firstly, it would mean leaving Spud alone while he went to fetch it. Secondly, if the Toyota wasn't found in the vicinity, it might suggest to someone that they'd escaped, but it seemed like his only choice. 0410. The flames had subsided in the burning, devastated camp. Danny prepared to trek towards the Toyota. He took his spotting scope and scanned the surrounding area. As he did so, he saw movement to the northwest, distance about 1 kilometre, maybe slightly less, headlamps approaching. Danny re-evaluated. He knew dead bodies always attract parasites. Sometimes those parasites take human form. He re-camouflaged himself and Spud in the OP and carefully watched this new arrival through his scope. The vehicle stopped 30 metres from the edge of the camp. 2 men emerged. They wore traditional Arab robes and headdresses. One of them carried a long-barrelled rifle. From here, it looked rather like an old-fashioned musket. The vehicle, so far as Danny could tell from this distance, looked in pretty poor shape, an old Land Rover, dented and rickety. "Bedouin," he breathed. "Here to scavenge over the bomb site." More options had suddenly opened out. He could nail these 2 newcomers and nick their vehicle, head north over the Saudi border, a journey of about 100 kilometres. Danny gave that a moment's thought. He had mapping of the area and could easily find their route. But he was a stranger in a hostile land. His mate was badly wounded. What if they ran out of fuel or needed water or medical supplies? Much better, he decided, to have some locals on the payroll. Option 2, for a price, Danny reckoned these 2 could be persuaded to offer a taxi service. Maybe they knew somewhere Danny could get medical help. Failing that, perhaps they could find someone with an aircraft. That way Danny could get them out of the area and stand a fighting chance of getting Spud some proper medical attention. He made a quick calculation in his head. They had $2,000 each, minus the $500 Danny had given their tout. Hardly a fortune, but enough perhaps. Decision made. He needed to move quickly. It was 15 minutes since the hellfire had hit. These 2 were the first on the scene, but there would be others, and soon. Not to mention that 2 regiment guys presumed dead in action would raise alarm bells in Hereford and Whitehall. There was a good chance of a unit being airlifted in to destroy any evidence of Danny and Spud ever having been in country. If they found them here, alive and well, whoever had just tried to kill them would surely be tempted to give it a second shot. No. For now, staying dead was their best, their only option. Spud groaned.
"I'll be back in a minute, mucker," Danny said.
He emerged slowly from the OP. It was still thickly covered with sand from the explosion. He engaged his rifle, pressing the butt deep into his shoulder and aiming it at the two locals who were now treading carefully towards one of the burning tents. Distance, 60 metres. Danny was clearly unobserved. These two men seemed to have nothing on their minds except looting, though what they thought they could extract from this smouldering wreckage was anyone's guess. They stood by the gently flapping remnants of a tent, silhouetted against the glowing ash. Even when Danny was 10 metres away, his weapon trained directly on the two men, they failed to notice him.
"Salam,"
Danny called. The two men spun round instantly. The guy with the musket started to raise his weapon, but instantly lowered it again when he saw that Danny had them at gunpoint. He was an elderly guy with a grizzled beard and hard, suspicious eyes. His companion was younger, but had similar features. They looked like father and son.
"Drop the gun,"
Danny said. And then, when it became clear that the old guy hadn't understood him, he repeated himself slowly.
"Drop the gun."
Unsmiling, the old guy laid his weapon at his feet.
"Bedouin?"
he asked. The old man nodded without expression. Good. The Bedouin were wanderers. They travelled across the desert with no respect for boundaries or borders. In the books Danny had read as a kid, he had learned that they traditionally travelled on foot or by camel, but times had changed and so had the Bedouin. Some of them had cars now. Danny pointed at the Bedouin's rickety old vehicle.
"Medicine," he said. "My friend needs medicine."
The Bedouin looked blankly at him. Danny cursed under his breath, then tried again.
"Saudi," he suggested. "You take me and my friend to Saudi."
He risked lowering his gun, then spread out his arms to indicate an aircraft.
"I need to find someone with a plane. You understand that? A plane?"
He removed some of the cash he had stashed away and waved a $100 bill under the old guy's nose. That got his interest.
"Saudi," he repeated.
The two Bedouin conferred for a moment, but only a moment. The older guy turned back to them, pointed at the note, then held up two fingers.
"No way, buddy,"
Danny said. Right now their cash was more valuable to him than his weapons. Much easier to buy their way out of the desert than shoot their way out.
"That's all you get."
The Bedouin shook his finger.
"Itnain,"
he said. 2. Danny swore again and removed another note. It did the trick. A smile spread across the older guy's face to reveal a mouthful of missing teeth, hitting Danny with a blast of halitosis that almost knocked him down.
"Saudi,"
the man said in a croaky, lizardy voice.
"Azdika."
It was an Arabic word Danny understood. It meant friends. The Bedouins' smiles had quickly disappeared when they saw Spud. Having driven their vehicle up to the OP, they watched uncertainly as Danny pulled his mate up to his feet, taking care not to dislodge the cannula sticking out of his ribcage, then put Spud's arm around his neck and held him upright. Spud was having a moment of lucidity.
Don't leave me,"
he whispered.
"You got to walk 10 metres. Can you do it?"
It took a full minute with Danny supporting Spud as he made micro-steps towards the vehicle. It took another 2 minutes to get him laid out on the back seat, lying on his side. Danny fetched their bags and weapons, shoved them into the Land Rover, then perched uncomfortably on the edge of the seat and held his mate in place.
"Let's go,"
he told the Bedouin. The vehicle stank of animal shit and petrol. The back seats were hard, uncomfortable. The young guy drove. Spud lost consciousness again as they headed north. Danny's thoughts turned to Abu Raid. He checked his pockets for the black data stick. It was still intact, and Danny realized he had to find out what was on it. Then he saw the young Bedouin man eyeing him in the rear-view mirror. He tucked the data stick back in his pocket and gave his new companion a cool look. They travelled in silence. Danny wished he could discuss their situation with Spud. His thoughts were so half-formed. Could it really be the case that Abu Raid was in league with Hammerstone? What would any of the 4 members of the security services plausibly have to gain from terror hits of such grotesque magnitude in the middle of London? London. It seemed like half a world away as Danny looked through the window at the bleak, parched nighttime desert terrain. It was half a world away. He found he missed its panicked, rain-hammered streets. A picture popped into his head of himself and Clara, walking down one of those streets a few nights previously. Clara. A sickness twisted in his gut, like he'd been punched. He swore at himself for not thinking about her earlier. Because if they, whoever they were, had tried to kill him, Clara's life was surely in danger too. He knew how these people worked, how they thought. Danny hadn't mentioned splitting up with Clara to anyone. They would automatically assume that he might have mentioned something to her, spilled the beans about the nature of his trip to Yemen, expressed some kind of suspicion. And these were suspicions that somebody somewhere really didn't want to be common knowledge. They would go to any ends to keep them quiet. As the Land Rover trundled over the bumpy desert ground, he realized he had to do the one thing you must never do when you're trying to stay off the grid, make contact with someone. And he realized something else. He had to get back to the UK, quickly. There was no way Spud would be able to make that journey. At some point, no matter how badly Spud begged him not to go, Danny would have to leave him. How far to the Saudi border? Danny directed his question at the old Bedouin man. But he just gave one of his toothless grins, nodded foolishly, and repeated the word, Saudi. The unease in Danny's gut doubled. He hoped to God this old boy knew where he was going. 05:45 hours AST. Sunrise. The desert seemed to glow in orange and pink. There was a settlement of some kind about 500 metres up ahead. The Bedouin were clearly heading for it. "Hold it right there," Danny said, and when the younger man driving failed to take his foot off the gas, he raised his handgun. "Stop!" The vehicle came to a sudden halt. Danny pointed through the windscreen. "Where are we going?" The Bedouin man grinned. "Azdika," he said. Friends. Danny looked down at Spud. His breathing was a little more regular, though his face was still creased with pain. Danny stepped out of the car and scanned the area ahead through his scope. The buildings were low, single-story, and made of mud-baked walls. He counted 6 of them, though there could have been more hidden from his view. There were also 3 tents made of dark brown canvas. 2 meagre camels were tied to a post, and in the centre of the settlement was what appeared to be a well. A bent old woman in black robes was pumping water from it into a plastic container. He got back in the car and nodded at Spud to indicate that he thought it looked okay. The driver set off again. Danny noticed that the old boy kept glancing at him in the rear-view mirror with his stony eyes. "Azdika," he repeated, quite unnecessarily. Friends. "I get the message, pal," Danny muttered. He wasn't at all convinced by his claims of friendship, not least because he'd paid this fucker $200 to get them to an airfield, and this was a piece of shit village in the middle of nowhere. By the time they reached the settlement, more people had emerged from the nearest building. 3 men who stood in a line, staring at the new arrivals with undisguised suspicion. Danny examined each one. They didn't appear to be armed. True, they could have concealed weapons beneath their robes, but there were no bulges or awkward stances. He looked around. Featureless desert terrain as far as he could see, open ground that made exit strategies limited. The Land Rover came to a halt, 10 metres from where the 3 men were standing. Danny climbed out of the vehicle again. The sight of this armed SAS man, his boots visible under his robes, NV goggles still on his forehead, and a bag slung over his shoulders, had a marked effect on the men. Their stony faces suddenly changed to expressions of alarm, even anger. They started shouting questions in Arabic at Danny and Spud's companions. Danny held back as the old Bedouin man walked towards the trio, arms held up in a calming gesture. He started talking quickly, while Danny remained by the Land Rover, clutching his rifle. A couple of minutes of animated conversation followed. Danny became aware of more people emerging from the various buildings of this settlement, women and children mostly, clearly curious about these unexpected arrivals. They hung back in the heart of the settlement, watching quietly. The old Bedouin man turned and walked back towards them. He was accompanied by one of the 3 men, an unsavoury-looking guy with one eye that pointed off in the wrong direction. He pointed to himself. "Yasser," he said, by way of introduction. Danny nodded, but didn't offer his own name. "American?" asked Yasser.
"Yes," Danny replied. "American."
"I know man with airplane," Yasser said. 3 hours from here. We go tonight."
"Not tonight," Danny said. "Now." Yasser grinned at this hilarious suggestion.
"Not now," he said, waving his index finger. "Too dangerous. Tonight. You pay me."
"I already paid him." Danny pointed at the old Bedouin guy. Yasser gave an apologetic tilt of his head, but he clearly wasn't going to yield. "How much?" Yasser's eyes narrowed. He pointed at the NV goggles that Danny still had resting on his head.
"You give me those," he said.
Danny gave that a moment's thought. Truth was that their gear was worth less to them than their money. "Okay," he said, "but not till we'll get there. And any funny business—" He held up his rifle meaningfully. Yasser smiled again, and his wonky eyes seemed to roll.
"No funny business,"
he said, chuckling.
"No funny business."
1200 hours AST. They had offered Danny and Spud an outbuilding by way of shelter from the sun while they waited for nightfall, but there was no way Danny was going to enclose themselves among these people they hardly knew and trusted even less. Instead, he laid Spud down in the scant shade of the Land Rover, his weapon close at hand, accepting water in a wooden bowl on an hourly basis from the old woman they'd seen drawing it from the well, and doing what he could to get some down Spud's neck. The brutal midday heat drew the liquid out of their bodies as fast as they replenished it, but at least here they had a full view of the settlement and of any threats that might emerge. The old woman had looked at Spud with a critically maternal eye. Minutes later, she had brought him a wet cloth to place across his forehead. It wouldn't make any difference, of course, but Danny gave her a nod of thanks, and Spud stayed remarkably stable, given his circumstances. When he wasn't tending to his mate, Danny had spent the morning scanning the sky. In the bright, clear sunlight, there was a chance of catching the metallic glint of a drone high overhead. So far, nothing, but that didn't mean they weren't being watched. Was he being paranoid? Maybe the drone strike had just been a fuck-up, a blue-on-blue. Wouldn't be the first time. But he knew that wasn't the case. Someone meant to kill them, in case they'd found out the truth about Abu Raid. But who? He found his thoughts drifting to Harrison Maddox, the Yank in Hammerstone. He remembered when they'd all met for the first time, the way Maddox had spoken to the others, like he was pissed off with the British for not going the Guantanamo route. Was it possible that the Yanks were bankrolling Abu Raid? A couple of spectaculars in London just to get the Brits back on side in the war on terror. And now that the job had been done, they'd roped a couple of stooges into nailing the fucker before wiping their fingerprints off the crime scene with a drone strike. It would be fucked up, but Danny knew enough of the way the world worked to know governments had justified worse things to themselves. He remembered being stuck in the car with Buckingham, remembered the poison he'd started dripping in Danny's ears about Harrison Maddox. Plenty of rumours circulating in the firm. Not beyond the CIA's capacity to get into bed with the right sort of terrorists, if it suits their purpose. Keep everyone on their toes. And if the occasional atrocity reminds their allies why they're fighting a war on terror, well, who's counting? He tried to rid his head of Buckingham's voice, but it wouldn't leave him. Not the only one of our American cousins who takes a dim view of our government's sudden change of heart with respect to supporting the Americans' interventionist foreign policy. Or maybe it was one of the others. Danny stared into the distance as he remembered something else Buckingham said about Victoria Atkinson and how she ran an intelligence station in Riyadh back in the day, how she'd met her husband out there, and how she'd gone AWOL for 6 months in the middle of her stint. Could she have been radicalized in that time? She'd come back with an Arabic boyfriend, married him. You could guess the rest. Caused a bit of gossip behind her back over at Thames House. Nasty. Not as if having a Muslim husband is a handicap, eh? Sure, he's been thoroughly vetted, clean as a whistle. Then there was Chamberlain. He remembered what Buckingham had told him about the former regiment man keeping some funny company. Nutcases who wanted to transfer power to the army if and when Islamic extremism got out of control. Not too many people take them very seriously, naturally, but they're a vocal minority, and recent events haven't exactly harmed their argument. Could Chamberlain have roped Abu Raid into helping things along a bit? Maddox.
Atkinson, Chamberlain. It seemed they all had a motive for aligning themselves with Abu Raid. But their motives were all different, which fitted with Danny's instinct that Abu Raid's connection was not to Hammerstone as a group, but to an individual member.
And what of Buckingham? Had he chosen Danny and Spud for this mission because he thought he could control them? Had he fed Danny all that information about the other three to divert his suspicions? Was Buckingham, greasy, self-serving, treacherous Buckingham, capable of encouraging Abu Raid to carry out these attacks, then dispatching Danny and Spud to kill him so he could mop up all the glory? Deep down, Danny knew the answer to that Hugo Buckingham was capable of just about anything. He pulled the data stick from his pocket again. Did it hold any answers? He had to find out. 1100 hours GMT. Clara was glad to be on the late shift. After her broken night staring at figures through the window of the front room, she had slept in and only crawled out from under the duvet at midday. She had shaken off the night terrors now and was pulling on her raincoat. Her shift would take her through till midnight. She was glad of that. She wanted to be out of the house. As she stepped into the rain, she glanced towards the lamp-post opposite the house. There was nobody there. She felt foolish for being scared last night. She had planned to walk to the hospital, but as she approached the Edgware Road, the rain became even heavier, and she decided to take a bus. They at least were running, even if the underground was still down. There was a 332 approaching the bus stop. She picked up her pace and ran towards it. A taxi honked her as she hurried across the road, then splashed her as it passed. Her lower legs were soaked, and she felt bedraggled as she knocked on the already closed door of the bus, mouthing at the driver to open up and let her in. He pretended not to see her, and the bus drove off. "Thanks!" she shouted after him. "Thanks very—" She fell silent. He was standing on the other side of the Edgware Road, beneath the canopy of a small shop that sold cheap electronics. His hood was up and his face obscured. He didn't move, but there was no doubt in Clara's mind that he was watching her. She had been warm from running. Now she was icy cold. A tiny part of her brain told her that she should run across the road and confront him, but that part of her brain was overruled by good sense. She turned and ran, her flat shoes flapping in the puddles, the rain soaking her face and dripping down her neck. 1850 hours AST. Sunset. The woman had spent the afternoon baking flatbread on hot stones. She offered some to Danny, along with a bowl of tough goat stew. Or maybe it was camel. It tasted like shit, but he chucked it down his throat anyway. It was fuel, and he couldn't run on empty. He didn't risk trying to feed Spud, though. His mate was too weak to swallow solids, so he just continued to trickle water down his throat. When he had finished eating, Yasser approached with a kid, who he introduced as his son. The boy couldn't take his eyes off Danny's weapons, but he seemed harmless enough. Yasser was a different matter. He chewed as he walked, and Danny instantly recognized the spaced-out look on his face. His wonky eye looked even wonkier. Danny controlled the now familiar surge of anger, and suppressed an irrational desire to nail him and take his vehicle. But if he did that, he'd never find Yasser's mate with a plane. Danny needed this guy's intel, not his driving skills.
"Let's get out of here," a weak voice said, "before they ask us to fucking dance."
Danny looked at Spud and grinned. His mate's eyes were open, just. He was a tough little sod. "We're going to find you some proper help, mate," he said. But Spud had closed his eyes again and didn't respond. Of course, Danny wanted to get moving too. The longer they stayed in one place, the easier they were to find. Yasser refueled the Land Rover from an old jerrycan, sloshing a good proportion of the fuel over the desert floor, then invited them to take their seats in the back. Easier said than done. It took 5 minutes to get the semi-conscious Spud back into the Land Rover again. But as soon as he was in place and Danny had loaded himself and the gear up, they were on the move again. They travelled faster than the previous night. The cat-addled Yasser was heavier on the gas than their previous chauffeur. Danny had to tell him to ease off. The faster they went, the bumpier the journey, which was no good for Spud. Sweat-soaked and sand-stained, Danny gazed into the desert night,
scanning for strange lights from one window, occasionally checking Spud's pulse. It was weak, but regular, unlike his breathing, which had started to become more erratic again. 2 hours passed in silence. The lights, when they came from straight ahead. Yasser slammed on the brakes. Spud groaned as his body jolted forwards. The driver looked over his shoulder. The cat seemed to have worn off. He looked sharper now.
"You have money?"
he demanded.
"Why?"
Yasser pointed at the blinding headlamps 15 metres up ahead. 2 figures had emerged from the car in front. Their silhouettes were approaching. Suddenly, the headlamps went dark. Danny blinked heavily as his eyes adjusted. The figures were alongside the car now. Yasser opened his window to talk to one of them. Danny glimpsed a shemak around the man's head and a weapon slung round his neck. Fight or pay. Danny's money was certainly precious, but to leave a trail of bodies would be a marker that they'd passed through this way. And besides, who knew what the darkness was hiding? With Spud out of action, Danny could be taking on more than he could manage. He pulled another $100 bill out and handed it to Yasser. Yasser clicked his fingers to indicate that he needed another, which Danny reluctantly gave him. Conversation in the front, not friendly, but efficient. Yasser handed over the cash, and the 2 self-appointed toll merchants stepped back. Yasser moved off again, driving round the vehicle that was still bang in front of them. Danny engaged his NV and looked around. 50 metres on either side, he saw the green glow of 5 other trucks with human figures standing round them. Looked like he'd made the right call.
"How much further?" he growled.
"We cross the Saudi border in 10 minutes, Yasser said. "Then a half hour. Be patient, my friend. You will be there very soon."
Chapter 20. 21:30 hours AST. They called it an airfield. That was generous. It was little more than a flat run of hard-baked earth 3 miles west of a barely used highway in southern Saudi Arabia, with a tiny breeze-block building at one end. But it did have an aircraft. Danny stood by the Land Rover and surveyed it from a distance of 500 metres through the NV he was shortly to give up to Yasser. It looked like an old Cessna 172, single-engine, high fixed wing, nothing to write home about, but good enough. He looked at the building. There was an old saloon car parked up outside it, which suggested to him that there was somebody inside. Other than that, nothing. If Spud had been okay, now would have been the time to ditch Yasser and the kid and approach on foot. But Spud wasn't walking anywhere. He turned to Yasser, who was still behind the wheel. "Kill the lights. I'm going to walk. You're going to drive next to me, very slowly, so the engine doesn't make a big noise. Understand?" Yasser nodded. "If you try to drive away without me, I'll shoot out your tyres, then I'll shoot you and your boy." Another nod, more nervous this time. Danny raised his rifle and surveyed the building through the sight. No movement. No personnel as far as he could see. He kept the rifle raised as he started walking across the open ground, the vehicle creeping along beside him. 5 minutes later, they were 250 metres out. Still no movement, no sign of life. Yasser was doing a good job of keeping close, slow, and quiet. 100 metres out. 50. Danny stopped and held up one hand. The Land Rover came to a halt. Danny scanned the area again for threats. Nothing. It was dead quiet. He walked round to the passenger side of the Land Rover, opened the door, and pulled out Yasser's kid. "You stay here with my friend," Danny told Yasser. "Only drive up when I give you the sign." Yasser was sweating profusely.
"My son,"
he said. "He'll be fine, so long as you do what I say." Danny nudged the kid towards the building with the point of his rifle. The boy was trembling and looked like he might shit himself, but that was fine by Danny. It would keep him on message. They covered the final 50 metres in about a minute. All the while, Danny had the back of the kid's head and the building in his sights. He kept scanning for movement. There was none. As they came within 20 metres of the building, its finer details came into view, not that there were many. A wooden door on the near side, a tumble-down shack on the other that looked like an outdoor toilet. Danny grabbed the kid by one shoulder and pushed him to the ground.
"Lie down," he said. "Don't move." The terrified boy did as he was told. Danny left him cringing on the desert floor as he completed a circuit of the building to check there were no other exits. No personnel they hadn't seen as they approached. The toilet shack stank of shit, but was empty. Elsewhere the stench of aviation gas hung in the air. Danny approached the main door. Slowly he reached out and turned the door handle. It was unlocked. He engaged his NV, pulled his cig, and quietly opened the door and stepped inside. He heard the occupant of the building before he saw him. His snores resonated around the shabby, cramped single room. There was an old stove at one end, a cluttered desk with a blinking laptop, the outline of what looked like a large mobile phone, and a low bunk along the far wall where the snoring was coming from. Danny stepped quietly up to it. A man lay there, fully dressed and foul-smelling. He was very thin, and even in the dark Danny could make out his plainly East African features, Somali, possibly Ethiopian. He bent down and put one hand over the man's mouth. His eyes shot open. Danny pressed his cig against the man's forehead. "You speak English," he whispered. The man nodded. "Sit up, very slowly." He removed his hand from the man's mouth and allowed him to sit up. "You the pilot?" Another nod. "Sober?" A shrug. "Where's the nearest hospital?" 300 miles, very bad road." Danny swore. He didn't think Spud had it in him to make that kind of journey. "Can you get me and my friend to an international airport, no questions asked?" Because they were more likely to get medical help near a major airport. "You have passports?" "I'd rather not show them." The man's lips curled into a distasteful smile. "For no questions asked, it will cost you." Danny nodded, then stood up, pulling the man up with him. "What's your name?" The man gave him a steady look. "Brian," he said, clearly a lie. "I can take you to Addis Ababa. I know people there." Danny gave it a moment's thought. From Ethiopia he would be able to get a flight to Paris, but Addis Ababa was a major hub. Chances were their immigration systems would be up to date. Danny didn't think their passports would be tagged, not if the security services had them down as KIA, but the fewer up-to-date airports they presented their ID at, the better. "Where else?" he demanded. "Eritrea," Brian said. "Massawa Airport." Eritrea. Danny gave himself another moment to think. He knew there were rumours that the Eritreans were supplying Al-Shabaab with arms. Under the circumstances, it felt like a high-risk destination. But relations with the East African state and the West were strained. That meant the chances of them sharing immigration information were small. "And do you know people at Massawa?" Danny breathed. "Of course." "Can we get medical help there?" "For a price." "Who are you?" Danny thought for another moment. "Do they have flights to Europe?" Brian shrugged again. "Frankfurt, maybe." Germany. From there he could hop a flight to Southern Ireland, sneak over the border and take a ferry to the mainland. Complicated, but it would avoid having to show his ID at a UK border, because if anyone was still looking for him and Spud, that would be where security was tightest. Hardly risk-free. The moment he presented himself at any international border, he'd be looking over his shoulder, but there was unfinished business back home. He'd have to take some risks. He led the man outside. The kid was still flat out on the desert floor. Danny raised one arm in the direction of the Land Rover, which immediately started trundling towards them. He turned to face the pilot. "How much?" "Who did you kill?" Brian avoided the question. "What do you mean?" "People come to me. Usually it's because they killed someone. So, who did you kill?" "You, if you don't answer the question. How much to Eritrea?" 1,000. "That's too much. I don't have it." Brian thought for a moment. Then he pointed at Danny's rifle. "You have other weapons?" he asked. "Maybe." "Show me." Ordinarily, Danny would have stonewalled a request like that, but he and Spud only had $3,100 between them, and their weapons were fast becoming useless. Spud was past using them, and Danny would almost certainly have to ditch them before they got onto a commercial airline. He held up his cig. then pointed out the fragmentation grenades, flashbangs, and ammo in his ops waistcoat. "Okay," Brian said. "And how much cash?" "No cash," Danny said, thinking on his feet. "Weapons only." Brian shook his head, a sickly smile on his face. "Fine," Danny said. He put his cig to Brian's head. "I can fly a plane. I'll just kill you and take your aircraft." Brian's smile dropped. "Wait," he said quickly. "Okay, no cash, just the weapons." "You don't lay a finger on them while we're still here," Danny said. "I leave them in your hut. They're yours when you get back." Brian nodded reluctantly as the Land Rover pulled up alongside them. He peered into the back passenger window and stared at Spud for a few seconds. "Is he going to live?" he asked. Danny gave him a cold stare, but didn't answer. "Take him to the plane," he told Yasser. 2 minutes later, Danny, Yasser, and Brian were carefully lifting Spud out of the back seat of the Land Rover and into the Cessna. There were 2 seats at the rear of the cockpit. Danny laid Spud across them. His mate groaned sharply as Danny positioned him at a 45-degree angle, and his shallow breathing was now more of a hoarse rattle. He checked the cannula. It was still sticking out from Spud's ribcage, but the skin around it had turned several shades of red and yellow. It didn't look good. Danny knew that infection could set in at any moment. It would spread through Spud's weakened body in hours. He needed major surgery. He needed antibiotics. He needed everything Danny couldn't supply him with. Once Spud was secured, Danny jumped back down off the Cessna where the others were waiting for him. He unloaded his gear from the Land Rover, then removed his NV goggles and handed them over to Yasser. Yasser looked immensely pleased as he gathered up his new toys in his arms. Less so when Danny pulled out his handgun and grabbed the Bedouin kid by a clump of his hair. He turned to Yasser. "I've seen where you live," he said. "If you tell anybody about us, I'll come back." He put the gun to the kid's head. "Understood." The kid looked like he was about to scream. Yasser nodded his head violently, and his eyes spun like marbles in a glass. "Get out of here," Danny said. They didn't need telling twice. Father and son scrambled back into the Land Rover, and seconds later they screeched off. "How long till we take off?" Danny asked Brian. "I need a half hour," Brian said, "to check the plane." Danny gathered up their gear. "The rounds from one of these rifles will puncture your fuel tank," he said. "You try to leave without me, that's what'll happen. I'm going to wait for you in the building. Call me when you're ready." Brian gave one of his laconic shrugs, then turned to his aircraft. Danny jogged towards and entered the hut. It still stank, even without Brian in it. He looked around in the darkness, his eyes resting on the cluttered desk. He knew what he was looking for. The laptop looked old and bulky, but it was the handset next to it that attracted Danny's attention. It was 3 or 4 times the size of an ordinary mobile, with a chunky black aerial and, he could only just make this out, the word Iridium in white lettering on the front, a sat phone. He paused for a moment. He had a chance now to call Hereford, get a case vac set up. Spud might stand a chance then, but he knew that wasn't really an option. Whoever had tried to kill them back at the training camp had gone to a lot of trouble. If they popped up on the grid now, they'd be dead men. It wasn't an option. It took 20 seconds for the sat phone to power up. Its pale green screen glowed in the darkness as Danny punched in the code for the UK, followed by a number he knew well. A pause, then a ringtone. 10 seconds passed. 20. A voice. Male. Groggy. Suspicious.
"Yeah?"
"Kyle, it's me." Silence.
"What the
"Shut up and listen to me carefully. There's a couple of grand hidden in my flat. Some of it's in dollars, but if you do what I say, it's yours. I'll tell you where it is now, and when I get back, I'll sort out your problem with the Poles. That's a promise." Danny could hear him lighting up a cigarette at the other end of a phone.
"Back from where?"
his brother asked. "Away. I can't talk for long. It's Clara."
"Yeah, the posh bitch. What about her?"
He sounded shifty. Danny didn't know why. "I think she's in danger. I want you to go to her. Take her somewhere safe till I get in touch again. Use the money if you have to. Find a B&B in Wales or somewhere.
Another pause.
Don't be so fucking stupid.
What do you mean?
I mean, don't be so fucking stupid. Like that blonde bitch is going to waltz away with me just because I say she should. Fuck's sake.
Kyle's voice grew fainter. He sounded like he was hanging up. Wait! Danny hissed. Kyle, wait! Silence.
What?
Tell her this, Danny breathed. Tell her I'll stop remembering the things I want to forget. She'll understand. More silence, and then a cynical laugh.
Pass me the fucking puke bag.
Danny mastered the anger that was rising in him. Even from a distance of thousands of miles, Kyle could wind him up. Listen to me, Kyle, he breathed. Do this and your problems are sorted. But if you don't, trust me, you'll wish the Poles had got to you first. The laughter died away. Danny could picture his brother's hard, avaricious features.
Where's the money?
The wardrobe in my bedroom, under the floor.
Key?
You'll have to break in. It doesn't matter. And Kyle, at some point in the next 24 hours, someone might tell you I'm dead. Don't tell them I'm not. Kyle fell quiet again. When he did speak, he sounded somehow more subdued.
You in trouble?
More than you can possibly imagine, Danny thought. But he said, Keep her safe, Kyle. I fucking mean it. And then he hung up. Danny threw the sat phone back onto the table, then ran out to check on the plane. He could still see Brian walking around it, so he hurried back to the table and turned his attention to the old laptop. It took a full 2 minutes to power up. Danny pulled Abu Raid's data stick from his pocket, then plugged it in. A yellow folder appeared on the desktop, simply named Folder 1. Double-click. The folder opened to present a single QuickTime file. Double-click. Abu Raid's face, calm, unflustered, a plain backdrop. Danny recalled the last horrific video the cleric had been involved with, and for a moment wondered if this might be something similar. But moments after he clicked the play button, he realized that this wasn't a message for the world. It was more personal than that. The sound quality of the video was poor, a hissing in the background, and Abu Raid's voice was muffled, but they could still understand him.
If you are watching this,
the ghost of Abu Raid intoned,
then my life is in danger. Perhaps I am already dead.
A pause. Abu Raid stared hard into the camera.
Do not weep for me. I go to a place where my rewards will be great. You will join me when the time is right.
The cleric cleared his throat, then continued.
If they have come for me, they will come for you. With this message I give you a weapon with which to fight them.
Outside, Danny heard the sound of the Cessna's propeller firing up. He increased the volume on the laptop.
The governments of the West are riddled with treachery and dishonor. You know that this is true. I have taught you how they will be your friend one moment, your enemy the next. How they will destroy you with their bombs and then shake your hand. The Taliban were once their friends. Then they were their mortal enemy. Soon they will be their friends again.
Abu Raid's lip curled as if this inconstancy made him feel nauseous.
There is someone in the security services,
he continued. He shook his head almost apologetically.
I do not know their identity. They have been clever enough to keep it a secret. But for the past 6 months I have been in contact with this person. Everything I have done with their full knowledge. They have their reasons for wanting the streets of London to be filled with terror.
There was a moment of juddering on the film. Abu Raid disappeared for a few seconds, leaving Danny to stare at the background. Then he suddenly appeared again and continued talking almost immediately.
We correspond by draft emails left on a Gmail account. They are instantly discarded the moment they are read. Only my contact and I have the address and the password, but you will find them in the name of God.
A piercing stare.
You need only send an email stating what you know. My contact will be terrified of this becoming known. They will see to it that you are not harmed.
He continued to stare straight at the screen.
You must not tell them anything about me. And if this weapon does not work, you know what to do.
A fierce glint entered his eyes.
You know what to do.
He disappeared again. The video stopped. Danny frowned. He realized that ever since they had left the training camp, he'd been silently hoping that he'd been wrong. That it had all just been a dreadful mistake they'd been lucky enough to survive. But this message, for his wife, Danny assumed, was confirmation. The smoking gun. The faces of the Hammerstone Quartet swam in Danny's mind. Victoria with her Muslim husband, and the mysterious 6-month gap in her CV. Chamberlain, with his right-wing sympathies and links to the royal family. Maddox, attached to the CIA, whose motives and activities were a mystery to everyone but themselves. And Buckingham. Treacherous, sleazy Buckingham, who would do anything to advance himself. "What you doing with my computer?" Brian's voice from the doorway, aggressive. Danny pulled the data stick away from the USB port and closed down the laptop. "You ready?" Brian looked like he was spoiling for an argument, but a dangerous look from Danny subdued him. He nodded, then pointed at Danny and Spud's weapons. "You leave them here? Go and wait by the plane. I'll meet you there." Brian reluctantly left the hut. Danny removed his waistcoat and piled his weapons by the door. He kept his money, his and Spud's passports, and his medical pack. At the last minute, though, he grabbed back his pistol. He'd have to ditch it before getting off the plane in Eritrea. There were no diplomatic bags now, and they couldn't simply cross borders armed to the teeth. But he'd feel a little less naked for a little longer if he had at least one firearm. He walked out to the airfield. Brian was climbing into his plane, so Danny jogged towards it. Danny didn't trust their pilot even remotely. Nobody trustworthy would be running an operation like this. But right now, Brian was all he had. 2000 hours GMT. It had been a quiet shift at the hospital. Good thing, too. Clara was in no state to think clearly. But now that it was time to go home, she found that she didn't want to. She spent longer than usual changing out of her hospital gear into her ordinary clothes, which were still damp from her sprint along the Edgware Road that morning. When her colleagues called good-night to her as she left the wards, she barely heard them, and as she approached the exit to the hospital, she drew a deep breath to steady her nerves before stepping out once more into the drizzle. It was cold now, as well as wet. Her damp clothes seemed to draw any warmth from her bones, but her pulse was racing nonetheless. She had already decided that she was going to take a taxi home, but there didn't seem to be any, as she stood on the edge of the pavement. As the minutes passed, she just grew colder. "Thought you'd never turn up," said a voice immediately behind her. She started and spun round. Shock turned to distaste as she recognized Kyle's face. "What do you want?" She turned again and made a show of craning out her neck to look for a cab. "I'm not giving you any more money. I know you wasted it." "Don't need your money, love," Kyle replied in a maddeningly insulting tone of voice. "Got a message for you, that's all." "Somehow I don't think so." "Stuck-up bitch, aren't you?" She ignored him. She caught sight of the orange-for-hire light of a black cab about 50 metres up the road and raised one hand to flag it down. "It's from my brother." She blinked, then lowered her hand. "What?" "Gone deaf as well." "Why can't Danny give me his own messages?" "Because he's a twat. Trust me, love, I've known him a lot longer than you." "I've told you once not to." "Do you want to know what he said or not?" She inhaled deeply to calm herself. "Go on," she said, her voice level. "You're supposed to come with me. You're in trouble." She blinked again. "What do you mean? What sort of trouble?" "What am I, Darren fucking Brown? I don't know. He wants me to keep an eye on you anyway." "You keep an eye on me?" Clara frowned. She looked directly at Kyle. "Have you been following me?" she asked. "Loitering outside my house?" Kyle gave her a disgusted look. "Fuck's sake," he said. "You think I haven't got better things to do with my time?" Not really, Clara thought. That silent answer clearly showed in her face. Kyle spat on the pavement just short of her feet. "Fine," he said. I don't give a shit either way. Kyle turned to walk away. But that was when Clara saw him again. He was on her side of the road this time, standing in the shelter of a bus stop about 20 metres beyond where Kyle had his back to her. She just caught a glimpse of him through the oncoming pedestrians, hood down, face obscured. "Wait!" she called out. Kyle carried on walking, so she ran after him and grabbed his arm. Her mind was a riot of suspicion and panic. She knew she couldn't go home now, and yet she didn't trust Kyle. "How do I know you're telling me the truth? Where's Danny? Why don't we call him?" He gave her a dark look. "He's out of the country." She felt a shiver, because she knew what out of the country meant to Danny. A strange expression crossed Kyle's face, like he couldn't decide to say what he was about to say. She looked over his shoulder. The hooded figure was still there, no longer facing them but standing with his head down. He spouted some bullshit about, I don't know, forgetting things he shouldn't remember, some crap like that. Fucker was talking bollocks, if you ask me. But Clara had caught her breath. She grabbed Kyle by the arm again. "Is he safe?" For the briefest moment, the look of arrogance fell from Kyle's face. "No," he said. "I don't think he is." "We have to warn someone." The old Kyle immediately returned. "Do what you want," he said, "but I don't think he'd thank you." "What do you mean?" "Look, my brother was always a fucking Walt, so if you want my advice, take everything he says with a pinch of salt. But he reckons someone thinks he's dead, and we can't say we've heard from him." She stared at him in horror, and then from nowhere a single word came into her mind. Buckingham. "What?" "It doesn't matter." She looked over his shoulder again. The hooded man was still there. She grabbed Kyle's arm and started dragging him in the opposite direction. "Where are we going?" "Changed your mind, have you?" "Somewhere safe. Not my place, not yours. Somewhere we can hide until Danny gets in touch." "I can find a place," Kyle said. "But there's somewhere we need to go first." He sounded shifty, untrustworthy. "Where?" Clara demanded. "Hereford," said Kyle. "Hereford? Why?" Kyle stopped walking. He had a greedy, avaricious look on his face. She recognized that look from when she'd given him the money a few days previously. "Take it or leave it," he said, a nasty twist in his voice. She looked at him. Then she looked back along the pavement. She couldn't see the hooded figure anywhere. She wanted to keep it that way. She nodded her reluctant agreement. "Okay," she said. "Hereford." They hurried on through the rain.
Chapter 21. It was a turbulent flight. Hot desert air hit the moist ocean atmosphere at the western coast of Saudi Arabia, causing treacherous pockets where the tiny Cessna 172 would drop 50 feet without warning. Danny had flung himself from enough planes not to be a nervous flyer, but he was aware that they were hardly in the hands of an SF flight crew. All he could do was hope this dodgy geezer who called himself Brian knew what he was doing. Danny wasn't properly strapped in. Instead, he was crouched down beside Spud, holding his mate firmly to minimize the effect of the turbulence. Every time the aircraft bumped, the semi-conscious Spud made a retching sound. He was clearly in excruciating pain, and the movement wasn't helping things. Now and then his eyes opened, and he'd mutter something Danny couldn't understand. His speech was slurred and getting slower. Not a good sign. He turned and tapped Brian on the shoulder. The pilot looked back at him. "Call through to Massawa," he instructed. "I need a medical team on the ground as soon as we land. Can you do that?" "How much money will you pay?" $1,000, more if my friend lives. I'll come back and pay them." A pause. "I thought you didn't have $1,000. Danny didn't hesitate. He just pulled the cig and pressed it to the back of Brian's head. "Just make the call." Brian did as he was told, jabbering away over the radio in Arabic as Danny kept the gun on him. Lights along the edge of the land distinguished the coastline from the sea. Once they were over water, he made out the lights of several ships, the southern stretches of the Red Sea. He wondered if any of the ships were Royal Navy. An uncomfortable thought crossed his mind, that if they were, they could be the enemy now. The eastern coast of Eritrea passed below them, less clearly lit than that of Saudi, and after that, vast stretches of blackness as they passed over the desert lands of that country. There were no bursts of sound from Brian's radio. The airspace of East Africa was not policed and regulated. Fly an anonymous plane over the UK, and a tornado squadron would be on your tail in minutes. But it was easy to fly in and out of these countries on whatever business, without anybody noticing. As they flew, Danny replayed Abu Raid's video in his head. The cleric's words sickened him, but not so much as the thought that a member of the security services was in some way involved in the London bombings. The faces of their 4 handlers swam in front of his eyes again. Who was the guilty one? How would they ever find out? They had been airborne for 90 minutes when Spud said something Danny understood.
It's the Yanks.
Danny looked over at Brian. He was wearing ear-protecting cans in the cockpit so they could talk securely. Danny thought about what Spud had said. It was possible, sure, likely even. It was common knowledge that the CIA would do almost anything to protect their interests. But Danny couldn't shake the memory of Buckingham in the car after their first meeting at Hammerstone, sticking the knife further into each of his colleagues with every sentence, laying a false trail with every word. He said nothing of this. He realized he needed the email address and password Abu Raid used to contact his handler. He recalled the cleric's words on the tape. "Only my contact and I have the address and the password. But you will find them in the name of God. You know where to look." Riddles, impossible to solve. Danny had to get his hands on Abu Raid's missus, the White Witch or whatever the fuck they called her. Not easy, given that he was currently in a tiny Cessna between 2 continents, nursing a wounded man who could be hours away from death. No, Danny thought, not easy. But not impossible. He just had to get back into the country first. Danny looked out of the window to see a tiny sprawl of lights, perhaps 20 miles in the distance.
"Masawa!"
Brian called from the cockpit.
"We land in 10 minutes."
The plane banked sharply. "Go easy!" Danny shouted. But as he did, Spud made a harsh, choking sound. His face, already pale, turned several shades whiter. He started gasping for breath again, just as he had done moments after he'd been shot. Something had happened. Danny stared at his friend for a moment. What was wrong? Internal bleeding, he decided. The round inside him must have moved. The lung cavity was filling with blood. Spud was going to suffocate if Danny didn't do something. They couldn't wait 10 minutes. Spud just didn't have it in him. Danny needed to bleed him. He quickly grabbed his med pack and pulled out the second cannula. He ripped the tear in Spud's clothes open wider. The skin round the first cannula had deteriorated. Danny could see networks of blue and red capillaries spreading out from the hole. Spud's gasping became worse. His body started shaking violently. Danny couldn't put it off any more. He pressed the sharp end of the wide-bore cannula deep into the ribcage, an inch or 2 to the left of the first. Spud didn't even seem to notice what he'd done. Holding the plastic tubing firm, he removed the metal needle. As soon as it came out, a jet of blood spurted from the cannula. Ordinarily a bad sign, but not in this instance. The effect was immediate as the bloodletting reduced the pressure on the bad lung. Spud drew a long intake of breath. His eyes flickered open for a moment. His lips started moving. Danny realized he was trying to speak. He sealed the new cannula with the adjustable valve at the open end to stop the blood flow. Then he shuffled up to Spud's head so he could hear him better. Spud's words were slower and more indistinct than ever.
"Find the fucker who did this to me," he breathed.
Danny felt his jaw setting. He nodded, even though Spud had closed his eyes again and couldn't see him do it. Then he turned to look over his shoulder at Brian. "Get us on the ground!" he roared. Brian gave him a slow, confused look. "Now!" Danny shouted, and he waved the gun in Brian's direction again. Instantly the Cessna's engines changed pitch, and they started losing height more quickly. Danny felt Spud's pulse. It was horribly weak. But he was at least breathing as the Cessna continued to lose height. "Stay with me!" he shouted at Spud, but his mate was clearly past hearing. So instead he shouted at the pilot again, "Get us on the fucking ground!" 5 minutes later, the wheels touched down. Danny knew they were hitting the runway too fast, but Brian was a decent pilot, and although the landing was bumpy, he kept control of the aircraft as it rapidly lost speed. Spud was entirely unconscious as they taxied off the runway. From a corner of his eye, Danny saw a passenger aircraft coming into land behind them, a sharp reminder that from now on, staying off the grid would be a lot harder. The aircraft came to a halt a good 150 metres from the main terminal building. It was a low concrete building, not much bigger than the squadron hangar back at Hereford. Unlike Hereford, it was surrounded by squat palm trees, their leaves motionless in the still night air. "Where's the medic?" Danny shouted. "Where's the fucking medic?" He didn't have to wait for an answer. At that moment he saw something that, for the first time in days, gave him a surge of hope. A van was speeding across the tarmac towards them. On one side it had the familiar markings of the Red Cross. Danny didn't hesitate. He jumped down from the Cessna as the van pulled up alongside them. 2 guys jumped out, one black, one white. The white guy looked Danny up and down, clearly surprised by the state of his blood-stained clothes. "Where's the patient?" he asked. "In the plane. He has a bullet wound, a 7.62. I think it's entered his left lung. I've inserted 1 cannula to stop the lung collapsing, a second to bleed it when the cavity filled with blood. He's in a bad way." "How did it happen?" "Bandits in Ethiopia." Danny lied easily. The medic didn't question him. "Does he have any ID?" Danny shook his head. He didn't want to give them Spud's name or passport. The last thing he could do to prolong his mate's life was preserve his anonymity. "Can you get him out of the airport?" He pressed $1,000 into the medic's hands, and the medic nodded. Then he and his colleague opened up the back of the van and pulled out a stretcher bed. 2 minutes later, Danny had helped them maneuver the unconscious Spud out of the plane and onto the bed. The medics were already fitting a saline drip to his arm and an oxygen mask to his face. They hurriedly loaded the stretcher bed into the back of the van. The black guy climbed in with Spud. The last Danny saw of his mate, it was impossible to tell at a glance whether he was living or dead. "Coming?" the white medic asked Danny. Danny stared at the van, then at the medic. "Look after him," he said. "I'll be back for him when I can." The medic didn't question Danny's decision. There clearly wasn't time. He hurried to the ambulance, jumped behind the wheel, and screeched off. Danny took several deep breaths, trying to calm his nerves. Had he made the right call? Would Spud stand a chance with these Red Cross doctors? Was it possible that word of this anonymous injured man arriving on an Eritrean airfield would make it back to the security services? Danny didn't know the answer to any of these questions. All he knew was that the decision was made, and that now he had to concentrate on getting back to the UK and doing exactly what Spud had asked him to do, finding the fuckers that had put them in this situation. He turned to Brian. "What now?" Danny demanded, the tension clearly audible in his voice. "Now," said Brian. "We wait." They didn't have to wait long. Within a couple of minutes, a lone airport official appeared, walking across the tarmac to the plane. Black skin, shaved head, sunken yellow eyes, high-vis jacket and handgun at his belt. Brian walked up to meet him, and they stood talking by the wing for perhaps 30 seconds. Some money changed hands, and the official smiled. Brian approached Danny. "You owe me $100, he said. "I already paid you," Danny said. "Okay," he said. "I'll take my money back from him, and he'll take you through passport control, not round the back way." Danny frowned. Fucker had him over a barrel. He handed Brian another $100. That put Danny's funds down to $2,000. Brian grunted gracelessly, then gestured at the airport official to join them. The official looked Danny up and down. No doubt he appeared strange with his grubby, blood-stained douche-dash hiding his camouflage gear and boots, but he didn't say anything. He just made a little clicking sound in the corner of his mouth and indicated that Danny should follow him. Danny turned to Brian. A nod from each of them was the only farewell that was required. Moments later, he was trudging across the tarmac with his new companion. When Danny looked over his shoulder, the Cessna was already on the move. Danny's senses had slipped back into top gear. He scanned the area around them, checking that they weren't being unduly watched. And as they neared the terminal building, he instinctively looked upwards, searching for CCTV or any other type of surveillance. Nothing. For now. The official led him round the side of the terminal, through a locked metal door to which he had a key. Danny found himself in a narrow corridor with scuffed walls and strip lighting. Their footsteps echoed as they paced down it towards a second locked door. The official opened it, then stepped back. Danny peered through. The concourse of Massawa International Airport. Far from busy at this time of night. A few bored-looking officials milling around. Check-in desks on the far side, closed. Ticketing booths for Eritrean Airlines and Nazair, closed. A couple of white backpackers sleeping on rows of plastic seats. And perhaps 50 Eritrean nationals waiting for passengers on the plane Danny had seen landing to come through security. There were a few shops along the edges of the concourse. Souvenirs, bureau de change, even a clothes shop. But their facades were covered with metal shutters. And there was a grotty cafe, but all the chairs were stowed on top of the tables.
"Go! You go!"
the airport official said. He tried to push Danny forwards. Danny shook him off impatiently, but then stepped from the corridor onto the concourse. The door shut quickly behind them. He was on his own. Danny looked up at the departures board. There were no flights leaving until 0600 hours. Eritrean to Khartoum, Nazair to Dubai. At 10:15 hours, however, an Eritrean Airlines flight was listed to Frankfurt. Flight time 5 hours 54 minutes. It meant he could be in Europe around 1400 hours local time. Would Spud still be alive by then? Danny didn't know. A silent rage boiled up inside him. He felt he wanted to do something, to hurt someone. But he couldn't. All he could do was wait. The early morning hours passed in a blur of tiredness. Danny realized he hadn't slept since he and Spud had been lying in the OP above the training camp more than 24 hours ago. Eritrean airport officials and travellers blurred in and out of focus. As waves of fatigue crashed over him, he felt himself nodding. Every now and then he'd wake with a start and look round for Spud. But with a guilty, angry pang, he remembered Spud wasn't there. God only knew what was happening to him. He woke suddenly for a final time at 0655 hours, when he looked blearily over towards the ticket desks. Both the Eritrean Airlines and the Nazair desk had a uniformed woman attending them. The ticket to Frankfurt cost 499 Eritrean nafka. It was sold with only the most cursory glance at Danny's dirty clothes and his passport, though the guy at the bureau de change who converted his dollars scrutinized the passport a bit more closely. No computers, though, Danny noted with satisfaction. So far, he reckoned he was still under the radar. In the cafe, he bought a cup of thick, powdery coffee and cellophane-wrapped biscuits hard enough to break your teeth on. When the clothes shop opened at 0800, he bought cheap linen trousers, sandals, and a loose-fitting T-shirt. In the other shop, he found razors and shaving foam, which he took along with his new clothes to the rancid toilets at one end of the concourse. He changed in a cubicle with shit stains round the toilet rims, dumping his old clothes behind the cistern. Back in front of the sinks, he shaved his face and, in a last-minute decision, his head. He drew strange looks from the Eritrean men who came in for a slash as he flicked clumps of hair into the sink. Better, though, to get strange looks here than in Frankfurt. Back on the concourse, his gate was being called. He presented his ticket and passport to the flight attendant. She checked them and made a handwritten note of the passport number. But then, with a smile, she ushered him through. Danny boarded the brightly coloured Airbus as the morning sun was rising in the African sky. The aircraft was only half full, so he had a row of seats to himself. And by 10:20 hours he was airborne again, high above the parched landscape of East Africa and heading north. He didn't look back out of the window. He didn't have the heart. He felt a deep guilt at leaving Spud behind, even though he knew he'd done his best for him. For now, he decided to sleep again, to refresh himself for the next stage of his journey. 0900 hours, GMT.
"What are we doing here?"
Clara asked. They had taken the first train to Hereford. Now they stood outside Danny's flat. Clara looked up and down the street, all around. She had been doing that all night, as they nursed paper coffee cups at Euston. The police presence at the station was high. Clara found that a comfort. At no point had she seen the hooded figure, and she was beginning to wonder, as she always seemed to when morning came, if seeing him again had just been some kind of coincidence. "I'm going to break in," Kyle said. His hands were shaking. Delirium tremens, she diagnosed at a glance. Kyle was craving a fix of something. "Don't be stupid," she said. "I've got a key." She hurried up to the front door and let them in, ignoring the voice in her head that asked her why on earth she was still carrying Danny's house key after he'd finished with her. It was dark in the flat. All the curtains were closed, and there was an unpleasant mustiness. Once inside, Kyle shot down the corridor towards Danny's bedroom. "What are you doing?" she called. He didn't answer. When she followed him into the room, she found that he had opened the wardrobe and was on his knees pulling up the floorboards inside. "Kyle, what the hell are you—" She fell silent. Kyle had 3 wads of banknotes in his fist, and a look of unrestrained greed on his face. He started stuffing the money into his pockets. When he was sure he had it all, he followed Clara back along the corridor to the front door, which was still ajar. She opened it wider and gasped. He was there, on the other side of the street. Despite the hood, she could make out a little more of his face this time. Dark eyes, a hooked nose. And was that a stud in his lower lip? She slammed the door shut. "I'm being followed," she whispered. Kyle frowned. "What do you mean? You're as bad as him." His hands involuntarily went to the pockets where his money was. "There's a gate in the back garden. It leads to an alleyway. Run!" She pushed past him and hurried back to the bedroom where French doors led to the garden. They were locked. No sign of the key. She grabbed a pillow from the bed, held it by one hand against the glass pane in the door, then kicked it as hard as she could. The glass splintered. 2 more kicks, and it was in shards around her feet. "Come on!" she hissed at Kyle, who was hanging back, staring stupidly at her. They picked their way through the jagged remains of the window pane. Clara winced as a shard scraped against her scalp, but she kept on moving, dragging Kyle along behind her. Danny's garden was untended and overgrown. The back gate was open. They hurried through it, out into the alleyway behind the row of houses. Left or right, she knew that both directions ended out in the street. Left emerged further away from Danny's front door. If her stalker suspected that she was escaping round the back, he'd expect her to take that route. So she turned right. Kyle was wheezing and out of breath after just a few meters. Clara pulled him along. He was red-faced and coughing as they emerged onto the street. She looked carefully around. No sign of the stalker. She turned to Kyle. "Where can we go?" she demanded. "Not your place. Somewhere nobody can find us till Danny gets back. Do you know somewhere?" A shifty look crossed his face. "Yeah," he said. "I know somewhere. You won't like it." "I don't have to like it," Clara snapped. "Is it far?" "No," Kyle said. "Not far. Follow me." She followed. 14:15 hours, Central European Time. Frankfurt International Airport. Eritrean Airlines Flight 592 from Massawa touched down onto a rain-slicked runway. A bendy bus transferred the passengers from the aircraft to the terminal building. Danny felt a twist in his stomach as he stepped off the bus. Armed police everywhere. But he told himself that was to be expected. All of Europe would be on high alert after what had happened in London. He kept his head down as he stepped into the terminal building. He knew there would be CCTV everywhere. Impossible to spot them all. Better to spend his time making sure he went unobserved. There was a long queue at passport control. Most of the other passengers from Massawa went into a separate line for non-EU citizens, but Danny joined at least 50 others waiting to present their passports. There were 5 people between them in the queue. Danny instinctively looked around, checking where the exits were in this huge immigration hall. He saw plenty, but he knew, of course, that they were of no use to him if everything turned to shit. The exits were guarded, and he was unarmed. It took a full 20 minutes before Danny was called up to have his passport checked. He walked up to a grim-looking German woman and handed over his passport. Was it his imagination, or did the woman glance disapprovingly at his dirty hand, little knowing that this wasn't ordinary grime, but a mixture of gun residue and dried blood? She scanned the passport. Danny couldn't see the screen of her terminal, but found himself scrutinizing the contours of her face. He noticed a sudden tightness around her eyes. He tensed up. She looked at the photograph, then directly at Danny. She frowned. The images were different since Danny had shaved his head. Back at the photograph. Back at Danny. "Willkommen in Deutschland," she said, handing the passport back. "Dankeschön," Danny mumbled. He forced himself to keep a steady pace as he walked away from the immigration desk. 10 meters to his right, an armed police officer. But the cop paid him no attention. Relief crashed over Danny like warm water. He was through. Next stop, Southern Ireland. 1500 hours, GMT. What is this place? Clara didn't know which part of Hereford they were in. All she knew was that it wasn't a good part. To get here, they'd passed through an area of bleak parkland. Clara had noticed, just meters from the swings and slides, a metal bin for depositing used needles on which someone had sprayed a single graffiti tag. Raddle-looking mums sitting nearby, wiping their running noses on the sleeves of threadbare clothes as they watched their pale children on the roundabout, none of them wearing enough clothes to protect them from the biting cold. Now Kyle was leading them along a terrace of run-down houses. Condemned, most of them, with graffitied steel casements over the windows and building control signs warning passers-by not to enter on grounds of safety. A few cars lined the streets, but almost without exception they had missing tires or broken windows. A supermarket trolley lay on its side in the middle of the pavement. Even though it was broad daylight, an urban fox sat in the road, watching them intently. Somewhere in the distance, just on the edge of her hearing, she sensed the throb of a drumbeat. But there was no music in this street. It was silent. The house outside which they stopped looked worse than the others. The ground-floor windows were covered in bolted steel mesh. On the first floor, the panes were smashed and the frames rotten, leaving the interior of the house open to the elements. There were slates missing from the roof. The chimney stack was crumbling. The door, however, was slightly open. Kyle walked up to the door. He pushed it open with his foot and stepped inside. Clara looked over her shoulder. There was no sign of anyone in the street. She followed Kyle inside. The first thing that hit her was the smell. She could discern cannabis and booze, but that wasn't the half of it. There was a lingering stench of vomit, also sewage, and lacing it all together, the sweet, sickly smell of infection. The doctor in her knew before she had even taken a second step over the threshold that this was a house of the unwell. It was dark in here, and very cold. She knew that there could be no electricity, but looking up she saw that neither was there a light fitting in this narrow hallway, just a bare wire hanging from the ceiling. Instinct told her that if there had ever been a bulb and fitting there, they had been stolen and sold long ago. Same went for the light switch, and even, she noticed, for the radiator that had once stood against the wall between the sawn-off ends of 2 copper pipes. The house had been stripped of anything of value, then graffitied so heavily that she could see nothing of the walls. "I don't like it here," she breathed. Kyle shrugged, then threw her own words back at her. "You don't have to like it." Clara clenched her jaw as she followed Kyle further into the house, up a flight of stairs with a thin, sticky carpet. At the top of the stairs he turned right. They entered a large bedroom. In fact, it looked like 2 rooms knocked together. It was even colder in here. The windows were broken, as she'd seen from the pavement, and the carpet in front of them was wet where the rain had seeped in, which was presumably why the sleeping bodies had congregated at the far end of the room. She counted them, 6 people, bundled up under thin blankets. Clara heard herself say, "What is this place?" But even as she said it, her eyes fell on the paraphernalia that surrounded the sleeping bodies. Teaspoons, candle stubs, small colour gas stoves, dirty swabs of cotton wool, and needles, maybe 10 of them, lying on the ground, with no sign of sealed foil wrappers to show they were sterile. 3 upturned milk crates were dotted around the room in place of chairs. The walls were graffitied just as heavily as downstairs, and there was a stench of urine that suggested someone had relieved themselves in here recently. There was a poster on the wall showing a picturesque French village, but that too was graffitied.
"We can't stay here?" she breathed.
"Why the hell not?"
Kyle said.
"Nobody's going to come looking for you in this place."
"What about the police?" she said.
She didn't know why, but the thought of the authorities finding them put a chill through her.
Kyle snorted.
"God, don't be stupid. Police don't want anything to do with this lot."
And Clara supposed that was right, especially now, when all their resources were focused on the terror alert. She'd heard people say on TV that there'd been a crime spike since the bombings, as the understaffed police force tried to prioritize their workload. But these people, she surmised, had been here since long before the bombings. They probably didn't even know the atrocities had happened.
"How do you know about this place, Kyle?"
But that wasn't a question Kyle wanted to answer. He indicated a patch of floor, empty except for a couple of old cigarette packets and a crushed tin of Tennant's Super.
"Make yourself at home,"
he said. 1600 hours, CET. Aer Lingus from Frankfurt to Dublin. He felt a strange sensation when, from his window seat, he saw the coast of southern Ireland slip into view. Home turf, or as near as. Why then did it seem threatening? On ops, you knew your friends from your enemies. Now that he was heading home, he felt like the two had merged into one. Except for Clara. He knew implicitly that he could trust her. He loathed himself for putting her in the care of his brother. He just hoped, prayed, that for once Kyle had managed to man up. 1700 hours, GMT. Touchdown. Another excruciating pass through passport control. But no hold-ups. Danny stepped out into the damp Irish air, exhausted, his face grim. He felt no sense of triumph at having got this far unobserved. No satisfaction that all he needed to do now was board a ferry from Dublin to Holyhead, a route Danny knew would not even require him to show his passport. Just anger, raw, burning anger, as his thoughts turned to Spud back in Eritrea. Had he made it? Danny had no way of knowing. Someone, he told himself, was going to pay. But first, he had to bottle the anger, to use it. He forced himself to concentrate on his own situation, on Clara, and on Hammerstone. His job was only just beginning, and there was only so long that he could remain off the grid. By 2000 hours, he was on the Holyhead ferry. He stood on deck, sheltered from the rain by the overhang of a deck above him. Danny had often discussed with his regiment mates how this was an easy route for terrorists or criminals to slip into the UK unnoticed. He'd never thought that one day it would be him doing it. In the distance, the west coast of Wales slipped into view, as Danny carefully thought through his next move. He needed 3 more guys, he decided, if he was going to smoke out his enemy. People he could trust to keep their mouths shut, to help him out and not let anyone know that he'd made contact. Ripley was the first name on Danny's list. He was a good man, trustworthy. More to the point, Danny knew his home number. He was also a petrol head. Danny and the improvised team he was going to put together would need transport. Ripley could bring some of his motorbikes. Barker was second on the list, assuming he was out of hospital after his flesh wound from the dealers in Horseferry Mews. And there was that mate of Barker's who'd had the brother killed in the Paddington bomb. What was his name? Hancock. Danny reckoned he could get him on side if he thought it was to do with the terror attacks. He decided he'd make contact from a public payphone as soon as he got into Holyhead. Arranged to meet with the guys in London the following night. That would give him time to make a few more arrangements. Not to mention one other crucial thing. He had to pay a visit to the White Witch. Part 4. RV. Chapter 22. Midnight. Clara felt sick. Sick with fear. sick with disgust, and just plain, ordinary sick. She was huddled in the corner of this revolting room, hugging her knees, with nothing to protect her from the cold that came in through the window but the clothes she wore. Kyle had disappeared 20 minutes after they arrived here. She'd tried to persuade him not to leave her, but he'd simply spat a few obscenities and left anyway. The 6 junkies were all unconscious, and she'd been terrified to find out what their reaction to her would be when they woke up. In fact, they'd barely looked at her. She'd soon realize why. It seemed they all still had gear on them, and they were far more interested in getting that into their veins than in the petrified newcomer shivering in the corner of the room. They all awoke at different times, and immediately went about the business of cooking little sachets of brown powder in teaspoons over candle flames, and sending themselves back to oblivion. The doctor in Clara wanted to stop them, but good sense prevailed. She knew that to stand between one of these addicts and their next hit would be asking for trouble. Kyle had returned a couple of hours later. He stank of booze, and he had a bottle in his pocket. He had thrown Clara a packet of crisps, but otherwise barely acknowledged her. Starving, she had wolfed down the food, while Kyle sat on the other side of the room, sipping frequently from his bottle of Teacher's.
"We can't stay here," she'd whispered. "Fine," came the reply. "Fuck off." She'd remained just where she was, of course. She was scared to stay, but she was even more scared to leave. Just as the light was failing, one of the junkies woke up. He had pale, sallow cheeks and terrible acne, especially round his lips. His hands shook. He stared, bleary-eyed, across the room. First at Clara. He eyed her up and down. Not a lascivious stare. Clara had an intuition that the drugs had long since pushed any thought of sex from his mind, but a calculating one. Did she have any drugs, any money? What could he get from her? The junkie turned his attention to Kyle. A flash of recognition registered in his eyes. "Buck again?" he asked in a thin, reedy voice. Kyle ignored him. The junkie snorted dismissively. Everyone fell silent while the junkie looked between the two of them. "Got anything for me?" the junkie had asked Kyle. "You got a fucking nerve," whatever that meant. 10 minutes passed. Then suddenly the junkie stood up. He was unsteady on his feet, and his hands were shaking worse than ever. He left the room. Clara heard his uneven footsteps going down the stairs, the door slamming. Silence again. "How does he know you?" Clara had asked. But she'd received no answer, just a shifty look and another pull from the bottle of scotch. Now it was midnight, dark in the room, colder than ever. She was shivering. Kyle had fallen asleep, the bottle empty in his fist. Clara's thoughts were darker than the room. How had she ended up here? What was she doing? Panic gripped her. She wished more than anything that Danny was here, to take her away from the horror of it. But he wasn't. The only person she had was Kyle, and he was the last person in the world she could trust. She heard voices outside the house. For some reason they made her jump, and she realized she hadn't heard anybody in the street since she arrived. This was a place people avoided. A now familiar cold shadow of dread passed over her. She found herself almost involuntarily standing up and creeping towards the broken window. She peered through it. There were 3 figures on the pavement outside the house. She couldn't see their faces, but one of them had the same lanky gait as the junkie who had left that evening. She strained to listen. She could hear 2 different voices. At first she couldn't make out what they were saying. Then she realized why. They weren't speaking English. She tried to work out what language it was. It sounded harsh and angular. Russian, perhaps, or Eastern European. She swallowed hard. She was no linguist, but she suddenly knew, beyond doubt, that they were speaking Polish. She hurried over to Kyle and shook him. "Wake up! Wake up!" Kyle groaned and lashed out. "Wake up! The Poles are here!" Kyle opened his bloodshot eyes. He stared at her uncomprehendingly. "The Poles are here!" Kyle's expression changed. He was scared. He scrambled to his feet. "How did they find me?" he slurred. "That junkie, of course," Clara hissed. "He knew you."
Kyle was looking around the room, searching for exits like a hunted animal. But there was only one, the main door. He headed towards it, clearly thinking of himself and not of Clara. He stumbled over one of the milk crates and cursed as it clattered noisily. Then he stopped. There were footsteps coming up the stairs, more than one set. Kyle looked around the room again, to the window, back to the door. He shrank against one of the walls. Clara found she was holding her breath. 10 seconds passed. Figures in the doorway. They entered the room. They were broad-shouldered men, shaved head, donkey jackets. Through the gloom, Clara could see that one of them had a tattoo on his neck. It was the head of a black raven, and the sight chilled her. He stepped further into the room and gave Kyle a look of total contempt. The junkie was loitering in the doorframe, clutching his shaking hands together. The tattooed Pole put one hand into his jacket. He pulled out a flick knife, which he opened with a well-practiced move. Then he strode up to Kyle, grabbed the front of his clothes with one big hand, and pressed him up against the wall. He rested the blade of the knife against his cheek. There were a few seconds of absolute silence. "Where's my fucking money?" said the Pole, his voice slow, the English almost incomprehensible beneath the Polish accent. "I've got it," Kyle whispered. He slowly put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a fistful of the notes he had taken from Danny's wardrobe. The Pole looked over at his mate, who had fat lips and a pock-marked face. He walked up and took the money from Kyle. He counted it out with quick, well-practiced fingers. "Pieszczit," he said, and stuffed the money into his pocket. 500 not enough," said the Pole. "You still owe me 5,000. I'll have it soon," Kyle said. "I promise." "Promise, promise, promise," the Pole shouted. "All you ever do is promise." He flicked the knife quickly downwards. Kyle hissed in pain as a streak of blood appeared on his cheek. Clara gasped at the sudden violence. The Pole turned to look at her. "Is that girl?" he asked the junkie in the doorway. "That's her," the junkie said. The Pole nodded at his mate again, who turned and started walking towards Clara. Clara felt a sudden fire in her gut. "Don't you touch me," she said, jutting out her chin in defiance. The Pole just grinned. He stretched out one big hand and grabbed her by the throat. Clara's reaction was instant. She raised her knee sharply into his crutch. The Pole swore as he doubled over, letting go of her neck as he did so. Clara looked quickly towards the door. The junkie was still standing there, but she knew she could push her way past him. If she moved now, she could escape. But then she looked over at Kyle. His face was bleeding, and he wore a pitiful expression of terror. She thought suddenly of Danny and of how she couldn't leave his brother here to the mercy of these two awful men. She started striding towards him, her intention to grab him and pull him from the room. That was her mistake. The man she had disabled recovered quickly. He grabbed at her legs as she moved. Clara fell hard to the floor. After that, she didn't stand a chance. He grabbed her hair first, clutching a big clump, and twisting it sharply round till she whimpered with pain. With his free hand, he struck her a vicious blow on the cheek, then pulled her up to her feet by the hair. Another crushing blow to the face, and a third to her left breast, a pain so sharp and sudden that it drew the breath from her lungs and forced her into silence. Just to be sure, though, the Pole put his free hand over her mouth as his tattooed mate spoke to Kyle. "You have 48 hours, he said. "Midnight tomorrow. If I don't have my money, your girlfriend—" He swiped one forefinger across his neck. "I stick her in hole and piss on her. Then I come do same to you." He spat in Kyle's face. Kyle slumped to the ground, one hand pressed over his bleeding cheek. The tattooed Pole turned to his mate and said a single word in Polish. Clara felt herself being thrust towards the door, past the sallow-faced junkie who was suddenly jabbering nervously. "We had a deal, mate. What about it? What about the fucking deal?" From the corner of her eye, Clara saw the tattooed Pole throw a small, sealed plastic bag onto the floor. The junkie dived towards it and started scrabbling around to pick it up. It was the last thing Clara saw of the room. The Pole pushed her roughly towards the stairs, down them, and out into the night. Chapter 23. Ripley had sounded shocked to hear from Danny when he'd called from Holyhead. It wasn't just that he'd been speaking quietly to avoid his missus overhearing the phone conversation. Ripley hadn't said as much, but Danny could hear in his voice that the guys had been told he and Spud were goners. But he'd agreed to do as Danny asked.
"Where and when?"
Ripley asked.
"Tomorrow night, on the south side of the Thames between Vauxhall and Lambeth Bridges. Bring Barker and Hancock, and seriously, mate, don't tell anyone you've heard from me."
"You've got some fucking explaining to do, pal," Ripley said, but Danny knew he'd keep his word. But there was still a lot to do before his RV with his SAS mates. From Holyhead, he'd made it by train to Birmingham, where he needed to change to get to London. Before getting on a train to Euston, though, he'd headed out of Birmingham New Street Station and found a Save the Children charity shop, where he'd bought fresh clothes. Jeans, a jumper slightly too small for him, a waterproof jacket, and a black woolen hat. A pair of trainers to replace the sandals he'd bought in Massawa. He even found an old balaclava, threadbare and bubbled, which he bought for 50p, because you never know. Next to the charity shop was an angling store. Danny had bought a cheap torch with a red filter, intended for night fishermen who didn't want to compromise their night vision. Then he'd headed to the Central Library to use an internet terminal. He Googled the White Witch. Abu Raid had said his wife would find the username and password for the account he shared with his contact in the name of God. It was clearly a code of some sort, something that was meaningful only to them. Danny didn't have the time or inclination to puzzle over what he meant. If this woman had intelligence that he needed, he was going to have to find a way to make her deliver it to him. Information about the White Witch was freely available. Real name, Amanda Ledbury. Born 23rd of October, 1982, to British parents. Converted to Islam at the age of 17. Attended University College London, where she studied politics and theology, and met Ammar al-Zain, the man who would later style himself Abu Raid. He started digging a little deeper. Internet chat rooms were filled with praise or bile for this woman. Praise from the Islamists, among whom rumours abounded that she was behind a grenade attack on some football fans in a Kenyan bar during the previous World Cup, and bile from almost everyone else, Muslim and non-Muslim alike, who deplored how she was able to live on housing benefits in a large detached house in Ealing with a cleric who preached hate against the very society that was supporting them, who were disgusted at her ability to fight her way through the courts using a team of lawyers paid for by legal aid, who couldn't understand why she and her husband were allowed to stay in the UK, even though it was the country of their birth. A conversation replayed itself in his head. "Personally, Harrison, I'm extremely pleased my children can grow up in a country where the rule of law can be relied upon and extended to all our citizens regardless of how many people they're planning to kill, Victoria." The sentiment on these forums was more in line with Harrison Maddox's than Victoria Atkinson's, but Danny didn't want opinions. He wanted an address. And after 20 minutes of clicking through links and scanning the chat rooms, he'd found one. The user who had supplied it called himself Sword of Truth. A quick glance at his profile told Danny that he held views even the EDF would consider extreme. For the briefest moment, he found himself thinking about Piers Chamberlain, but then he turned his attention back to the screen. In a barely literate call to action, Sword of Truth supplied Amanda Ledbury's address in the hope that like-minded psychos would stalk her house and give her what she had coming. Danny memorized the address. 13 Princess Park Gardens, London, W5. He checked the location on Google Maps, then zoomed in on satellite view as close as he was able. He'd seen that it was a detached house with a perimeter fence. No obvious point of access other than the doors and windows. Or was there? He zoomed in on a small patch at the rear of the house and smiled grimly to himself. Next, he Googled the names of the 4 Hammerstone spooks. Within 15 minutes, he'd found a decent picture of each one of them, which he'd printed out on the library's colour printer. Then he'd cleared the browser history and left the library. Sword of Truth had made him think as he headed towards the train station to get the next train into London. His plan was to break into the White Witch's house, but that wasn't going to be straightforward. She'd have received death threats, no question. That meant there was a possibility of a police presence outside the house, and if the police weren't on site, Danny remembered D.I. Fletcher's complaint that they were unable to follow up half the crime being committed in London in the wake of the bombings, there was a very good chance that the security services would be watching her. He'd need to be careful. He arrived at 13 Princess Park Gardens at 23:30 hours. It was a detached house in a quiet residential street in North Ealing, a 15-minute walk from the tube station. There was a single light burning on the first floor of the house, which suggested someone was at home, though he couldn't be totally sure. Similar detached houses on one side, a terrace on the opposite side, with an alleyway heading round the back, much like the one behind his own flat in Hereford. Like the mob whose comments he'd read on the internet, Danny found himself wondering how a hateful couple like Abu Raid and his missus had managed to arrange their lives so that they were living in a place far bigger than they needed or deserved. He thought of his own little flat in Hereford, and of the number of times he'd been called upon to risk his life for his country. It wasn't right. He dragged his mind back to the job in hand. The house itself was different from the others that surrounded it, more secure. The 2-metre-high wooden fence that extended along either side of the front garden had also been erected across the front, serving as a barrier between the pavement and the garden. A wooden gate in the middle, closed. Locked, he assumed. There was razor wire along the top of the fence, but not above the wooden gate, which meant the razor wire might as well not be there at all. The fence and gate were about 2.5 metres high, easily scalable, but Danny wasn't going to do that. Not yet. He was on foot, standing at the corner of Princess Park Gardens, where it met a busier street with a parade of shops about 50 metres further along. He was a metre from the alleyway entrance, on the even-numbered side of the road. The road was lined with cars. A sign on the curbside indicated that this was a residence permit area. Sure enough, the car by which he was standing, an old blue Fiat Panda, had a permit fixed to the windscreen. Danny wasn't a smoker, but he'd bought himself a packet of Marlboro and a box of matches because he knew that if he was pulling on a cigarette, the eyes of any casual observer would be drawn to that rather than his own features. He lit up and started walking down the street, hands in his pockets, woolen hat pulled down over his ears. The rain had let up for a moment, but he sensed it would be back fairly soon. He clocked them within seconds. 5 cars down, right outside number 10, there was a Renault Laguna. It was too dark to see through the front grills and tell whether they hid a siren, but he didn't have to. 2 guys sat in the front. One of them was drinking from a paper coffee cup. The other was looking out of the passenger window towards the White Witch's house. They had no residence permit. Instead, they'd propped up a blue disabled parking badge in the windscreen. But these 2 guys, both in their early 30s, didn't look disabled to Danny. They looked like undercover cops, or spooks, one or the other. They weren't even trying to be majorly covert, probably just there to put the shits up the White Witch every time she left the house. Danny took all this in at a glance. He didn't let up his pace, and he didn't stare unnecessarily at them. He simply walked past, having marked out his most immediate threat to gaining entry to number 13. Scaling the door was out of the question, not with them watching. And if they were any good at their job, they would be able to see him jumping the wall on either side of the garden, even if it wasn't razor-wired. At the far end of Princess Park Gardens, he turned right, stubbing out the half-smoked cigarette with his foot. If there was a terrace backing onto it, maybe he could break through from the other side. When he turned right again, he found that there was a terrace, but there were no side entrances for him to enter. He couldn't walk back along Princess Park Gardens. Any surveillance professional worthy of the name would notice him. Danny knew he would in their shoes. He considered his options. Clearly, he needed a distraction of some sort. He thought through his arsenal of tricks. He could make a 999 call, phone in a fake sighting of somebody with a firearm in the area. He quickly rejected that idea. Sure, it would trigger an armed response, but not necessarily from the 2 surveillance guys. Perhaps he could make a different kind of call, stating that he'd just seen 2 guys bundle a struggling 6-year-old kid into a Renault Laguna on Princess Park Gardens. It would certainly get a reaction from the police, but it would take a matter of seconds for them to realize that the surveillance guys hadn't really abducted a child, and a matter of a few seconds more before they twigged that someone was playing them. The bottom line was this: Danny couldn't rely on the surveillance guys leaving their car. That meant that the distraction would have to come to them, which gave him an idea. The alleyway behind the even-numbered side of the road stank of bins and rotten rubbish. The ground was muddy and wet from the incessant rain. As Danny paced along it, he heard the scurrying sound of rodents rushing out of his path. The alleyway turned 90 degrees. Danny kept a steady pace. If he ran, he might arouse the suspicions of anyone watching from rear windows of the row of houses. He continued to the far end. He knew he was back at the top of the street now, and recalled that the surveillance guys were parked up outside number 10. He doubled back on himself, counting off the house numbers as he passed their rear gardens. 2, 4, 6, 8, until now he was standing outside the garden gate of number 10. It was a rickety old gate. One solid shoulder thump and it would probably break open. But Danny wanted to make as little noise as possible, so he scrambled over it instead, cursing under his breath as a splinter of wood ripped into his palm, but ignoring it. A narrow garden, about 50 feet long, a neat lawn, flower borders on either side, your typical boring suburban garden with a wooden shed at the end. It was unlocked, so Danny stepped inside. He could smell it at once, the thick, greasy stench of petrol. He groped around in the dark and felt the handles of a lawnmower. He collapsed them so he could more easily lift the lawnmower up. Then he felt for the twist-off cap of the petrol tank. He undid it, then lifted the whole lawnmower. His muscles strained as, within the cramped confines of the shed, he turned the lawnmower upside down. He heard the trickle of petrol pouring from the tank onto the wooden floor of the shed. He stepped back towards the door, backwards out into the garden. Then he took the box of matches from his pocket, lit one, and threw it inside. The petrol ignited immediately, making a low popping sound as blue and yellow flames filled the shed. Danny hurried back over the garden gate into the alleyway. He followed it back up to the top of Princess Park Gardens. He had already decided that he wouldn't simply wait for the fire engine to come. The occupants of number 10 were probably asleep. They might not even notice that their shed was on fire. He turned right out of the alleyway, then right again onto the wider road. He only had to walk 30 meters before he came across a payphone outside a parade of shops. He dialed 999.
Which service do you require?
Fire, number 10, Princess Park Gardens, Ealing. He hung up. It took 5 or 6 minutes for Danny to hear the sirens of the fire engine. By this time he was loitering on the corner of Princess Park Gardens again, on the odd number side this time, but out of view of the 2 surveillance guys. 20 seconds later, he saw the fire engine approaching. It sped past the parade of shops, then turned left into Princess Park Gardens. Danny hurried down the pavement alongside it, brightly lit by the neon blue lights. But that was okay, because the vehicle blocked the line of sight between him and the surveillance guys. And he noted with satisfaction that it stopped bang outside number 10, a huge, immobile barrier between the 2 men in the car and the front gate of number 13. He couldn't hesitate. The sirens would draw attention, and he estimated he had about 20 seconds before one of the surveillance guys jumped out of the car to get eyes on their target again. He sprinted to the gate, jumped up, and heaved himself over the top. He landed cat-like on the other side, just as the sirens fell silent. The neon still flashed, lighting up the front of the White Witch's house, but here, at the foot of the high wooden fence, where the unkempt grass was higher than his knees, he was out of sight. He caught his breath. There were voices shouting out on the street as firemen alighted from the engine. He zoned them out. All his attention now was on the house, as he worked out how he was going to break in. It was a fairly old brick building, Victorian maybe, a bit shabby. The garden was overgrown, 3 windows on the top floor, 2 on the ground, 1 either side of the door. As he watched, a light appeared in the top left window. Through the curtains, he saw a silhouette. It stood very still for perhaps 10 seconds, watching through the window, then melted away. That told him where his target's bedroom was. He knew he wanted to break in round the back, but not until the light was out again and the fire engine had moved on. He didn't move for a full 30 minutes, not one muscle. Out on the street was all the commotion that went with extinguishing the garden fire. A second siren arrived. Police, he supposed. But Danny's only focus was unstaying, motionless and hidden. Moisture seeped through his clothes from the wet grass, but he'd spent longer than this hiding out in far worse conditions. The noise on the other side of the fence died away. The figure disappeared from the bedroom window, and the light switched off. Danny gave it another 10 minutes. Then he advanced. He kept to the perimeter of the garden, where the fence afforded a little bit more camouflage. The high grass made a slight swishing sound underfoot, but he kept it to a minimum by careful pacing. He boxed round the side of the house, then quickly crossed the grass until he was outside the back door. It was a dump here. Old cardboard boxes, made soggy by the rain, were piled high against the back wall of the house. A foul smell filled the air from bin bags full of rotting refuse. Danny had the impression that Abu Raid's missus was a prisoner in her own house. He gave the back door a cursory examination. 2 mortise locks and a single pane of glass. Hard to open, and it would make an unacceptably loud noise if he shattered the window. He looked around for the entry point he thought he'd seen on Google Maps. He found it in seconds. Danny didn't imagine that the old brick coal bunker had been used for decades. It was a couple of meters wide, a couple deep, and maybe a meter high. Right now it was covered with slimy, wet old bin bags, which Danny carefully removed to one side. On the top of the bunker was a rusted metal plate with an iron handle. He yanked it. Stuck. Danny climbed on top of the bunker and yanked it again with a bit more force. This time it worked loose, but made a harsh, grating sound as it came off in Danny's hands that sounded all the louder because he needed to be quiet, and sounds could travel a long way through a quiet house, even up to the White Witch's bedroom, if that's where she currently was. He crouched down and remained motionless for 2 minutes. Then, when he was sure he hadn't disturbed anyone, he took his red torch and shone it down into the bunker. It was about 2 meters deep. He lay the grate so that it was half covering the hole, then jumped down into the bunker. Silence. There was no coal here, probably hadn't been for years, rodent droppings all over the floor, and an opening only a meter high and half a meter wide into the basement of the house. He was in. The basement was high enough to stand in, and completely empty. A flight of wooden steps on the far side. Danny crept up them, a door at the top. He extinguished his torch and tried it. Unlocked. He stepped out onto the ground floor of the house and closed the cellar door quietly behind him. It smelled damp, musty, dirty. He was in a hallway. To his right, the kitchen, which looked out over the back garden. To his left, a staircase heading up to the first floor and a door to the front room. He paused, concentrating hard on the quietness of the sleeping house as he fixed his next move in his mind. He didn't know for sure that the White Witch was alone in the house, and although it seemed likely, he knew his interrogation of her needed to be as quiet as possible. He didn't want anybody walking in while he got to work on her. Best place was her bedroom. A hand over the mouth while she was asleep would stop her screaming when she realized there was an intruder in her house. A minute passed. Everything was quiet. He got ready to creep up the stairs. But then there was a sound. Footsteps up above. Light spilled down the stairway. Danny quickly evaluated his options. Head back down into the cellar? No. Harder then to tell when the coast was clear. Kitchen? If she came downstairs, it was most likely that's where she'd be heading. He fixed his eyes on the other door. Decision made. He headed towards it. To his left, he saw a shadow stretching down the stairs, cast by someone standing at the top. He had a horrible intuition that she'd heard him. He silently opened the door and stepped into the room beyond. A poky sitting room. His eyes picked out the shape of a sofa by the window, a fireplace with a large picture above the mantel, TV in one corner, a rug on the floor, the same stale smell that pervaded the whole house. He hurried over to the sofa and crouched down beside it. As long as it stayed dark, he'd be hidden. If she turned the light on, things would hot up. Footsteps down the stairs. The hallway light came on, spilling into the room through the few inches where the door was ajar. From his hiding place, he briefly saw a figure pass the crack in the door. He felt his jugular pulsing. If there was going to be violence, he wanted it to be on his terms. At the moment, it wasn't. A clattering sound in the kitchen. She was looking for something. Footsteps again. They stopped outside the front room. The door slowly opened. She was standing there, a silhouette in the doorframe. He could clearly see the shape of her head, the folds of her dressing gown. If he moved, she would see him. She made a sucking sound through her teeth. Danny's eyes flickered around, looking for a weapon. They fell on the picture over the fireplace. The light spill from the door was shining on it now. It wasn't a picture at all. It was an Arabic symbol. A symbol he had seen before, recently. He tried to place it, but couldn't. Suddenly the woman turned. It seemed she was satisfied that there was no intruder in the house. She switched the light off and clumped up the stairs. Silence and darkness filled the house once more. Danny waited a couple of minutes before moving again. He slipped out of the front room and silently climbed the stairs. He knew which was her room because he'd seen the light from outside. At the top of the stairs, he walked along the landing until he was there. The door was slightly open. He peered in. He could see the bulk of her body beneath her blankets. Distance to the bed, 5 meters. If he crossed it quickly, he could have one hand over her mouth before she screamed. He inhaled slowly. Then he moved. She was awake. He could tell that by the way she started, before he was even halfway across the bedroom floor. But before she could make a noise, he was looming over her. Even in the darkness, he could see the whites of her eyes as she stared up at him. He slammed one hand down on her mouth before she could make a noise, even though he sensed that she hadn't been going to scream. Only her head was visible above the blankets. Her body, however, was very still, tense. She was no looker. Pasty skin, spots, greasy black hair matted to her forehead, a rank smell of stale sweat. "Listen very carefully," Danny breathed. "Your fella's dead. I watched him having his throat cut. His little friends with the big bombs are dead too. I killed the fuckers myself. Nasty way to go, all of them, and I will kill you in a way that will hurt more than you can imagine if you don't do exactly what I tell you to." She made no attempt to speak. There was a lamp on the bedside table. No lampshade, just a bare bulb. He reached over with his spare hand and twisted the bulb from the lamp. He threw it to the floor, then switched the lamp on and held the bulb socket an inch from her cheek. "Make a sound," he said, "and you're toast." No response. He gingerly lifted his hand from over her lips. No sound. She just stared straight up at him. "Abu Raid left you a message. You want to hear it?" A pause. In the split second that followed, Danny realized now what the clattering sound in the kitchen had been. She'd fetched herself a weapon. The White Witch thrust upwards with one hand, and the point of a sharp kitchen blade pierced her duvet. Danny knocked it away easily enough with his free hand, but this woman wasn't giving up without a struggle. She managed to sit up. The duvet fell away, revealing her flabby white breasts. She tried to stab at Danny again with her knife, a hopeless gesture that Danny easily deflected for a second time. But she leaned forward as she did it, and the flesh of her breasts pressed against the exposed bulb socket that Danny was holding in his right hand. The electric shock was sudden and immediate. The White Witch's body jolted violently, and so did Danny's, because his right arm was suddenly in contact with the woman's chest. He let go of the lamp just as her limbs flailed momentarily out of control. Her legs jarred upwards, and her right arm, which still held the knife, slammed back inwards towards Danny. Danny's faculties were blurred by the shock. He instinctively knocked the knife hand away yet again, but it was an awkward movement, pushing the knife back towards the White Witch's chest. She saw it approaching and tried to twist out of the way, but in doing so her skin came in contact with the bulb socket for a second. Danny barely saw what happened. All he knew was that there was another violent jolt, and a second later there was blood all over her stomach. The White Witch looked down in horror to see the blade sticking into her belly. A moment of silence. The lamp fell away from the bed and clattered on the floor.
Then a mouthful of blood erupted from the White Witch's lips and spattered over her pasty, pale breasts. "Shit!" Danny breathed. "Shit!" Danny grabbed the knife and pulled it from her body. Blood pissed out over the sheets. He quickly laid her out onto her side, but the whites of her eyes were rolling upwards now. Her breath came in short, sharp gasps. Danny was reminded of Spud, but Spud was tough. The White Witch wasn't. She was on the way out. "He left something for you," Danny whispered quickly. "He said you'd find it in the name of God. What did he mean?" No reply. "What did he mean?" She was unconscious, perfectly still, bleeding out. Danny stared at her, then he looked at his own hands. Blood. Everywhere. He realized his DNA that was undoubtedly filed away on a system somewhere, was smeared all over this gruesome scene. He staggered back from the bed, blood dripping from his hands. The White Witch wasn't dead yet, but she would be soon. An involuntary mirthless laugh escaped Danny at the grotesque way she had met her end. Then the horrible reality fell in on him. His enemies, whoever they were, would realize that he was alive just as soon as forensics got to grips with this scene. After everything he'd gone through in the past few days, he was fucked. He staggered back to the stairs and hurried down a lot less stealthily than he'd climbed them. Still swearing under his breath, he walked past the open door into the front room. Suddenly, he stopped. He turned again and looked through the open door. A memory flashed in his mind. He was at Hammerstone, watching the grisly video of the young man Abu Raid had almost persuaded to slice his own throat. In the background was a canvas with an Arabic symbol on it. He heard Spud's sarcastic voice. "Looks like a bird's horse." His eyes traced the shape of the symbol above the fireplace. A W shape, followed by an I, with strange markings above. "It's the Arabic for Allah," Buckingham had said. "A very sacred symbol to the Muslim community." Danny blinked. What had Abu Raid said? "Only my contact and I have the address and the password, but you will find them in the name of God. You know where to look." Allah, the name of God. He stepped into the room again, his eyes flickering towards the curtains. The surveillance guys didn't know he was here. They didn't know their subject was dead. He reckoned he could allow himself a couple of minutes to act on his hunch. It was a square frame about 60 by 60 centimetres. He lifted it off the wall and carried it down into the basement, the only place in the house he felt secure using his torch. He laid it on the ground, face down, and scanned the backing board. No marks of any kind. The board was stuck into the frame by strips of brown tape. Danny scraped them off with bloody fingernails, leaving traces of the woman's gore over the board. When it was loose, he pulled it out and turned it over. There was a white sticky label on the inside of the board. In neat, handwritten letters, it bore the words username and password, and next to each of these, a 16-digit alphanumeric string. Carefully, Danny peeled it off, taking very good care that it should remain intact. He secreted the sticker in his trouser pocket. A strange calmness had come over him. He'd got what he came for. Now he needed to get the hell out. He knew that as soon as he tried to scale the garden wall, he risked being seen by the surveillance guys. If they saw him, they'd make chase. He exited back through the coal bunker, his shoulder muscles burning as he hauled himself through the opening and into the garden. He hurried straight up to the front gate. It was dead-bolted on the inside. Danny thought for a moment. Then he pulled his threadbare balaclava out of his pocket and pulled it over his head. He unlocked the bolts and pushed the door open. Then he stood to one side, out of sight. He estimated it would take 60 seconds for one of the surveillance guys to come and see what was happening. In the event, they were slower off the mark. It was a full minute and a half before a figure appeared. He didn't quite enter the garden, but loitered in the frame of the gate for a fraction of a second. But that was all Danny needed. He grabbed the man and slammed his head against one of the fence's uprights. He knew instinctively how hard to do it. Enough to knock him out, not so hard as to do him any permanent damage. He was just doing his job, after all. The guy slumped to the ground. Danny reckoned he'd be unconscious for about a minute. That gave him enough time. If the second was following any kind of SOP, he'd still be in the vehicle. Danny ran out of the gate and across the door to the car. Sure enough, the second guy was sitting behind the wheel, his window open. At the sight of the balaclavaed man approaching him, he started to panic, quickly grabbing the wheel and fumbling for the keys, but Danny got there first. He leant over. "Your mate needs an ambulance," he lied. "Urgently. You can either follow me or help him. Up to you." With that, he walked round to the pavement and hurried back to the top of the road. He ripped the balaclava off as he turned right, out of sight. He knew the surveillance guy wouldn't be in pursuit. He had time to disappear into the shadows. But that was the only comfort he had. Now the clock was ticking. It was only a matter of time before his presence in that house was confirmed. When that happened, every last policeman and security agent in the country would be looking for him, because one of the Hammerstone quartet, and he had a very good idea which one, would know he was onto them. And if they wanted to pin a murder on him, it would be child's play. Which meant that now he really did have no choice other than to use the information contained on a dog-eared sticky label to smoke out his enemy, before his enemy got to him first.
Chapter 24. 0300 hours. London could take your breath away at night, Danny had always thought. The bridges and the buildings all lit up. You could feel safe here, surrounded by all that strength. But not tonight. Not Danny. Tonight London felt like the enemy, just like Hadda had. The stretch of the Albert Embankment between Vauxhall Bridge and Lambeth Bridge was quiet. Danny walked past the MI6 building, brightly lit up even though the hour was early. But he was equally aware of MI5 on the other side of the river in Thames House. He looked ahead. 30 metres away, he saw 3 broad-shouldered men, one of whom had his arm in a sling. They were looking out over the river. Danny watched them for a moment. He saw Ripley in his trademark biker's jacket, Barker in the sling, a reminder of their encounter with dealers what seemed like an age ago. And next to Barker, Hancock, who had a shock of bright orange hair that almost seemed to glow in the riverside lamps. They'd made their RV in time. An old tramp staggered past them. Ripley was looking impatiently at his watch. Danny let the tramp pass before he approached them. Barker and Ripley eyed him warily. There were no fond greetings. Far from it. "There's a piss-up tomorrow," Ripley said. "The lads wanted to give you and Spud a good send-off. You coming?" Danny ignored the sarcasm. "Busy," he said. "So will you be." "Where's Spud?" Danny suppressed the cold twist of anxiety. "I don't know," he said. "He might be dead." "So do you feel like telling us what the hell? The reason you thought I was dead is because someone wants me that way. Spud too, and they might have succeeded on that count." Danny gave Hancock a piercing look. "Whoever it is, I think they were involved with the bombings." A steely look crossed Hancock's face. "Go on," he said. "They've tried to kill me once, and they'll try to kill me again. I need your help. Can I trust you?" The 3 men looked at each other. "What do you want us to do?" said Barker. That was enough for Danny. He pointed towards the MI6 building, then across the river at Thames House, impressively lit up in the darkness. "Surveillance," he said. "On who?" Ripley demanded. 4 people. Their names are Victoria Atkinson, Harrison Maddox, Piers Chamberlain, and Hugo Buckingham. He reached inside his pocket and handed out the printouts of the Hammerstone quartet that he'd made in the library in Birmingham. "One of this lot's my target. I just don't know which one yet. I need your help to smoke them out. Each of these people works out of a different building. Atkinson's MI5, so that's Thames House. Maddox should be at the American Embassy. Chamberlain has an office at the MOD building in Whitehall, and Buckingham's MI6. "How do you know all this?" Ripley asked. "A little bird told me." The little bird was Buckingham, of course, after their first Hammerstone meeting, but the guys didn't need to know all about that. "Come morning, each of us is going to keep eyes on one of those buildings. We'll ID each one target as they enter their place of work. Once they're inside, I'm going to do something that's going to make one of them want to get to an RV. Each person needs following when they leave. Barker, you'll follow Atkinson from Thames House. Ripley, take Maddox from the Embassy.
Hancock, you'll follow Chamberlain from the MOD building. And you? Hancock asked, his face intent and one eyebrow slightly raised. I'll take Buckingham, Danny said quietly. No prizes for guessing who your money's on, Ripley breathed. Danny ignored that. Did you bring the bikes? Ripley frowned. His collection of motorbikes was his pride and joy. They're in the back of the transit. I'm parked up a couple of blocks away. He looked shiftily around him. Look, mate, they're nice bits of kit. Do you really have to use them? It's that or Boris bikes, Danny said. Ripley looked at him like he'd just taken a shit on the pavement. I don't want a single fucking dent in any of them, he said. Danny was already looking at the bag Barker was holding. Did you get the phones? He asked. Barker nodded. 5 of them. Samsungs. Pay as you go. A couple of gigs of data each. That's 600 quid you owe me, mucker. Hope you're good for it. I don't understand why you need 5, Ripley said. There's only 4 of us. Give me 2, Danny said. For their own safety, the less they knew, the better. Barker handed round the phones. They spent 5 minutes plugging in each other's numbers. All the bikes have a phone holder, Ripley said as he tapped at the screen of his phone. Fucking use them, guys. I don't want you crashing my bikes because you got your fucking phones in one hand. No answer from the others. And there's a chain and a padlock for each one, Ripley added, his voice increasingly anxious. Fucking big ones, do me a favour and lock the bikes up if you leave them. I don't want some shit kicker turning up. We communicate by text, Danny interrupted him. Every message goes to all of us. That way we can stay in the loop. Did you manage to bring any weapons? Yeah, Ripley said, the old sarcasm back in his voice. Just walked into the fucking armory and checked them out. Doesn't matter, Danny said. Let's get the bikes, then find somewhere to sit it out till dawn. You need to study these images, commit them to memory so you can recognise the targets the moment you see them. We'll set up surveillance as soon as the sun comes up. Clara didn't know where she was. The Poles had shoved her into the back of a 4x4. How long ago had that been? 24 hours? More? The guy who had grabbed her hair had taken the wheel. The other man, the one with the tattoos, had sat next to her, his flick knife just inches from the side of her midriff. Clara had been too frightened to take any notice of their route. She had considered trying to jump out of the car, but as soon as the driver saw her glancing towards the doors, he'd switched on the central locking. "I'm not his girlfriend, you know," she'd whispered after they'd been driving for 10 minutes. "He doesn't care about me." The Pole had given a mirthless little snort. "You better hope he does," he said. He pulled a phone from his pocket, punched in a passcode, and started swiping until a photograph filled the screen. He held it in front of Clara's face. At first she couldn't tell what she was looking at. Then she did, and her stomach turned. It was a close-up of a gun wound, a shoulder, she thought, shattered, blotched and bloody. The Pole swiped again to reveal an image that showed the victim's entire body. A woman, blonde hair like Clara's, sprawled on the floor semi-naked, her lifeless limbs spread out. "Want to know what we did to her before we killed her?" the Pole had asked. Clara closed her eyes. "No," she'd whispered. They'd driven for 20 minutes. Clara told herself she wasn't going to scream. It would do no good, and she wouldn't give them the satisfaction. But she'd been screaming inside, especially when the car stopped and the Pole dragged her out of the vehicle. They were in a different part of town, that was for sure. She'd looked up and seen another house. Detached, brick, 2 stories, a number 3 on the door. Not quite as run down as the place she'd just left, but not far off. Boarded windows. And was that razor wire on the sills? She'd felt herself being pushed inside, along a dark hallway with peeling wallpaper. A door to the left. Stone steps leading down. The tattooed Pole had pushed her into the basement. There was a light down here, but nothing else. The Pole had thrown her to the floor, then kicked her hard in the ribs. She'd curled up into a little ball, whimpering as the pain coursed through her. Through her tears, she'd seen the second man arrive in the basement. He was carrying something. Clara had only realized it was a roll of packing tape when he started wrapping it around her head, several revolutions covering her mouth and sticking her hair. She tried to struggle, but the men were too strong for her. They'd forced her arms behind her body and wrapped the tape around her wrists. As they left her in the basement, they'd switched the light off.
Clara was glad of that. As she had been flailing on the floor, she thought she had noticed russet stains on the concrete, and as she lay there now, she couldn't but remember the picture her abductor had shown her, and wonder if this was where the woman in the image had met her death. 0600 hours. The skies above London turned slowly from starless black to drab grey. Lights had been burning in the MI6 building all night, of course. Danny stood alone in the shade of a clump of trees, 30 metres from the impressive entrance, on the opposite side of the stretch of Albert Embankment that ran in front of the building. He watched more lights switch on behind the bomb-resistant windows. Behind him, a train trundled noisily past on its way into Waterloo. The other three had confirmed that they were in place outside Thames House, the MOD building, and the American Embassy. Danny himself was perched astride one of Ripley's bikes, a grey Yamaha TDM 900. "Top speed, 139 mph, Ripley told him proudly as he handed over the keys. "Crash the fucker. I'll rip your kidneys out and sell them to settle the bill." "It'll be fine." "And lock it up when you're not using it," Ripley had called after him. There was a vast, thick chain with a sturdy padlock stowed in the storage box behind the saddle. Danny had no intention of using it. If he needed to move quickly, he couldn't be fucking around with security padlocks. From this side of the building, he couldn't see the satellite dishes perched on top of the MI6 building, or even spot any CCTV, but he knew they were there. He wondered, too, if there might be plainclothes surveillance operating in the area. The helmet Ripley had given him hid his face, of course, but he remained alert for signs that he was being watched. So far as he could tell, there was no one. At 7 a.m., as the trains into and from Waterloo became more regular and the traffic on the Albert Embankment started to stack up, employees of the security services started arriving en masse. Men in suits, women in smart two-piece office wear, all of them trotting through the cold, dark morning to be swallowed up by the building. Danny looked up, wondering which of those windows, if any, was Buckingham's. But then he snapped himself back to ground level. He couldn't let his attention wander. He needed to keep sharp, and to make sure he saw his target as and when he entered the building. He stood there for an hour, watching, picking out faces from the crowd. No sign of him. Just after 8 a.m., the phone he'd clipped to the holder on his bike lit up. A text message from Hancock to him, Barker and Ripley. It said simply, PC, which meant that Piers Chamberlain had turned up for work. 1 down, 3 to go. The second text message came through about 2 minutes later, from Barker this time, VA. Victoria Atkinson had arrived. Danny's lingering worry that his rough printouts had been insufficient for the others to ID their targets started to ease. He shouldn't have worried. His SAS mates had been trained to observe and to do it better than anyone else. The traffic eased off. Fewer London buses, more black cabs. Danny worried that he might have missed seeing Buckingham enter the building during the rush hour. But he was fairly confident he hadn't. He didn't much like surveillance, but he was good at it. The third text came through at 10:38 a.m. from Ripley. H.M. The CIA liaison officer had turned up at the American Embassy, which left only Buckingham. He didn't show all morning. By the time midday came around, Danny was cursing inwardly. His strategy relied on them being able to follow each member of the Hammerstone Quartet. Trust Buckingham to screw it up. If Atkinson, Chamberlain or Maddox left their locations before Buckingham arrived, they'd have to be followed from their place of work. The guys were up to it, but it wouldn't be ideal. Not ideal at all. The afternoon wore on. It turned into evening. There was no word from the others, but that was to be expected. It just meant they had nothing to report. And no news was good news. It meant their other 3 targets were still in place. But it was 1800 hours now, and Buckingham hadn't showed. With a sick feeling, Danny started to realize that his plan might be screwed. Only it wasn't, because at 7:01, just as the workers he'd seen arriving that morning were exiting the building to go home, Buckingham arrived. No chauffeur, just him and a small leather briefcase. He trotted up the stairs and into the building. Danny quickly sent his text to the others, HB. The targets were all in place. He didn't hesitate for a second. Kicking the bike into action, he sped up towards Vauxhall Bridge. The road carried him straight past Victoria, across Hyde Park Corner and along the east side of Hyde Park. The Park Lane Hotel, where he'd staked out Al Sikriti, sped past on his right, but Danny's focus was on what was up ahead. He eased up onto Edgware Road, resisting the temptation to speed. Getting pulled over would be a disaster. 19:23 hours. Danny pulled up outside the dilapidated United Reformed Church, where 10 days previously he had ended things with Clara. It had immediately popped into his head as a good place, deserted but reasonably central. It was a large red brick building with old slate tiles on the roof. The mortar between the bricks was crumbling away, and clumps of litter, old crisp packets and Coke tins, had collected against its outside walls. The windows were boarded up, and the whole place had an air of neglect. He left Ripley's Yamaha unchained by the side of the road, then ran up towards the old building. The door into the building was padlocked, but the lock was rusty and loose. The whole fitting came away after a few good tugs. Danny opened the door and stepped inside. A single room, about 30 metres by 20, dark. It smelled of damp. Bird shit covered the floor. A broken window at the far end, about 3 metres high on the wall. From somewhere the dripping of a leak. As Danny stepped inside, a flapping sound echoed off the vaulted ceiling, and the silhouette of a pigeon tumbled across his vision before landing on the floor 10 metres to his left. Otherwise, the place was completely empty. Danny pulled out the 5th mobile phone Barker had acquired for him. He checked that the 3G signal was good. Then he opened the browser and navigated to the Gmail homepage. From his pocket, he took the sticker he'd confiscated from Abu Raid's house. He tapped in the username and password for the first time. There was no way he could have risked the trial run before now, for fear that any activity on the account would be flagged. And there was no guarantee, he realized, that these account details would be correct or valid. He hit Enter. A pause. Relief crashed over him as an empty inbox appeared on his screen. Quickly, he hit Compose. Then he started typing. "It takes more than a drone strike to kill me." He saved the message as a draft. He brought up a new browser page. It took only a few seconds to find a web page that had archived the text of a standard Nigerian scam email offering 100 grand in return for 500 quid being deposited in a bank account. The sort of thing any right-thinking person would delete without a second glance. Unless they saw that it came from an email address they recognized, of course. He copied the text, then pasted it onto a fresh email from the Abu Raid account. He had committed to memory the address from which Hammerstone had sent their instructions. Now he keyed it into the top of the email. He stared at the screen for a moment, knowing that to hit send would set in motion events whose outcome he couldn't predict. A dodgy email would arrive on the screens of the Hammerstone quartet. Only one of them, he assumed, would recognize the address it came from and would surely take it as a sign to check the draft email he'd left, purporting to be from Abu Raid. With the resources at their fingertips, it would be trivial for them to track the location of the phone that had sent the email. And then what? Danny didn't know. A hunted animal could be unpredictable. Certainly Danny couldn't stay here. If he'd miscalculated, an armed unit could arrive at any moment, and he couldn't risk being in the vicinity. But if he was right, his target wouldn't want to involve anyone else. He hit send. Then he laid the phone on the ground of the deserted church hall. He left the building and jumped back onto Ripley's bike. He performed a roaring U-turn as he headed back towards the Euston Road. Suddenly he stopped. He checked his watch. 19:31 hours. Instead of turning left onto the Euston Road, he roared over it towards the canal. 30 seconds later, he had come to a halt again. The Yamaha's engine purred deeply as he looked to his left. He could see Clara's ground-floor flat on the other side of the canal. There were no lights on. He took that as a good sign. A sign that Kyle had done as he had asked and got Clara the hell out of there to somewhere safe. But a cold, uneasy feeling in his gut doubled in intensity. Could he trust Kyle? Like hell he could. He wished he could call Clara just once, hear her telling him that she was okay. But he couldn't. Not yet. The risk was too great. "For fuck's sake, Danny, you have to get back." He turned again and floored it back towards the MI6 building south of the river. Danny was halfway across Vauxhall Bridge when the phone, clipped to his bike, lit up. It was a message from Ripley. It said, "Target leaving." That meant Harrison Maddox had been the first to move. Chapter 25. 1942 hours. Danny's mouth was dry as he took up position opposite the MI6 building again. He texted Ripley, "Don't lose him." Thoughts flickered through his mind. Had the CIA man been the one to take his bait? Had the Yanks been working with Abu Raid, persuading him to foment whatever bloodshed he could in London to keep the wavering Brits on side in the war on terror? He had to rely on Ripley tailing the Yank to the very best of his abilities and reporting back on his movements ASAP. Danny turned his attention back to the MI6 building. As a full moon rose behind the blocky architecture, two middle-aged men climbed into separate limos at 1945 hours and 1951 hours precisely. Lined faces, expensive suits. Like Buckingham in 20 years' time, but not Buckingham. At 1955, a second text came through. It was Barker. "VA leaving." "Keep on her," Danny texted back. The old suspicions started multiplying in his mind. The Muslim husband, the lost 6 months in Saudi. Could Victoria Atkinson really be a sleeper at the very heart of security services? It would seem not. 3 minutes later, another text came through from Barker, heading south over Lambeth Bridge, the opposite direction from central London. 2 minutes after that, his phone vibrated. Ripley. "HM, debussing at Canadian Embassy. Looks like a cocktail party." "Keep eyes on," he texted back. But mentally, he struck Maddox off his list before returning his attention to the MI6 building. 10 minutes passed. The rush hour traffic on the Albert Embankment started to thin out a little. At 2020 hours, a message came through from Barker. "VA entered house near Old Kent Road. Family home? Young girl met her at the door. Daughter?" Victoria Atkinson was home for the evening, tucking the kids up in bed. It kind of figured. Piers Chamberlain was the third to leave. Danny received a text from Hancock at 2028 hours to say as much. "Don't lose him," he texted back, as Chamberlain's face swam in front of his eyes. The Royal Lynx, the unfavoured boyfriend who died in the first bombing, the right-wing sympathies and the strange conversation they'd had with him in the cafe. 3 targets were on the move. Only Buckingham was left. Danny's pulse was racing. He felt as if the traffic was driving past in slow motion. Headlamps seemed to blur in his vision. He found that he was not even remotely surprised when a text message came through from Hancock which read, "PC in Mayfair. MILF in a dressing gown opened the door to him, dirty bastard." So Piers Chamberlain was getting his end away, which meant he wasn't travelling to Edgware. Nor was Victoria Atkinson, nor was Harrison Maddox. Buckingham appeared at 2032 hours. He was alone, a shoulder bag made of soft brown leather slung in front of him. He had 2 hands over it, as if it contained something special. He stood at the entrance to the MI6 building for a moment, an expression on his face that Danny found difficult to fathom. He looked around, as though checking that nobody was watching. Then he stepped forward to the edge of the pavement. He looked right, into the line of the traffic, and raised the forefinger of his right hand. 45 seconds later, a black cab pulled over in front of him. It had an advert for cheap calls to Africa on the side. Buckingham leaned in to speak to the driver, then he opened the rear door and climbed inside. Danny followed. It took every ounce of his self-restraint to keep a covert distance. When the cab turned right over Vauxhall Bridge towards the centre of town, he felt his pulse quickening as the vehicle remained out of sight for the 20 seconds it took to catch up. And when it ran a yellow light up towards Victoria, he cursed under his helmet as the subsequent red light forced him to wait for a full minute and a half. Impossible to run it. There was a police car over his right shoulder, so even when the light turned green, he had to keep himself well within the speed limit. No sign of Buckingham's cab. Danny swore again. Streets fed left and right off the main road. He had no way of knowing if the cab had turned into one of them, and yet he knew, instinctively, that Buckingham's path would lead up past Victoria and towards Hyde Park Corner, just as Danny's had done earlier. On Ripley's bike, he was able to weave through the traffic. Sure enough, as he approached the station, he saw the cab up ahead, Nigeria 1p a minute. He manoeuvred up to within 20 metres. The cab continued northwest. A message came through from Ripley as he was passing the Park Lane Hotel again. "What's your status?" He ignored it. All his attention was on the cab up ahead, and the scheming, duplicitous, treacherous piece of shit inside. Of course it was Buckingham who had taken his bait. Of course it was Buckingham who was heading to the location where he'd left the phone he sent the message from. Buckingham had been involved in this from the beginning. He'd brought Danny and Spud on board because he thought he could control them, and because he knew they'd get done whatever job he gave them. Danny felt sickened at the thought of Buckingham being in league with Abu Raid. The cleric's voice replayed itself in his mind as Marble Arch came into view up ahead. "Everything I have done with the full knowledge of this person. They have their reasons for wanting the streets of London to be filled with terror." What was Buckingham's reason? To create a monster, then catch him so that he could reap the rewards and the praise? Edgware Road. The cab overtook a bus and slipped out of sight for a moment. Danny swerved out and a car behind him honked its horn angrily. He accelerated past the bus. Green lights ahead. The taxi passed under the Westway. Danny stuck to him. The taxi travelled another 50 metres. It suddenly indicated left before pulling over. Danny didn't stop. He just continued past the taxi as Buckingham climbed out of the back and paid the driver. He hooked a left into a dark side street and killed the engine on the Yamaha. He ripped off the helmet and hung it from the handlebars. Then he turned and ran back up to the corner of the side street and Edgware Road. He could see Buckingham approaching. Distance, 30 metres. The little shit looked shifty. He was still clutching his leather shoulder bag. He looked like he was hurrying. Distance, 20 metres. Danny stayed on that corner, his head down. He didn't want Buckingham to recognise him before he'd made his move. He found himself clutching his knuckles almost on instinct. He concentrated on the bag. What was in there? A weapon? 10 metres. Buckingham seemed to be talking to himself, his lips moving quickly but silently. A couple of kids cycled past on the pavement. 2 red buses slid by in quick succession. 5 metres. Danny raised his head. "Going somewhere nice," he said. Buckingham stopped. At first he looked behind him. It was as if he hadn't even seen Danny, or if he had, he'd looked straight through him. In the distance was the sound of a siren. Another red bus trundled past. Buckingham looked forwards again. His eyes finally fell on Danny. They widened. "You!" he breathed. Then he swallowed hard. "Not dead enough for you?" Danny asked. He stepped forwards. Buckingham staggered back, bumping into a couple who were walking arm in arm along the street. The man looked like he was going to say something, but Danny gave him a fierce look, and the couple hurried on. Danny stepped up towards Buckingham and grabbed him by one arm. "Let's have a little chat," he said. He could almost hear the clockwork in Buckingham's brain. "Bloody good to see you, old sport," Buckingham said, his tongue tripping over the words. We all thought you'd been—" "Conveniently blown up," Danny suggested. He dragged Buckingham down the side street. "You should have let us know you were okay. We could have—" "Sent in another drone to finish us off." Oh, of course not. Arrange some sort of help." Danny stopped in the shadow of a parked van, manhandled Buckingham so that he was facing him, then kneed him hard in the bollocks. Buckingham groaned as he bent double. Danny raised his knee again, sharply cracking it under Buckingham's chin. Buckingham fell back onto his arse. He was still clutching his leather shoulder bag. Danny crouched down so they were face to face. "Let's talk," he hissed. A flash of anger entered Buckingham's eyes. "You've gone too far." "Too far?" Danny spat the words with contempt.
I haven't gone nearly far enough. How many people were you willing to kill, Buckingham? You and your buddy, Abu Raid?"
Buckingham stared at him, speechless. "What did you promise him, you piece of shit? Immunity? Money? What the... How did you feel when you saw the email, Buckingham? How many alarm bells went off in your head when you thought he was still alive and not dismembered in the Yemeni fucking desert with me and Spud?" Danny's temperature was rising. He felt the anger taking him over, controlling him. Before he knew what had happened, he dealt a cracking blow to Buckingham's pretty boy cheek. Buckingham fell to his side, a huge welt immediately appearing on the side of his face. Still clutching his shoulder bag, he tried to scramble away, but Danny was already on him. He dragged him up to his feet again, then thrust him up against the side of the van. The jolt made the van's alarm start to blare loudly. Danny hardly heard it. He was too intent on doing Buckingham harm. "We're gonna go somewhere quiet," he shouted over the alarm, "and you're gonna tell me absolutely fucking everything." "You're insane," Buckingham hissed from between swollen, bleeding lips. You've lost your mind, Black." "What were you going to say to Abu Raid when you finally caught up with him?" "You'll bloody well pay for this. I don't know what you're talking about." "Bullshit," Danny growled. "You're the only one who's responded to the email." "What email?" On an impulse, Danny grabbed the leather shoulder bag from Buckingham's arms. It was bulky, heavier than an ordinary handgun. "What were you going to do, Buckingham? Finish him off yourself?" He ripped the shoulder bag open, but he didn't find a weapon. He found a bottle. Champagne. "What the fuck?" Danny stared at the champagne. Then he looked at Buckingham. "You're supposed to be dead," Buckingham snapped. "Why wouldn't I go round and offer my condolences?" He tried to straighten his tie, a ridiculous attempt to make himself look presentable, given the mashed-up state of his features. "She's too bloody good for an oik like you anyway." Danny blinked. It took a couple of seconds for him to twig what Buckingham was on about. "Clara?" he whispered incredulously. He looked again at the bottle of champagne. "You were going to try it on with Clara?" Buckingham's bloodied face grew redder. "Well, why the bloody hell not?" A terrible pause. "I don't believe you," Danny said. "You were working with Abu Raid all along. You were behind the bombings." "What?" "You heard me. Abu Raid knew about Hammerstone. I heard it from his own lips." He reached out one hand and grabbed Buckingham by the throat. "And since you're the most treacherous little cunt I've ever met—" It must have been one of the others," Buckingham said in a strangled voice. "Maddox, the Americans, they're always sticking that nose in." Danny shook his head slowly. He'd heard Buckingham's pathetic attempts to shift the blame one time too many. "What about Chamberlain? The man's got more skeletons in his closet than—" Danny squeezed harder. Buckingham's voice petered out as he gasped for breath. "Victoria!" he said, high-pitched, desperate. He started babbling, words tumbling out of his mouth. It's all an act, you know. She pretends to be all mumsy and scatty, all that family stuff, but she's ruthless." "Bullshit." "You're wrong. She stepped away to the top, you know. I heard she shagged half the Russian speakers in London, the academics. You know how that lot have all been tapped up by MI6. Danny blinked. "What?" he said, loosening his grip slightly. Buckingham clearly thought he was getting somewhere. He nodded furiously. "Fuck them all, just to get her first job at Moscow Station." All of a sudden, Danny let Buckingham go. The spook doubled over, clutching at his bruised neck. Danny's mind was elsewhere. He was remembering a conversation he'd had days previously in the bowels of Paddington Police Station with D.I. Fletcher. Fletcher had been holding up a report on his desk. His words rang verbatim in Danny's ears. "This poor fella, Professor Gangaroff, lectures at one of them universities up Bloomsbury way. Cycling to work last Friday just as he has done every day for the last 20 years. Some idiot knocks him off his bike and kills him stone dead. We haven't even collected the witness statements yet." A hit and run on the same day as the first bombing, hidden at the bottom of the pile while the police investigated more important things. The warmth drained from Danny's body. What if Buckingham hadn't been heading towards the RV? What if he had been heading to Clara's to get his end away? Danny staggered back. Had he got everything so wrong? Had his strategy just collapsed around his ears? No, it was impossible. Buckingham was messing with his head. The little shit was talking now, spitting bile. Aggressive bullshit. Danny didn't hear a word he said. His mind was spinning. He couldn't get a single thought straight in his mind. "You're bluffing!" he heard himself shouting at Buckingham. He stepped angrily towards him, all the stress and tiredness of the past few days crashing over him. He wanted to hurt Buckingham badly. The fire was back in his blood again. Buckingham shrank back. "You're fucking bluffing!" Danny roared again, raising his fists, ready to pummel the cunt to kingdom come. His phone buzzed. Not a text message, a phone call. Danny froze. As the terrified Buckingham cowered once more against the side of the van, he pulled his phone out of his pocket. It was Barker. He accepted the call. "What is it?" he growled.
"Fuck's sake!"
Barker sounded out of breath.
"I've been trying to get hold of you."
"What's the matter?"
"Victoria Atkinson left home about 20 minutes ago. I've been telling her, but I just fucking lost her because my arm's in this fucking sling."
Danny blinked. A sudden calmness came over him. Buckingham was scrambling away, running down the street. Danny didn't follow.
"She's driving herself,"
Barker said, still breathless, still clearly pissed with himself.
"A green Yaris. She's in a fucking hurry, mucker. Ran 3 red lights before she even hit the river."
Danny took a deep breath. "Last seen?" A scrambled noise. Barker was breaking up. "Say again," Danny said. Barker came back online.
"Park Lane. Heading up to Marble Arch. I'm sorry, mucker. That's where I lost her. I don't know where she's going."
But Danny did. He killed the phone line and looked down the street. Buckingham had stopped about 20 metres away and was looking back, breathless. Danny threw the leather shoulder bag into the gutter. There was the sound of glass breaking. He turned his back on Buckingham, who started shouting again. "You're bloody paid for it, Black! I'll have you hung, drawn, and bloody well quartered for this!" But Danny wasn't listening. He started jogging. His jog turned to a run. Moments later he was sprinting across the Edgware Road, then north, towards the dilapidated United Reformed Church where he had laid his trap. He'd been following the wrong scent, but now he was back on track. He had to get there first. Chapter 26. Danny stopped at the corner of Station Way. He could see the United Reformed Church from this position. 30 metres distant, the moon seeming to hang over it bright and full. He watched carefully for a full minute, looking for anything suspicious. Nothing. His eyes scanned the vehicles parked along the road. They were all cars, no vans or trucks that would have rung alarm bells. A couple of pedestrians walked up the street, but they didn't look at the church and soon disappeared. He checked the roof. No movement. So far as he could tell, the location was unobserved. He advanced 15 metres on the opposite side of the street to the church, then stopped by a bus stop. No shelter, not even a timetable, and no other passengers waiting. A vehicle turned into Station Way from the south side, headlamps on. As it passed, Danny saw it was a blue Golf. It continued to the far end of the road and disappeared. Now a second car had appeared from the opposite direction, a Mini Cooper. It shot past Danny. As it reached the south end of Station Way, it honked its horn loudly at a third vehicle that had swung its way carelessly into the road. The third car approached. It pulled up onto the curb 10 metres short of the church entrance. The driver killed the lights. Danny squinted to see what kind of car it was. Yaris. Green. Suddenly the street seemed unnaturally quiet. Danny inhaled slowly. He leaned against the bus stop and watched the Yaris from the corner of his eye. A minute passed. Nobody emerged. Suddenly, the clunking sound of a door opening. A figure climbed out, short, dumpy. She closed the door quietly behind her, but didn't lock it. She had a large handbag from which she took something. Danny couldn't see what it was, but by the way she covered her right hand with one side of her coat, he could tell it was most likely a weapon. Victoria Atkinson was armed. Danny wasn't. She looked around, her body language nervous, and either she was unskilled in surveillance or her nerves were getting the better of her, because she didn't even seem to notice Danny loitering by the bus stop, staring at the pavement to hide his face. She moved, checking over her shoulder with every step. 10 seconds later, she was at the front door of the church. Danny had left it unlocked. She removed the firearm from inside her coat, pointed it in front of her, and stepped inside. Danny didn't hesitate. He ran, light-footed, across the road, then approached the entrance to the church a little more slowly. His every sense was on high alert. If she reappeared, the shock of seeing him could very well cause her to discharge the firearm. But she didn't reappear. The door was slightly ajar, wide enough for Danny to slip sideways through the gap. It took a fraction of a second to take everything in. A shard of moonlight cut into the church hall from the broken window at the far end. It illuminated Victoria Atkinson, who was standing in the middle of the hall. She was 10 meters from Danny, her back towards him, and was staring at the mobile phone that was still on the floor where he had left it. Even though it was no longer raining outside, there was still a dripping sound from the far end. It echoed around the empty room. Atkinson's shoulders seemed hunched, somehow exhausted. Even so, Danny could tell that she was holding out the weapon, a snub-nose of some sort, in front of her as she stared down at the mobile phone. She was a hunted animal, trapped in a corner. He needed to disarm her as quickly as possible. He knew it wouldn't be a problem. He covered the distance in a couple of seconds. Only when he was 5 meters away did Atkinson become aware of someone else in the hall. She spun round, her gun hand wavering dangerously, shock and panic on her face. Danny plunged towards her, knocking the weapon from her hand before she had time to fire it. It clattered noisily as it went spinning across the floor, while Atkinson collapsed into an inelegant heap. Danny stood over her. She looked up. The colour drained from her face. Her eyes widened. Confusion. Then she closed them. "I didn't have a choice," she whispered. "Everyone has a choice," Danny said. His eyes flickered towards the gun. It was lying 5 meters away. He stepped over and picked it up. An S&W 9mm snub-nose revolver. It seemed improbable that someone like Victoria even knew how to use it, but he wasn't going to take the chance. "Get to your feet," he said. Atkinson didn't move. "If you're going to kill me," she whispered, "please don't do it here. Let me disappear. I don't want my children to see my body." Danny felt a click of satisfaction. He knew that everyone had a pressure point. Atkinson had just artlessly revealed hers. He raised the snub-nose and pointed it at her. "I'll post your fucking corpse through their bedroom window if you don't start talking." She stared at him in horror. "I didn't have a choice," she whispered. Silence, just the dripping of water, and outside the sound of a car passing. Danny stepped towards the mobile phone and pulled the battery from the back. Then he flung it back to the floor. It clattered noisily. He gave Atkinson a long, uncomfortable stare, but didn't say anything. "He threatened to kill my family," she whispered. A pause. "Abu Raid?" Atkinson shook her head. "Of course not," she breathed. She buried her face in her hands for a moment. When she looked up again, her face was tear-strewn. Mascara was smeared round her eyes. Danny almost felt sorry for her. Almost. "Gangarov?" he asked quietly. The name seemed to go through Victoria like an electric shock. "You know?" she whispered. Danny kept a blank face. He couldn't let her see how little he actually did know. "Abu Raid told you." No response. "I was young," Atkinson breathed. "I didn't understand. Pyotr Gangarov helped me with my Russian so that I could get my Moscow posting." She closed her eyes again. "We fell in love," she said. "At least, I fell in love. That's all. I didn't think I was being indiscreet." "What did you tell him?" "Nothing," Atkinson said. "Really, nothing. Nothing important, but it was enough for him to—" She buried her head in her hands again. "To blackmail you?" Danny said. She nodded. "How long have you been feeding him information?" A pause. 20 years, she said. "He said he would reveal everything if I didn't keep the intelligence coming. I'd have gone to prison for the rest of my life, and I had children by then." She dissolved into helpless tears. Danny paced round her.
He knew there was more to come.
"I thought I was getting away with it,"
she said once her crying had subsided a little.
"But then Syria happened. Relations between us and the Russians hit rock bottom. And he wanted—"
She tried to steady herself with a deep breath.
"They wanted names. The names of all British personnel operating undercover in the Middle East and Africa."
Danny felt himself frowning. He wondered how many of his mates' names would be on a list like that. "And?" he asked, his voice dangerously quiet. She shook her head.
"I couldn't do it," she whispered. "I swear I just couldn't do it. But he insisted. He'd always kept my identity secret from Moscow, but now he said if I didn't give him a list of names, he'd reveal my name to Moscow and London. And he threatened to harm my family. I believed him. You don't know what he's like. I truly believed him."
Another pause. "So you decided to kill him," Danny said. Bloodshot eyes looked back at him.
"It was for my children."
Her voice cracked as she spoke. "And Abu Raid?" Danny said. She bowed her head again.
"He was my best weapon."
"What do you mean?" A flash of irritation crossed her face.
"Why do you think nobody could ever deport him? He was working for us. Our highest-ranking double agent."
Danny blinked heavily. "What?"
"Only a handful of us knew about it. Me, the head of MI6, 4 or 5 others in the security services, the PM, of course. Abu Raid was going to deliver the whole network. Or so we thought. He was permitted to orchestrate minor acts of terrorism to keep his cover, but nothing like Paddington or the Trocadero. Nothing like that."
Danny stared bleakly at her. "Go on." Victoria lowered her eyes.
"I truly believed he was on our side. We all did. I didn't realise just what he would do for his own cause. When Gengarov demanded that list of names, I asked Abu Raid a personal favour. It was all anonymous, of course. He only knew me by a code name, but I needed someone to eliminate Gengarov. He could use his people to do it."
"How did he know about Hammerstone?"
"He didn't,"
she said flatly. "He knew the name." Victoria thought for a moment, then nodded.
"I left him a package in the grounds of Hammerstone House containing all the details he needed to know about Gengarov. I mean, for God's sake, I couldn't just invite him into Thames House. I told him he could engineer some small diversion to distract everyone's attention from the hit on Gengarov, but I swear I had no idea he would—"
"That he would get his goons to fit up a bunch of Down syndrome kids to bomb the fuck out of London," Danny said.
"I never thought—"
"No," Danny spat back. Images of mutilated bodies in the bombings filed through his head. He remembered Spud the last time he'd seen him on the brink of death, being wheeled into the back of the Red Cross van. "You never thought!" He paced round her again, trying to work out his next move. She looked up suddenly, her mascara more streaked than ever.
"I tried to fix it," she said. "Once Abu Raid had shown his true colours, he thought he had a hold over me. He thought now I was implicated in his beastly acts of terrorism, I'd bend over backwards to see he wasn't caught, in case he revealed my involvement."
A steely look came into her eyes.
"He thought wrong,"
she said. A change seemed to come over her. She pushed herself to her feet and brushed down her clothes with her hands.
"Very wrong, as it happens. You don't get to my position without knowing a few people in government that have the Prime Minister's ear. I dropped some hints, let them think it might soon leak out that Abu Raid was being kept safe for other purposes. Political dynamite. I knew it wouldn't be long until they issued a kill order."
"So you needed a hunter-killer unit, small enough to control and small enough to eliminate when the job was done in case they found out the truth when they caught up with Abu Raid." She stared at him.
"I'm sorry," she whispered. "Buckingham spoke so highly of you, and if I didn't bury my tracks, my children—"
Yeah, Danny muttered. "Your children." He paused a moment. "Whose was the drone?" he demanded. "British? American?" She shook her head.
"Yemeni. I had access to the real-time data for your mission. It's standard practice. I supplied the Yemenis with coordinates from your GPS units. Anonymously, of course.
They didn't want that training camp on their territory any more than we would. She grimaced slightly. But it seems you got the better of me. Danny continued to circle around her, the snub-nose firmly in his grasp. I can't see any reason why I shouldn't just waste you now, he said. Victoria bowed her head. Wouldn't you do the same for your family? She asked finally. Then she looked up at him. You've got to help family. It's the only thing we have. Danny stopped pacing. Her words cut through him. He thought of Kyle, of how his brother had begged him for help, and how Danny had turned him away. He found that despite everything, he had a weird kind of respect for this woman. She'd fucked up, no doubt about it, but she was a fighter, a kindred spirit. And anyway, now that he knew her secrets, he had some collateral. I'm not going to beg, Victoria breathed. Her voice was shaking now. If you're going to do it... Danny held the weapon up to her head, point blank. His finger rested calmly on the trigger. Do it quickly, she whispered. Danny stepped forward. He allowed the barrel of the gun to touch the back of her skull. If I let you walk out of here, the first thing you're going to do is find Spud Glover. If he's still alive, the Red Cross will have him in Eritrea. I don't care if you have to use every last member of the military to do it. Whatever it takes, you get him back. Understood? He watched the back of her head nod slowly up and down. Her shoulders trembled. You've got 12 hours to square things for me with Hammerstone and the regiment. I want to be able to walk into Hereford HQ first thing in the morning, and if I have to answer too many questions about how we disappeared in Yemen and cropped up in the UK, we might end up telling someone the truth. Slowly, Victoria Atkinson turned. Her eyes were brimful of tears. Of gratitude or terror, Danny couldn't tell. Thank you, she whispered. She clenched her hands against her chest. There was something pitiful about her. The smeared mascara, the mussed hair. Thank you. Danny scowled. Get out of my sight, he breathed. She stepped backwards, her heel buckling slightly. Thank you, she repeated again. She was unable to take her eye off the firearm which Danny was still pointing in her direction. Danny lowered it. She turned. She upped her pace towards the exit. And then suddenly, she screamed. Chapter 27. They had entered the room silently. 2 figures, balaclavas, jeans and leather jackets, MP5 SDs, permanently suppressed submachine guns, ideal for close-quarter battle. Quiet, ruthlessly effective. Regiment? They easily could be. They held their weapons like pros. But that variant was not standard SAS issue. They might be pros, but they weren't colleagues. Distance between Danny and the armed men, 15 meters. Victoria was bang in the middle, and Danny knew if he raised his snub-nose just an inch, he'd be dead. A third figure appeared in the doorway. Just a silhouette at first. He stood there in the shadows. Danny found he was holding his breath. Interesting conversation, said the figure, an American voice, slow, kind of polite, instantly recognizable. Victoria gasped. The figure stepped out of the shadow and further into the church hall, the moonlight lighting up his face. The 2 shooters stayed where they were. Silence. The water dripped at the far end of the hall. Victoria didn't move. Harrison, she whispered finally. Victoria. Hammerstone's CIA liaison officer inclined his head politely. Then he looked beyond her to Danny. I think I told you once that our boys in Delta speak highly of the British SAS. Looks like they're right. I'm impressed you're still alive. I'm impressed you knew where to find me, Danny said, his voice cold. Maddox smiled. Christ's sakes, Black. We've got the full resources of the NSA behind us. We can find anyone, pretty much. We've been tracking you ever since you dragged one of our agents out of bed in southern Saudi Arabia. A confused look flickered across his face. I gotta say,
I was slightly surprised you didn't think a guy would be operating a Cessna taxi from the Arabian Peninsula to East Africa without us at least knowing about it. Touching phone call to your brother, though. Very touching. Danny didn't let any expression show on his face, but he felt nauseous. Not that we weren't monitoring him, of course. And naturally we had eyes on your girlfriend. Sharp girl. I think she may have noticed our guy, but no harm done. We've even had surveillance on your poor old dad. Not that he can do much in that wheelchair, but there was always a chance you'd get in touch with him. Danny felt the skin tightening around his eyes. He remained quiet. Had to pull a few strings to make sure you got through immigration in Germany and Ireland, but it wasn't too onerous. We didn't want you languishing in a Frankfurt jail, not when there was a chance you had information we needed. Our intelligence networks are good, but there are always a few missing pieces of the jigsaw. Now, do us all a favor and put that weapon on the ground, would you? Danny kept hold of the snub-nose. An exhausted look crossed Maddox's face. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Drop the fucking gun, Danny. We've kept you alive this far, but now you've given us everything we need on Mrs. Atkinson here. It's really no big deal for me to have one of my guys drop you. I've half a mind to let them do it anyway, if I didn't have a younger brother in the military myself. A pause. Danny considered his options. It didn't take long. He bent down and put the gun on the ground. "Kick it away," Maddox said. Danny obeyed. The weapon skidded 10 meters from his position. "Attaboy," said Maddox, as though praising an obedient pet. "What do you want, Harrison?" Victoria said. She sounded waspish again, but couldn't quite stop her voice from breaking. "Want?" Maddox replied. "I want the same thing I've wanted ever since I made contact with yourself and those ridiculous lunatics, Pierce Chamberlain and Hugo Buckingham." "What?" Victoria insisted. "You." He took a couple of paces forwards. "You're in a lot of trouble, Victoria," he said. "In the days when you were feeding information to Gangaroff, 6 American undercover operatives lost their lives as a direct result. It's not something we take lightly." He stepped 2 more meters towards them. "He was blackmailing me," Victoria whispered, but Maddox merely waved her away with an impatient flick of his hand. "Contrary to your belief, Victoria, we don't just stick people in Guantanamo or any of our other facilities unless we're very sure they did what we're accusing them of. That's why you've been walking free all these years. Oh, for God's sake, Victoria, don't look so shocked. Why else would I muscle my way into your silly little cabal? I just didn't expect to nail you so quickly. We've suspected you for some time now, of course, but we've never had the smoking gun." He smiled blandly. "Until now. A full confession straight from the horse's mouth, pardon the phrase. I'm sure the British would be very pleased to get their hands on you when they learn of your involvement in the bombings, but unfortunately for them, we got to you first." "I can explain," Victoria breathed. Maddox smiled. "Really?" "Everything you heard me say was for his benefit." She looked round at Danny. "You can't expect me to give the full story to an ordinary soldier. You're cleverer than that." Maddox held up one hand. "Enough, Victoria. I don't want to hear your excuses. You're a traitor to your country. Frankly, I can live with that, but you're also an enemy of the United States. You know what that means." Victoria's knees buckled. A sob escaped her throat. Maddox addressed Danny again. "You'll need to be on your way, my friend. I doubt this is something you'll want to witness." Danny stepped forwards, slowly. 5 seconds later, he was standing between Victoria Atkinson and Harrison Maddox. "You're making a mistake," he said. Maddox looked exasperated. "Say what?" "She fucked up once, a long time ago. Since then she's been blackmailed twice, once by Gangaroff, once by Abu Raid. She's not your enemy. It's more complicated than that. You know it is." Maddox's brow furrowed. "Why the hell do you care? She tried to kill you." "Lots of people have tried to kill me," Danny said. "Just get out, Black. I don't want my guys here to have to deal with both of you, but if you give me no option, I'll just say the word." "No," Danny said. "You won't.
because I've got 3 regiment mates who know where I am, and if I disappear, they won't let it lie, and trust me, we're persistent."
Maddox stared at him. He looked momentarily unsure of himself. Then, without a word, he put one hand into his jacket pocket. He pulled out a mobile phone.
"Since you've been staying off the grid, I'm sure you've been too cute to check your messages lately," he said.
He punched a few numbers into the phone, then held up the handset.
"Your journalists aren't the only ones who know how to hack a phone," he said,
as Danny's voice echoed around the hall.
"This is Danny. Leave a message."
His personal phone, that he hadn't even switched on for days. Maddox punched in another 4-digit code to access Danny's messages. A beep. A woman's voice.
"Message received today at 12:42 a.m.
About the time Danny was watching the White Witch stick a knife in her own guts. It was Kyle's voice. He sounded bad.
"It's me. You got a call."
Another beep.
"Message received today at 8:03 a.m.
While Danny was conducting surveillance on the MI5 building.
"Fuck's sake, Danny, I'm not pissing around. It's important. Call me."
Beep.
"Message received today at 7:55 p.m.
While Danny and his mates were tracking the Hammerstone Quartet around London.
"They've got her, all right. The fucking Poles have got her."
His voice was slurring, high or drunk or both. Bile rose in Danny's throat.
"I couldn't do anything about it. It's your fucking fault. You should have helped me out with them in the first place. If I don't get them their fucking money before midnight, they're gonna—"
Kyle's voice petered out.
"Just fucking call me, okay? They're not pissing around. She'll be dead by midnight."
Maddox lowered the phone.
"So, here's the thing, Danny. Either we can stand here shooting the shit while some greasy Polacks get to work on your girl, or you can get the hell out of here and leave us to do what we're going to do anyway. Choice is yours, but make it quickly."
He ostentatiously checked his watch.
9:30. I'd say time's running out, no?
Danny turned and looked at Victoria. She'd collapsed for a second time. She clenched her hands in front of her like she was praying. She uttered a single word.
"Please."
But Danny didn't know if she was talking to him or to the Americans. Suddenly he didn't care. Kyle's voice echoed in his mind.
"The fucking Poles have got her. It's your fucking fault."
"Everything she promised you," Maddox said, pointing at Victoria. "I promise you. You know I have the influence. Walk out of here, and you walk free. And you never know. Your girl might stand a chance."
Danny gave the trembling Victoria a hard stare.
"You're on your own," he said.
Then he turned again and headed to the exit. He could sense the tension from the balaclavaed shooters as he approached Harris and Maddox. One of them followed him with his weapon as he walked. He knew that, tightly coiled, they'd fire at the merest sign of a sudden movement. He'd been in their position before, after all, and that's what he would have done. But he stopped to meet her from Maddox's position.
"Is Spud alive?"
he asked. His voice cracked slightly as he spoke. Maddox looked him straight in the eye.
"We don't know," he said. "He dropped off our radar, and that's the truth."
Danny nodded. Then he stepped out into the night and pushed the door closed behind him. In the distance, he could hear the noises of London, buses, car horns, a passenger aircraft cruising overhead. Danny's hand was just reaching for his phone when he heard a different sound behind him, like a fist being thumped on a heavy door. He knew what it was. 2 suppressed shots from the MP5s. The Americans weren't fucking around. The target was down. Danny felt nothing but an icy coldness. The spook had been one in a long line of people to learn how death stuck to Danny Black. It chilled him to think who might be next. He strode away from the United Reformed Church. By the time he hit the pavement, he was running while keying Kyle's number into the phone. He pressed the handset to his ear as he ran. It rang 5 times, 6. He was already sprinting across Edgware Road when a surly voice answered.
Yeah?
"It's me."
Jesus!
Kyle had the gall to sound offended. "Can you call a pose?
Yeah, of course.
Tell them you've got their money."
But I haven't.
Danny swore as he drew up alongside Ripley's Yamaha. "Just tell them, Kyle. Then call me back on this number and let me know when and where the RV is. Don't let it happen for 2 hours.
What? Why the fuck not?
Danny started the Yamaha's engine. "Because that's how long it'll take me to get to Hereford," he said. Chapter 28. Clara tried to work out how long she'd been in that dark, cold basement. Close to 48 hours, she decided. It was impossible to tell, hunched in the dark, trembling with fear. A minute can seem like an hour like a day. The Poles hadn't brought her anything to eat or drink, and the tape was still stuck round her head and wrists. Her mouth was agonizingly dry, apart from the area around her lips, which were perhaps bleeding, though she couldn't tell for sure. After 3 hours of confinement, she had kicked on the door, her throat making formless noises as she begged to be let out to use the toilet. But they'd ignored her, and she'd been forced to shuffle awkwardly out of her trousers and urinate in one corner of the room. The liquid had trickled towards the centre, and now the stink of it filled her nose. Occasionally she heard voices above her, footsteps. They made a debilitating nausea course through her, which barely eased off when the voices stopped or the footsteps faded away. It was sickening to be here, but the thought of what would happen when they came for her was even worse. When the door at the top of the stone stairs finally opened, a shard of light blinded her. She screwed her eyes shut, determined not to make any sound that suggested she was scared. After a few seconds, she looked again. A figure was walking down the stairs, heavy footsteps. She sensed that it was the Pole with the fat lips and the pockmarked face. He crossed the cellar floor, stopping when his feet touched the wet patch. He spat something in Polish. It sounded like a curse. Then walked faster over to the corner where Clara was cowering. He bent down and pulled her up by her hair. She gasped in pain, then felt herself being swung round and thrown to the wet floor. A boot, on the side of her face, ground her head into her own filth. Then he grabbed a clump of her hair again, pulled her to her feet, and dragged her up the stairs. He stank of booze and body odour. She found herself in the dark hallway with the peeling wallpaper. The front door to her right. She could tell through the glass panels that it was dark outside. She was dragged along the hallway and pushed into another room. Brown paisley carpet, a threadbare three-piece suite. Patches of damp on the wall. The Pole with the black raven tattoo was sitting in here, his huge bulk almost swallowed up by an even more enormous armchair. To his right was an old-fashioned gas fire, all 3 segments burning. His knife was extended in his hand, and he was twisting it round and round. Clara felt herself being thrown to the floor, just in front of the gas fire. The door closed behind her, and the second Pole stood in front of it, an ugly leer on his face. On the floor, by the side of the armchair, was a newspaper, slightly crumpled, open at a double-page spread. Pictures of the London bombings, which Clara had all but forgotten in her current predicament. The tattooed Pole nudged it with his right foot. "They are good for us, things like that. Keep police busy," he smirked. "Not so good for you." Clara looked away from the newspaper, sickened. "Looks like your boyfriend doesn't want to pay us," the Pole said. "Shame for us, shame for you." He held the knife up in front of his eyes and twisted it round again. "More shame for you, though. We both made same mistake, getting involved with junkie like him." He grinned. "But we got to have a bit of fun with you first." He looked up at his mate. "Cheaper than hooker," he said. "And no pimp to deal with if we hurt her." On her knees, Clara looked up at him. She tried to speak, but again all that came from her taped-up throat was an incomprehensible grunt. The Pole leaned forwards and placed the tip of the knife into the flame of the gas fire. He kept it there for 30 seconds. Clara couldn't take her eyes off it. Her body was trembling again, and although part of her didn't want to give these monsters the satisfaction of knowing how much they scared her, she couldn't prevent herself from shaking her head. She'd half expected the tip of the knife to be glowing when it emerged. It wasn't. The blade was just slightly blackened. But as the pole moved the knife to within a couple of inches of Clara's face, she could feel the heat emanating from it. She recoiled. The pole laughed. She caught a whiff of his breath, a warm, fetid stench. The knife grew closer, right between her eyes, just an inch from the skin. He pointed it closer to the left eye, then to the right. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. The nursery rhyme sounded obscene in his rough Polish accent. Gotcha hookah by her eye. The knife ended up by the right eye. The Pole grinned again, apparently pleased by his childish ditty. Then a phone rang. The ringtone was behind Clara. It belonged to the second Pole. Her tormentor inclined his head, then looked up at his mate and nodded. Clara could sense the guy by the door trying to find the phone in his pocket. The ringtone became a little louder as he pulled it out. He said something in Polish. The tattooed guy withdrew and sat back on his armchair. He nodded. His mate answered the phone. Yes. A pause. Clara could just hear the babble of another voice at the other end. He's got money, said the Pole. Clara felt like collapsing with relief, but something, pride maybe, kept her upright. She watched her tormentor as he sat in the armchair, staring with a certain disappointment at the burning tip of his knife. He says 2 hours, said his mate. In other circumstances they would have been comical, speaking to each other in English. The Pole shook his head. Not here, he said. Where disused railway track crosses river, up from rowing club, underneath bridge, and he has 90 minutes, not 2 hours. If he's late, she goes for swim. His mate relayed that. Clara heard Kyle's voice arguing at the other end. Yeah, the Pole said. We bring girl. More arguing, but the Pole soon cut him off. There was a moment of silence again. So, said the Pole slowly. So, it looks like your boyfriend gives a shit after all. He leaned forwards again and cupped Clara's chin in his rough hand. But you're too pretty to let go. We still have fun with you once we have our money, and I don't think world will miss piece of shit junkie like him, do you? He nodded at his mate. Clara felt her hair being grabbed yet again. She was pulled to her feet, then back along the hallway to the door that led down to the cellar. 30 seconds later, she was entrapped once more, surrounded by darkness and the foul smell of her own waste. Half of her wondering if she should try to kill herself now, by beating her head against the wall to save her the humiliations to come. Half of her defiantly wondering if the journey to meet Kyle might offer her some chance, just some small, impossible chance, of escaping these monsters and getting to safety. The screen of Danny's phone lit up. 11:30, it said, where the old railway crosses the river near the rowing club. Time check 22:23 hours. He had an hour. He cursed. He wanted to call Kyle, tell the idiot to put back the RV, but that would mean stopping the bike and losing precious seconds. He tried to give it a bit more throttle, but there was no more to give. Ripley had been right. The Yamaha maxed out at just shy of 140 miles an hour. Not that Danny didn't try to push it higher. He crouched down over the handlebars, head low, burning down the outside lane of the M4, half blinded by spray from a motorway still wet from the recent rain. The engine screamed, and Danny's head rang with the Doppler effect of trucks honking at him as he wove dangerously around them. He half expected to see the flashing neon of police lights at any moment, and was grimly prepared to outrace them. But for once, luck was on his side. The motorbike ate up the miles. He pictured the location of the meet, where the old railway crosses the river. Danny knew it well. The railway was disused, and the area around the bridge was ordinarily deserted. Close to midnight, the only other people they were likely to see would be whiners staggering down the riverside. That didn't mean things would be easy. He had no weapon, and no money, of course, to pay these fuckers off. Worse still, he had no time. He crashed lower over the handlebars and continued to speed along the motorway. 23:20 hours. The Poles had dragged her out of the cellar again. The one with the tattoo had groped her and pushed her along the dingy hallway to the front door. Now they were bustling her back into the car. The guy with the tattoo sat next to her in the back and pressed her head down into his lap so nobody could see her from outside. She squirmed, but the Pole was too strong for her as he pressed her face down into his stinking crutch. She felt a bulge there and wanted to retch. Moments later, they were moving. To keep her mind off the horror, Clara concentrated on the movement of the car. They stopped 3 times. She heard the click of the indicators on each occasion. They turned left twice, right once, then a long stretch of straight ahead driving, during which time her mind lingered on terrifying thoughts. She couldn't tell how long it was before they started to slow down. 10 minutes, maybe a bit more. The vehicle bore round to the left, and the terrain underneath them became bumpy. They were heading off-road. That only made Clara's nausea more acute, because off-road most likely meant they'd be isolated, very far from home. The vehicle stopped. The Pole in the front got out, then closed the door behind him. Clara started shaking again. Once more she tried to cry out, but uselessly. After a minute or so she found the strength for another burst of intense struggling. It did no good. The Pole kept her pressed down, and she wasn't strong enough to wriggle free. Clara's passenger door opened. Cold air drifted in. The driver said something in Polish, then grabbed Clara by her collar and yanked her up. The windows were misted up inside the car, so it was only once the Pole with the pockmarked face had dragged her outside that she was able to see where she was. They had parked up at the edge of an area of wasteland. The rain had started again, heavy, driving rain that soaked her in seconds. The ground was covered in low, ragged scrub, through which the vehicle had left distinct tracks, 2 ruts with untouched scrub between them. She could see the lights of Hereford glowing in the distance, but there were no houses or other buildings nearby. On the other side of the car, perhaps 20 metres away, was the railway line, raised up on a steep bank about 5 metres high. Clara's eyes followed it along to the right, where a bridge carried the tracks over the river. Clara could just make out its gentle curve. A steep bank led down to the water, and in a matter of seconds, she found herself being dragged in that direction through the rain by the tattooed Pole. It was a futile gesture. She knew that even as she did it, but she had to try something. She kicked the Pole hard in the shins as they walked. He barked a curse and momentarily let go of her. Clara grabbed her chance. She turned 90 degrees and ran as fast as she could, even with her hands taped behind her back, her wet, matted hair straggling in her eyes, and even though she could only breathe through her nose, it might have been enough. But after 20 metres, she stumbled on the uneven ground and fell heavily. Unable to break a fall with her hands, she landed heavily on her right arm. A shock of pain thumped through her. She ignored it and tried to scramble to her feet. Too late. A sturdy boot from one of the poles connected just below her ribcage. Air shot from her lungs and painfully through her nose. Another kick, straight into thorax this time. She folded up her body, fetus-like. "Get up!" said an angry, accented voice. She didn't know which one it was. She shook her head and whimpered. Seconds later, she felt hot breath near her ear. "Do that again, bitch. I got you, and not just on face." She felt herself being pulled up once again. Her eyes were blurry with tears of pain and fear as they dragged her back towards the river, holding her more tightly this time and treating her more roughly. At the top of the bank, they pushed her down. She slipped and stumbled down the wet, muddy earth, her body landing with a thump on the riverside path. The river was hissing as the rain hit it. It briefly crossed her mind to make another escape attempt, but the 2 poles were by her side almost immediately. Bruised and muddy, she stood up. The bridge was 15 metres away. It was a dark brick arch over this narrow stretch of river. The poles dragged her towards it. Once they were in its shadow, protected from the rain, one of them dealt her another sharp blow to the stomach. She collapsed again, and this time she stayed there, bent double and weeping, wanting to scream but unable to make a sound, and suspecting that if she tried to escape again, it would most likely be the last thing she did. She peered beyond the bridge. It was dark and gloomy there, obscured by the night and the rain. She could see nothing. Even if she could escape that way, she'd be running blind. Thunder ripped through the sky. A flash of lightning. She heard them speaking. Low voices, Polish again. They sounded pissed off, and she realized why. Kyle wasn't here. One of the Poles spat on the ground nearby. Then she felt warm breath again, and realized the tattooed one had bent down to talk to her. "You better hope your junkie boyfriend turns up," he shouted over the rain. She shook her head, wanting to explain once more that Kyle was not her boyfriend. The Pole had walked away. They were standing on either side of the bridge, the side from which they'd entered, looking out. Clara did the same, first in one direction, then in another. And as she looked in the direction from which they'd come, there was another flash of lightning. She blinked. A figure. It was standing on the towpath about 20 meters beyond the bridge. Just standing and watching. Danny. For a moment, just the briefest moment, she felt a twinge of hope. There was something about the figure, the slope of his shoulders maybe, or the shape of his head, that made her think it was him. But that moment of hope soon vanished. The figure moved forwards, and she could tell from the stumbling gait and the way the silhouette held itself that it wasn't Danny, but his brother. Kyle stood 10 meters from the bridge. She saw that his wet face was still smeared in blood from where the Pole had cut it the night before.
"Where is my money?"
shouted the Pole. Kyle wiped his nose with his sleeve.
"Let her go first,"
he called. His voice wavered as he spoke. The second Pole had joined his mate now. They were standing side by side underneath the bridge, looking towards Kyle as he stood bedraggled in the driving rain. They turned to each other and laughed, a nasty, forced laugh that had little to do with mirth. They conferred briefly in Polish, then the second Pole stepped back to where Clara was crouching. He dragged her over to their original position, then forced her to her knees again. His mate pulled a knife, grabbed her wet hair in one hand, and rested the blade against the soft flesh of her jugular. Clara's breath came in short, sharp gasps. She tried to master it, but couldn't.
"Where's my fucking money?"
shouted the Pole. Kyle didn't move. Even with her head yanked back, Clara could see the uncertainty in his eyes. He took a step backwards.
"You think we're fucking stupid, junkie?"
Kyle shook his head vigorously, but he also took another step back.
"We should just kill her,"
the second Pole said, loud enough for Kyle to hear.
"Kill her and stick her in river. No one will find her for weeks."
Kyle's knees seemed to buckle. Clara simply couldn't stop herself from whimpering behind the packing tape wrapped around her head. All feeling seemed to drain from her body as the Pole raised the knife slightly as though preparing to fillet her neck. Indescribable horror crossed Kyle's face. Then suddenly, behind them, coming from the other side of the bridge, there was a beam of light. It cast long shadows on the towpath of the Poles and of Clara that stretched as far as Kyle. Clara could see the elongated shape of the Pole's arm and hand and of the knife he was clutching. A moment of silence, broken by Kyle.
Your money,"
he called, stuttering.
"Here's your money."
The Poles seemed to move very slowly, with care. The tattooed one let go of Clara, who collapsed onto the towpath. She saw her two assailants turn round, and beyond them, on the other side of the bridge, the gloomy side, maybe 25 meters away, she saw a single beam of light, like a headlamp burning through the rain. It hurt her eyes, dazzled her. A figure stepped from behind the bike and into the beam of white light. The light distorted its shape, made it seem somehow ghostly as it stepped forward. Clara blinked as the figure stopped and removed the helmet from his head. He spoke. Clara swallowed hard. She recognized the voice, of course. She'd recognize it anywhere. "I've got your money," he said. The Poles looked at each other.
Put your hands up in the air, said the tattooed one.
The figure paused. He dropped his helmet. Then, slowly, he raised his hands. Danny took everything in through a filter of incessant rain, the two poles standing side by side, 15 metres from his position. Clara, on her knees just a couple of metres behind them, her head bound with tape, her wrists behind her back, soaked. She looked like shit, and it made the anger in Danny's blood burn even hotter. 10 metres beyond Clara, Kyle, shuffling nervously in the rain from one foot to the other, a bad cut on his face. He looked like he was about to leg it.
"Where is it?"
called one of the poles, stepping forward slightly. Danny instantly marked him out as the leader of the two.
"In my jacket,"
he said. Silence.
"Come closer,"
said the pole.
"Keep your hands in the air."
Danny walked towards them. Rain coursed down his face. The gap closed to 10 metres. 5. He was under the bridge.
"Stop,"
said the pole. Danny stopped. His hands, still high above his head, were close together. He saw now that the leader of the two poles had tattoos on his neck. He also had a blade, which he held low. He looked like he knew how to use it. The second pole had his arms by his side and was clenching, then releasing his big hands. But not feeling for a weapon. There were no firearms here, Danny decided. But that didn't mean it wasn't dangerous, especially for Clara. If things went to shit, they'd go for her first. The pole looked him up and down, his face wary, yet still strangely arrogant.
"Any bullshit," he said. "I cut your fucking throat."
Danny didn't reply. He just stood there and waited for the pole to get closer. Because, before he made his move, he needed less than a meter's distance between them. Clara was making noises from her throat. He zoned them out. He needed to focus on the poles, and on the violence that was going to happen in just a few seconds. The tattooed pole raised his knife.
"I'm going to look,"
he said. Danny nodded.
"Which side of your jacket?"
He looked down to the left, then back at the pole. Eye to eye. The pole took a step forwards through the driving rain. Danny could see his thumb caressing the handle of his knife, like a pet. Another step. He kept his hand still. The pole stopped. Distance 2 meters. He looked back over his shoulders to where Kyle was still cravenly shuffling. Then he turned back to Danny. His eyes were sharp.
"Why you bringing money for junkie?"
the pole said. Danny sniffed.
"He's my brother."
The pole grinned. He seemed to relax. If they're brothers, his demeanour seemed to say, they must be equally fucked up.
"Bad luck,"
he said. Danny kept perfectly still. "You've got to help family," he said. The pole's shoulders relaxed. He clearly felt in complete control of the situation.
"Fucking idiot,"
he said.
"You should have come tooled up."
He took another step forwards. "Maybe I did," Danny breathed. Ripley's motorbike security chain was secreted inside the length of Danny's left sleeve. One end was just peeking out of the cuff. At the other end, just above Danny's armpit, was the padlock. With his right hand, he grabbed the end of the chain and pulled. It slid easily from the sleeve. In the same movement, and with all the force he could muster, he swung it round. The heavy metal padlock cracked hard against the side of the pole's skull. He roared in pain and fell to his knees, his hands clutching his suddenly bleeding head. Before he hit the ground, Danny was stepping towards the second one. He barely seemed to have registered what had just happened and was staring dumbly at his collapsed mate. The second swing of the chain brought the padlock smashing against his left cheek. There was a sound of breaking bone. Blood sprayed from his lips. He staggered, but didn't fall. Danny swung the chain for a third time, bringing the padlock crashing against the other cheek. The pole's eyes rolled. He hit the ground.
"Jesus!"
Kyle's cracked voice sounded distant, and as Danny turned back to the first guy, he was only remotely aware of Clara's wide, horrified eyes and of the increased, slightly panicked protests that came from her throat.
The first pole was dazed, but still conscious, and trying to push himself up off the ground. Danny went to work on him with a chain. He whacked the padlock against his face 3 times in quick succession. It was like bruising a piece of ripe fruit. With each contact, the skin on his face split and started to weep with fresh blood. The final blow hit him in the left eye. A dull, wet slap. The pole grunted, but not loudly. He was on the verge of unconsciousness now. Danny turned to the second guy. His eyes were rolling, his limbs twitching. It only took a single crack of the chain to force his body to lie still. There seemed to be blood everywhere. Streaks on the padlock, spots on Danny's hand. The beam of the headlamp illuminated the swollen, bloodied faces of the 2 poles, but also Clara's horrified eyes. Kyle staggered towards them. His hands were shaking, and he was cursing under his breath. "Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!" "Shut up!" Danny said. He looked down at the 2 figures lying 5 meters apart. They weren't dead. Their chests were softly rising and falling. He looked over at Kyle. "This is what you wanted, right?" he shouted. Kyle stared at him. He looked horrified, not just at the violence, but at the state his brother was in. Danny grabbed the second pole by his ankles and lay him back to back with his mate. He took the bike chain and bound their necks together before clasping the bloodied padlock through its links to keep it firmly in place. He looked around the towpath. Just a couple of meters away by the bank, he saw a boulder, a little smaller than a football, but solid and jagged. He picked it up, then brought it over to where the poles were lying. "What are you doing?" Kyle said. What the fuck are you doing?" Danny gave him a stony look. "2 drug dealers," he said. "Police won't give 'em a second look if they turn up dead, but only if we make it look like a drug killing." Kyle swallowed. Clara made impotent noises behind the tape. "What did you think it was going to be, Kyle? A few sharp words and rap knuckles?" He suddenly grabbed his brother by the throat with one hand. "You want to know what I do for a living, Kyle? You want to watch me at work?" He released Kyle, then put the boulder on the ground just next to the 2 poles. He grabbed an arm, laid it out on the boulder, then smashed his foot down on the wrist. There was a splintering, cracking sound as the elbow broke. The pole's body went into spasm. The eyes opened briefly, and a gurgling sound escaped his throat. "What the fuck?" Kyle whispered. "They're going in the river," Danny said, "and I don't want them swimming to the surface." It took less than a minute to break the remaining 3 arms. Danny was only vaguely aware of Kyle dry heaving just behind him, or of Clara's whimpering. When he was done, Danny squeezed the rock into the pocket of one of the poles. A bit of extra weight to help them down to the bottom of the river. They'd float back up, of course, after a couple of days, but by then their bodies would be bloated and starting to decompose, and any trace of foreign DNA would be long gone. The 2 poles were a dead weight, but there was no point asking Kyle for help. So it was with difficulty that Danny dragged their chained-together bodies across the muddy towpath towards the water and rolled them into the river. The water was deep. The bodies sank immediately. A flurry of bubbles confirmed that the poles were still alive as they sank, but they had no chance of saving themselves. Danny stood quietly at the bank, waiting for the bubbles to subside, as the rain hammered against his body. Then he turned. Kyle was on his knees, ashen-faced. Danny looked down at him. "Get out of my sight," he said. Kyle stood up, then staggered back, slipping in the mud. For the first time ever, he seemed lost for an insult. He wasn't looking at Danny with contempt. He was looking at him with fear. "Go!" Danny shouted. Kyle turned and sprinted down the towpath into the night. Danny didn't watch him go. All his attention was on Clara. She was kneeling too, only half protected from the rain by the edge of the bridge. Her eyes were clenched shut, and she was shuddering. Danny walked up to her, stopping only to pick up the tattooed pole's knife that was lying on the towpath. The blade was gritty and splashed with blood. Danny wiped it on his trousers before kneeling down in front of Clara. He placed one hand gently on her hair. "I'm sorry," he breathed. He paused. "I shouldn't have walked away." She opened her eyes. They bore a strange expression. Danny had never seen it before. He couldn't read it. He examined the tape wrapped round her head. "I have to cut your hair," he said. She didn't respond. Shock, Danny told himself. He took the knife and gently sliced at the hair just above the tape. The tape fell loose from the back of her head. Now it was only stuck around her cheeks and lips. It would be very painful to remove. Danny decided to free her wrists first. He walked behind her and carefully sliced the tape that bound her hands. It was clear that her arms were stiff, because once they were free, it took a few seconds for Clara to move them round to her front and bend them at her elbows. Danny crouched down in front of her again. "I'm sorry," he said. "It's going to hurt." He raised his hands to start pulling the tape from her mouth. But suddenly, she stood up. She staggered back into the rain, and when Danny stepped towards her, she pushed him away. Her hands felt for the tape. She yanked it away from her mouth, then gasped with the pain of it. She doubled over, involuntarily it seemed, but then straightened up almost immediately. The area around her mouth, her lips especially, was raw and bleeding, but the rain washed the blood away. When she spoke, her voice was dry, painful, almost inaudible. "Don't touch me," she said. Danny blinked. "Don't even come near me." "Clara, what the hell?" She was shaking, pointing at him threateningly. "I know you're angry," Danny said. "I shouldn't have walked away. I've been regretting it ever—" "What?" She interrupted him. "What did you do to those men?" Danny looked towards the river, then back at Clara. "They would have killed you," he said. "But what you did," she whispered. "How could you do that?" She brought one hand to her mouth, then snapped it away when the fingers touched the painfully exposed flesh. She stared at him in undisguised horror. "What sort of a monster are you, Danny?" "Clara!" He felt his brow creasing in confusion as he stepped towards her again. "The bombings," he heard himself saying. I found out who—" "Don't come near me." She stumbled backwards. "Don't ever come near me again." Her eyes flickered towards the bridge, towards the beam from the headlamp, then back in the direction Kyle had run. That was the way she chose. She didn't run quickly. She wasn't able. She staggered through the rain and the mud, but she didn't look back as she disappeared along the towpath into the night. Danny didn't chase her. He barely even moved. His shadow, cast by the light of the motorbike, extended along the towpath, long, thin, and stretched. The sound of Clara's footsteps disappeared as he stood there. He was alone, as he always was. And as always, he was surrounded by darkness and by death. He heard the words he had whispered to his brother. "You want to know what I do for a living, Kyle? You want to watch me at work?" He stared at the black river. Then he turned, bowed his head, and walked back towards Ripley's motorbike, his eyes blinded by the light. Epilogue. The mastermind behind the recent bombings in Paddington and Piccadilly has been killed, according to Downing Street. The radical cleric Ammar al-Zain, also known as Abu Raid, is thought to have died along with at least 50 other militants when a drone strike completely destroyed a terrorist base in northern Yemen. Abu Raid's wife, dubbed the White Witch, is thought to have taken her own life on hearing the news. In a statement outside Number 10, the Prime Minister has praised the work of the security services. "Our intelligence professionals have shown, yet again, that there is no hiding place for anyone who threatens our peaceful way of life. Every man, woman, and child in the country owes them our thanks." Responding to rumours that personnel from 22 SAS were in Yemen at the time of the strike, an MOD spokesman said, "We do not comment on the activities of UK Special Forces." While Abu Raid's death will be welcomed by the families of the victims of the two bombings, questions are still being asked about his ability to remain in Britain.
A knock on the door. Buckingham looked up from his copy of the Times. "Come!" he called. The door opened. Harrison Maddox stepped inside. He stared at Buckingham for a moment. "I won't lie, Hugo," he said. "You look like shit. What the hell happened to you?" Buckingham lowered the newspaper onto his desk and touched his bruised face lightly. It's nothing," he said. "Couple of kids went for my wallet. I saw the little buggers off." If Maddox disbelieved him, he didn't let it show on his face. "You fly this afternoon?" Buckingham was happy to change the subject. "Out of Heathrow," Maddox said. "It'll be good to get back to Langley. Not that this isn't—" He vaguely indicated Buckingham's rather small office. Of course, it wouldn't surprise me if next time we meet you'll be running the place, or the one across the river." And to back up his statement, he held up a beige foolscap file. "Hard copy," he said. "Safest way these days. Can't trust those geeks at the NSA and GCHQ." He laid the file on Buckingham's desk and pushed it lightly towards him. Buckingham took the file. Only when he had it in his hands did he say, "You're sure about this?" Maddox inclined his head. "All Langley ever wanted to do was get to the truth about her. You should think of that file as your golden ticket, Hugo. It's all there, everything about Victoria's past. Pass it on to whoever you need. Rest assured that nobody will find her body. They'll put it down to suicide. It'll get hushed up, of course. I can't imagine your PM will want it to be known that a member of the security services was involved in all this, but there'll be plenty of slaps on the back for you for bringing it to their attention." He smiled a broad, sincere smile. "And when you're the grand fromage, Hugo, perhaps you'll be able to do us in Langley a favour sometime. That's the way the world works, no?" Buckingham nodded. Of course," he said, "of course." Maddox stood up. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I have a plane to catch." He stood up and headed towards the door, but before he got there, he stopped and turned. "You know," he said, "something bugs me." "What's that, old sport?" "Danny Black. He did a good job, all things considered, but he knows the truth about all this, and, as you and I understand, we can't entrust something as dangerous as the truth to just anyone." "Quite," Buckingham said. "I'm just saying, perhaps I made a small error of judgment, letting him go." "Perhaps." There was a moment's silence. "Where is he now?" Maddox said. "Last I heard, on a plane to Eritrea." "How heartwarming." "Quite." "Have your people found his friend? Alive? Dead?" "We don't know yet, but we have it in hand." Another silence. "Danny Black is a situation the agency could take care of, if you understand my meaning," Maddox said. Buckingham inhaled slowly. He spun round in his chair and looked through the window out across London. It looked just as it had always done, grey, dirty, busy. The river running lazily into the distance. He found himself glancing up towards Marble Arch, then north, the area where Black had pummeled him. Black's eyes had been wild, out of control, unhinged. And Buckingham himself felt his temperature rising at the memory. "Thank you for the offer, old sport," he said, "but I can deal with Danny Black." He spun his chair round again and smiled placidly at the American. Maddox shrugged. "Well," he said, "if you ever change your mind—" He gave Buckingham a meaningful smile. Then he left.